Welcome back, everyone. My name is Wizard of Time, and today we are going to watch every single character miscellany video available. I am so excited. At the end of the video, you're going to see my reaction on which ones were my favorite. Let's jump right in.
A mysterious bard named Venti has recently appeared in the world, singing tales for the city of freedom and romance. This city is
the tone-deaf bard,
the crown of the north, a free nation with no ruler. This once bitter cold land in the north
I love
of
Mondstadt.
Diluc is now fertile. A blessing left by the god of Animo, they say. 1,000 years have passed since the god of Animo left this land.
1,000 years. Wow.
But to me, it has only been half that time.
Come on, traveler, let's go. The world is full of lost ballads just waiting to be
Yo,
rediscovered.
Carmen Day's the constellation, Animo's the Gnosis.
As an archer with the power of Animo, Venti can battle with ease in almost any environment. His versatile attack style and his ability to launch enemies with his elemental skill allow for a high amount of mobility in battle. His unique elemental burst can pull together nearby enemies.
See, that is so
Making him
cool.
a strategic character who can both deal damage and control the battlefield.
Wow.
When Venti is in your party, gliding consumes less stamina for all
What?
characters.
I didn't know that.
Needless to say, this skill will come in handy on your adventures.
Man, I need Venti.
Take Venti along when exploring the beautiful open world. Normal attacks can perform up to 6 consecutive shots.
6?
The first and fourth shots can fire an extra arrow, while the 6th shot deals greater damage.
What?
Hold the attack button to use a more powerful aimed shot. When fully charged, an Animo-infused arrow is fired and deals even more damage to the enemy.
I know that hurt.
Call upon the wind on which hymns and songs fly to lift your enemies up into the sky. When you use the elemental skill Skyward Sonnet, Venti summons a wind domain at the enemy's location, dealing area of effect Animo damage. Enemies are launched into the air and fall slowly to the ground.
That is so cool.
Hold Skyward Sonnet to summon an even larger wind domain around Venti, dealing greater area of effect damage and launching enemies into the air.
That is so
Venti also
awesome.
uses this powerful wind to fly high into the air. Adept use of this skill not only allows you to attack enemies, but also dodge attacks and move
I feel
around
like
the
you can hang in the air for quite a while, too.
If the opportunity presents itself, you can also use a plunging attack from above. Wind domains can even be utilized to help you get around. After
Wow.
unlocking the talent Embrace of Winds, holding Skyward Sonnet will also create a temporary upcurrent as you fly into the air. By firing an arrow infused with coalesced winds, Venti creates a fierce storm that sucks in surrounding enemies and deals Animo damage.
That's so cool.
Contact with hydro, pyro, cryo, or electro elements causes the storm to absorb that element and deal additional elemental damage.
Look at that.
The storm can only absorb one element each time.
Okay, so only one element.
After unlocking the talent Storm Eye, Venti's energy will be replenished at the end of Wind's Grand Ode. If an element was absorbed, the energy of party members of that element will also be replenished. Even though Venti is more than capable of handling different obstacles in battle, strategic party selection and teamwork can help you maximize Venti's abilities. First, use Divine Archery to attack enemies from afar
Okay.
and whittle away at their health. Use Skyward Sonnet to launch dangerous enemies into the air. Gather up energy to prepare for the final attack. When your energy is full, unleash your elemental burst. Wind's Grand Ode sucks the enemies in and deals Animo damage. Use another element on enemies in the storm to generate a swirl reaction. Then use another compatible element to cause an elemental reaction. Causing another elemental reaction brings the battle to a swift end.
Wow.
As we all know, poetry and language flow like the wind.
Aww.
Venti captures this spirit in his ballads. Flora and fauna he sings of seem to have a life of their own and transport us to the moon and the stars.
That's our tone-deaf
This
bard.
self-proclaimed best bard of the mortal world gets his strength, his unwithering inspiration from the wind.
This music's making me sad.
But what Venti seeks in life is not eternal fame for his ballads. Rather, he'd be happy with a cup of wine and a lyre to sing the marvelous stories of the world.
Venti.
Yes, that would make Venti the Bard very content indeed.
Wow, that was so cool. Now I have the Wanderer, so I guess the Wanderer's kind of like Venti 2.0. Now I'm super excited about Diluc because I actually have him and he's currently at level 70. So let's see how I can actually capitalize on using him.
As the Dawn Winery's owner, Diluc dominates Mondstadt's alcohol industry. Wealth and information are at his fingertips. Modest and refined, yet quick to act whenever Mondstadt faces a crisis.
This cutscene was
What
epic.
caused him to choose this path?
Yo.
Very curious.
There must be those who dare to pierce the darkness with their light.
Yo,
As
this is so
one who
cool.
wields pyro and a claymore, Diluc has perfected the art of violence
The art of violence.
and dominates the battlefield.
Dang.
With his powerful skills, Diluc causes massive damage with ease.
I'm not gonna
and
lie, I feel
crushes
pretty cool
all his
whenever I use
foes
him.
with fearsome, ruthless strikes. Born a noble, Diluc is well versed in all things swords. With his guidance, no metal ore is wasted in their making. When forging claymores, Diluc recovers a set percentage of the ores used, aiding greatly in your adventure.
Wait, what?
Diluc's normal attack performs up to 4 consecutive strikes.
I didn't know
With
that.
the 4th strike launching enemies. Holding the attack button constantly consumes Diluc's stamina to launch swift consecutive attacks, dealing increased physical damage to nearby enemies, and unleashing an extra powerful attack at the end that launches enemies.
That's been pretty useful.
Use this wisely to scatter enemy groups and defeat shielded foes. Unlocking the talent Relentless decreases Diluc's charged attack stamina consumption and increases its maximum duration. Use his fierce attacks to defeat those before you. Using the elemental skill Searing Onslaught, Diluc strikes with his claymore, dealing pyro damage. This can be done 3 times in a row. with
I
a
love
short
that you
window
can
of
do it
time
3
to connect
times.
each strike. But pay attention. This skill enters cooldown if the next strike is not activated in a short period of time. Using Searing Onslaught in concert with normal attacks allows
That
you to
explains.
deal constant damage to enemies, while remaining evasive and mobile. Additionally, since this skill deals pyro damage, Diluc can form combinations with other characters, using elemental reactions to deal greater damage.
Wait. Now that move is
Surrounding
epic.
himself in flames, Diluc knocks nearby enemies back, before gathering the flames into his blade and launching a phoenix,
I am obsessed with that
dealing
move.
massive pyro damage to enemies in its path. Diluc's normal and charged attacks will also deal pyro damage for a period of time. Dawn has a very large hitbox, allowing it to not only strike airborne foes, but also forcibly reposition enemies to an extent.
I wish
making it
pyro
very
characters
strong
were
against
actually
groups.
immune to their own element.
The pyro damage conversion that Dawn provides further strengthens Diluc's attacks. Unlocking the Blessing of Phoenix talent increases the duration of Dawn's pyro damage conversion and gives Diluc a pyro damage bonus. Diluc is, without question, a well-honed warrior who efficiently deals with any task. Now, please witness him in action.
Yes.
He begins suppressing the target with normal attacks, combining it with his elemental skill to deal
I've
great
never
pyro
tried to
damage
do
the
that.
enemy.
Attack normally
He
and
weaves
mix it
between
up.
these 2 attack modes to suppress
With the Searing
foe more
Onslaught?
quickly, while building up elemental energy. He uses his elemental burst once his energy is full,
No one's safe.
followed by attacks enhanced by Blessing of Phoenix, defeating the enemy flawlessly. Diluc Diluc's explosive, ruthless fighting style and his aloof manner are all admirable traits. But if the disaster from 5 centuries ago were to happen again, if he were to face the same evil that I once did, would he still hold fast to his resolve? This, too, makes me most curious indeed.
Don't roast me too hard, but I just now realized that this is Dainsleif talking. Regardless, I am super excited to be able to utilize Diluc way more efficiently. Collected Miscellany, Klee, Jumpy Dumpty. I love Klee so much. Don't have her though. Don't want to talk about it.
There are many remarkable people in Mondstadt's Knights of Favonius. Among them is a small knight who raised Stormbearer Mountains flat.
What?
And whose name has recently become commonplace, both within Mondstadt and beyond.
What?
When it comes to Spark Knight Klee,
wow!
there are rumors aplenty. Interestingly, those telling these rumors do so with a smirk and a shake of their heads. Joking that even Mondstadt's fish have learned to swim away when they see him.
Run away!
Play with you today?
I love Klee so
I
much.
want to go on an adventure.
She has the cutest
well known
voice.
as the Spark Knight, Klee is able to deal
The Spark
continuous
Knight.
pyro damage with her childlike glee and a pack and pockets full of bombs.
Oh my gosh.
But watch out, as anything near her may be turned to ash in a fiery explosion.
I love this.
Klee
Look at
loves
her run.
adventures and is adept at expeditions and gathering. Not only does she know the locations of Mondstadt's unique flora,
Wait, what?
she may also know where to find a treasure or two.
What?
When Klee is on your team, the location of items unique to Mondstadt will appear on your minimap.
No way!
When it comes to anything explosive, Klee simply can't control her enthusiasm. Klee's normal attack performs up to 3 consecutive explosive attacks
Kaboom!
that deal AoE pyro damage. Holding the attack button consumes a certain amount
Whoa!
of stamina, and after a
That
short
was
casting
cool!
time, blasts enemies,
What?
dealing AoE pyro damage. When Klee is up high, her charged attack can reach enemies even
Yo,
farther
that
away.
is so useful!
Also, Klee's normal and charged attacks are especially effective against geo targets, making them ideal against enemies with geo shields.
Makes
and
sense.
for quickly mining ore.
Ah!
After unlocking the talent's Sparkling Burst, when Klee's charged attack lands a critical hit, some energy will be restored for all party members.
What?
Use Klee's elemental skill to toss Jumpy Dumpty. Jumpy Dumpty will bounce 3 times, each bounce causing an explosion that deals AoE pyro damage.
Oh my
On the
gosh.
3rd bounce, Jumpy Dumpty will burst into mines. These explode upon contact with enemies or after a short time.
I love the
dealing
name.
AoE pyro damage. Jumpy Dumpty will automatically recharge over time to up to 2 charges.
What?
It is effective in dealing with groups of enemies. After Jumpy Dumpty explodes, switch characters and pull enemies together to take advantage of the mines and deal a lot of damage to enemies.
No way.
After unlocking the talent Pounding Surprise, when Jumpy Dumpty and normal attacks deal damage, Klee has a chance to obtain an explosive spark. When Klee has an explosive spark, instead of consuming stamina, her next charged attack will expend the spark instead and deal
What?
increased damage.
That's awesome!
Klee's Blazing Delight. Sparks
Wait, is
and
Klee
Splash
5-star?
continuously attacks nearby enemies for the duration of the skill, dealing AoE pyro damage.
Oh my
Sparks and
gosh.
Splash has high damage and attack rate, empowering Klee to deal immense damage while on the battlefield.
If you have Klee, I
Klee
am
is able
jealous
to
of you.
continuously dish out strong pyro attacks, earning her a role as the firepower of your party.
Yeah.
Next, let's look at a battle to experience Klee's incredible destructive capability. In
Yes.
battle, Klee can use her elemental skill and normal attacks to repeatedly activate the effect of the talent Pounding Surprise,
Wow.
and use charged attacks to suppress enemies. When her energy is full, unleash an elemental burst to further increase her ability to deal damage. After this, Klee can have fun causing explosions, spreading flames in every direction, and
I
burning
need
enemies
Klee
to a
so
crisp.
bad.
When the people of Mondstadt talk about their home, they proudly call it the City of Wind, Dandelions, and Freedom.
Huh?
Perhaps it was Mondstadt's atmosphere of freedom that led the famous adventurer Alice to entrust her daughter Klee to the care of the Knights of Favonius.
Alice.
With this freedom, Klee has had a happy
Oh my
and
gosh, she's so
childhood.
cute.
But all baby birds must leave the nest someday.
Yeah, I understand.
Hopefully, our little Spark Knight will remain just as happy-go-lucky when that day comes.
Oh my gosh, I need Klee
Keep
so
smiling
bad.
all the way.
Everything about Klee is just amazing. If you have Klee, please share your experience with her. I don't have Jean yet. I can't wait to be able to learn more about her so that when the time comes, I'll be fully prepared. Let's take a look.
When Grandmaster Varka of Mondstadt's Knights of Favonius left on an expedition, his role passed to Jean, the eldest daughter of House Gunhildr. The
Gunhildr.
young acting Grandmaster had become a skilled swordsman through hard work, and works harder still for the sake of the Knights. Self-sacrifice, after all, is the Dandelion Knight's path.
As the wind continues to blow, so too shall
Constellation
I continue
Leo
to
Minor.
fight.
Jean has excellent crowd control and support abilities, and can act
Really?
in concert with others to suppress the enemy.
Wow.
Jean's elemental burst can instantly restore her health, and benefit her allies
Wait, what?
as well, making her the pillar
She
of
heals?
any team.
That's
Even when
cool.
cooking, Jean is always concerned with helping others, and can accidentally make extra helpings. When Jean
Yo.
cooks a restorative dish perfectly, she has a chance to create 2 of them. All the better to face the battles ahead.
Oh, what?
Jean can perform up to 5 consecutive normal attacks, dealing
Dang.
physical damage to enemies. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina, and unleashes a wind-infused thrust that deals high physical damage and launches enemies.
She kind of looks like a fencer.
Launched enemies will fall slowly for a short time, allowing Jean to control the flow of battle, and give her teammates a chance to perform follow-up attacks more safely.
Wow.
Unlocking the talent Wind Companion gives Jean's normal attacks a chance to heal all party members on hit. This healing scales with Jean's attack power. Tapping her elemental skill Gale Blade causes Jean to gather formless wind on her sword and unleash a small storm, launching enemies in the direction
What?
Jean is aiming, dealing anemo damage.
Wow.
Holding Gale Blade constantly consumes Jean's stamina, pulling nearby enemies in front of her, and allowing her to adjust the direction in which she wishes to launch them, dealing anemo damage. Enemies launched by Gale Blade will remain
That is so
clumped together
useful.
when they fall, making follow-up attacks easier. Gale Blade is a very flexible ability. Strategic
Yo, I'm
use of the
totally
surrounding
trying that.
terrain will often amplify its effects.
Once I
Wait,
get her.
Hear me.
Dandelion
Calling
breeze.
upon the wind's protection, Jean creates a dandelion field, knocking nearby enemies back and dealing anemo damage. The field also quickly heals nearby allies and all party members.
Wow.
This healing scales with Jean's attack power. The dandelion field continuously heals characters within it, infusing them with anemo, while dealing anemo damage to enemies who enter or leave the field.
Wow.
Once the talent Let the Wind Lead is unlocked, using Dandelion Field will regenerate some additional elemental energy. Jean
What?
can help her team take charge, aid in their attacks, and do great damage through skillful use of her abilities. A well-rounded fighter indeed.
That is so
Start the
cool.
battle by using her elemental skill, mop up nearby enemy groups, and build elemental energy. Then use her charged attack to disrupt their movements, allowing your party members to switch in, attack, and deal damage. When your party members have taken significant damage, use her elemental burst at the opportune moment to repel enemies and regenerate your team's health before beginning the next round of attacks to finish the fight.
Wow.
Though Jean may lack experience, Mondstadt has only prospered since she assumed Varka's great responsibilities. Even I, who has seen countless people, must respect her desire to always defend Mondstadt. But unlike most who bear great burdens, this young knight has remained as tenacious as ever. How was her will molded, and what sustains her edge such that it never wears down? If fate wills it, I will find the answer to these questions.
Wow. Jean is amazing. I wish I would see more people use her. QiQi, Fortune Preserving Talisman. Let's take a look.
Children as special as QiQi are few and far between. As a zombie, time has no effect on her.
Can't believe she's a
But
zombie.
She has difficulty committing things to memory. For QiQi, perhaps this is a good thing. She can forget her past and be an herb gatherer at Boo Boo Pharmacy. But those who underestimate her just for being a child do so at their peril.
I am QiQi. I am a zombie. And I forgot what comes next.
Cheese and
With her
rice.
mastery over cryo, QiQi is a powerful asset to your team.
I do have
Despite
her,
her size, she has the strength to protect others.
but I haven't
With
used her
QiQi
yet.
by your side, you will always feel safe. When gathering herbs, she always knows where to find them.
What?
Because she always carries a notebook with her that has all their locations marked.
Stop
Lest she
playing!
go out and become completely lost.
She's so small.
With QiQi on your team,
I love that
the
run.
map will show areas where plants unique to Liyue grow, making it easier to gather certain resources.
Nani!
QiQi's normal attack can combo up to 5
Whoa,
slashes,
she
dealing
attacks
physical
pretty
damage
quickly.
to enemies. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina, and releases a 2-slash flurry, dealing high physical damage. Using QiQi's elemental skill,
Herald of Frost.
deals cryo damage to surrounding enemies.
That's cool.
Herald of Frost moves with the character, dealing damage along the way,
What?
while also healing the current character periodically.
What?
While Herald of Frost is active, normal and charged attack hits heal the entire party and nearby allies.
What?
By a
Are you
set amount
serious?
based on QiQi's attack power.
Oh my.
Not only does this increase the team's endurance, it also allows you to dominate the enemy when
What
paired
is wrong with
Raven.
me? I haven't been using
This
her.
skill is also useful during exploration. Using it to freeze water surfaces is a sound strategy for conserving stamina.
That is way more useful than
After
Kaya's.
unlocking the talent Life-Prolonging Methods, when a character under the influence of Adeptus Art Herald of Frost triggers an elemental reaction, incoming healing is increased.
Sacred name. Fortune Preserver.
When QiQi releases the adeptal power sealed inside herself, she marks nearby enemies with a fortune-preserving talisman and deals cryo damage to them. When enemies marked with fortune-preserving talismans take damage, the character dealing the damage is healed. By choosing an opportune moment to use Adeptus Art Preserver of Fortune, the whole team can be protected while dishing out damage.
Are you kidding me? Oh my
After
gosh.
unlocking the talent, A Glimpse into Arcanum, normal and charged attack hits have a chance to tag enemies with a fortune-preserving talisman, once per set time period. QiQi has the ability to constantly heal,
Oh, look at the
an
puppers.
excellent safeguard that helps keep your team alive. The more difficult the battle, the more apparent QiQi's assistance becomes. When entering
Unbelievable.
battle, first use Herald of Frost to allow your team to deal constant cryo damage and easily trigger elemental reactions for greater damage. The
Wow.
effects of Herald of Frost will keep your team fighting fit until the right moment comes to unleash an elemental burst, allowing your team to safely
Okay, that
unleash
elemental
all the
burst is
firepower they
epic.
have.
Wow.
As a zombie, QiQi has escaped the grip of both time and death. How QiQi entered this state of existence, I do not know, but I doubt it was of her own volition. Are the heavenly principles
Poor
toying
QiQi.
with her, or is fate seeking to torture her? Is an ordinary life of simple pleasures really a thing so fragile?
I'm going to start using QiQi. I've had her for months and never used her because of what I kept hearing about her. I guess mainly because people kept losing their 50-50 to her. Now, keep in mind, I don't have Mona yet, but hopefully I will get her at some point, especially because she's a fellow wizard. So let's take a look.
The stars illuminate all mortal destinies, though few have eyes to perceive their meaning. But Mona, an astrologist newly arrived in Mondstadt, is able to read the fates of others through stars reflected in the water. But while no phenomenon is hidden from the astrologist Mona, she struggles often with the minutiae of daily life. It is a most common predicament. The more you seek truth, the more simple joys elude you.
This
Makes
was
sense.
ordained by fate. Long
Astrolabos?
had I foreseen it.
Mona has skill that matches her reputation. As a hydro-aligned catalyst user, she masters the battlefield with ease, controlling the situation and creating openings for her teammates to attack. As a student of all things in and under the night sky,
Principium
Mona also
of
has
astrology?
a strong grasp of weapon construction. In truth, she finds that most weapons
That
are
is so
wastefully
cool.
made. When she crafts weapon ascension materials, she has a chance to recover a portion of the materials used.
What? That's awesome.
Mona's normal attack performs
Ripple
up
of
to 4
Fate?
strikes that deal
Wow.
hydro damage.
That was
Holding
fast.
the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina and deals area of effect
Yo!
hydro damage after a short
That was
casting time.
awesome. She like brings down the
Mona
hammer.
creates a phantom of fate from coalesced
Mirror
water.
reflection of doom?
This phantom taunts nearby enemies and deals continuous hydro damage to them.
It taunts
The phantom
them?
explodes when its duration expires, dealing area of effect hydro damage
Just like
to
Amber's
enemies.
ability.
Holding the elemental
Does that work
skill
against
button
bosses?
causes Mona to ride a flow of water backwards and summon her phantom.
What?
This skill has many applications. The phantom can be used to taunt enemies, making them wet and priming them for attacks from Mona's allies.
Wow.
It can also help her out of a pinch.
Whew. Those enemies are so difficult.
When Mona sprints, she cloaks
Illusory
herself in
torrent?
flowing water, consuming stamina to move rapidly.
That is so...
Ending this skill causes Mona to emerge, getting nearby enemies wet.
That is so awesome.
Illusory Torrent also allows Mona to
What?
travel swiftly over water.
Yo! I need
Once her
Mona!
first passive talent is unlocked, Mona can create a phantom automatically if she maintains this skill for a certain period of time with an enemy nearby.
Fate is upon you.
Whoa. Stellaris Phantasm?
Mona summons sparkling waves and creates a reflection of the
Wow.
starry sky.
That's
applying
beautiful.
the wet and illusory bubble
Whoa.
statuses onto all enemies in the area. When affected by illusory bubble, weaker enemies will be imprisoned and unable to move.
What?
Attacking imprisoned enemies removes that status from them and deals an instance of hydro damage.
That is
When
so
the status is
epic.
cleared, the enemy comes under an omen.
She can trap them?
Enemies affected by an omen take more damage.
She can curse them too? Nani?
On the ever-changing battlefield, Mona's capacity
Whoa.
for control cannot be overlooked. This astrologist aids her team at critical moments, controlling the field and maximizing her teammates' damage.
Mona is awesome.
As the battle begins, she first summons a phantom. It taunts enemies and lets her switch out,
Wow.
using the opening created to cooperate with her teammates and deal massive damage to enemies.
Wow.
She uses these combined techniques to control
She is so
enemies,
agile.
allowing the party to damage them safely. Once the time is right, she uses her elemental burst to entrap enemies and attacks them to trigger damage bonus effects. This way, she can defeat the weakened enemies before her, all in good time.
I need
Mona's
Mona.
hydromancy is indeed unique. No one can deny her intelligence and talent. Within Mondstadt, there are few who possess the ability and a desire to seek truth equal to hers. But beware, O young seeker. You must sacrifice your all to unravel the world's secrets. Can the astrologist Mona truly bear such a burden?
Wow. What a great video. That really got me excited to use Mona the day that I get her. What is your experience with her? I love Liue's music.
Everyone in Liyue knows it is Rex Lapis who protects their borders. But the city's daily affairs are run by the Keqing.
The Keqing.
As Yuheng of the Keqing, Keqing acts decisively and pragmatically, knowing every inch of Liyue like the back of her hand. Yet as a representative of the mortals of Liyue, she has much to say about Rex Lapis's unilateral governance.
We live in an era of change, as the old order that
Constellation.
has existed for
Trula
1,000 years
Cementari?
is about to be rewritten.
Cemetery?
Within the Keqing, Keqing is one for action. Ruthless efficiency is her modus operandi. Like her personality,
What was that?
her sword work
What?
is both swift and
What was that?
uncompromising. This, along with her control of Electro, brings a shockingly abrupt end to any enemy. Keqing could not be more familiar with
What?
Liyue. Even on long
She was like the
journeys, she
Raiden
always
before
finds a
Raiden.
swift route back home.
That was so cool!
If dispatched on an expedition in Liyue, she will complete it more quickly than most.
Yo!
Keqing can unleash a combo of up to 5 normal attacks, her final strike allowing her to pass through enemies.
That is... Why am I not seeing more
Yunlai
people use Keqing?
swordsmanship is both offensive and defensive, offering a way to dodge some attacks and strike back from a better angle.
Oh my gosh.
Hold the attack button to consume stamina, and release a 2-slash flurry, dealing high physical damage.
That's cool. Stellar
Tap Keqing's
Restoration?
elemental skill Stellar Restoration to throw a lightning stiletto, which deals electro damage to enemies in a small area upon impact, and leaves behind a lightning stiletto marker.
Are you
If
kidding
Keqing
me?
uses Stellar Restoration again while the marker is still present, she flies to the marker and performs a quick slash,
That is so
dealing electro
cool!
AoE damage. Holding Stellar Restoration allows Keqing to aim the lightning stiletto before releasing it. Adept use of the lightning stiletto produces various results. With the lightning
What?
stiletto, Keqing can flash into battle and attack from the best position. The lightning
Keqing is
stiletto
incredible.
can also be used in exploration to navigate challenging terrain. Keqing can also clear the lightning stiletto with a charged attack,
What?
causing a slashing thunderstorm that deals electro AoE damage at its location. Deft use of this skill allows Keqing to creatively deal ranged
Whoa.
damage. After unlocking the talent Thundering Penance,
I would be using that
Stellar
ability all the
Restoration
time.
while the lightning stiletto is present, converts Keqing's normal and charged attacks to electro damage for a short time.
Wow!
Cut to the chase.
Whoa, Starward sword.
Keqing
Wow.
unleashes her electro power, causing electro AoE damage. Hiding behind the shadow of her sword, she relentlessly slashes surrounding enemies at lightning
That
speed,
is so
dealing
awesome!
multiple rounds of damage, with a final burst of electro AoE damage at the end. After unlocking the talent Aristocratic Dignity,
Whoa.
casting Starward Sword increases Keqing's crit rate and energy recharge for a period of time.
Really? That is awesome!
Light on her feet and leaving no shadow, Keqing is a sharp addition to any team. Groups of enemies or single opponents are no match for a well-executed combination of her skills. Keqing cuts them all down with ease. The key to combat with Keqing is mastery of the lightning stiletto.
Wow.
First, use her elemental skill to place the stiletto.
That is so
Then,
cool!
use her elemental skill again.
I
to zip
rarely
into
use
battle
plunging
and strike
attacks
quickly.
because it's typically difficult for
Follow
me.
up with more electro damage, using her elemental skill to suppress the enemy, and continue to use the lightning stiletto at
Was that his
opportune
weak
moments
point?
to frequently move and attack.
I'm not gonna lie, I never noticed that. I would just
Keep up the
attack it
offensive
like
to
crazy
rapidly
until it
accumulate
falls
energy.
over.
Once full, it is time to unleash Starward Sword and bring the fight to a perfect end. Human history is to be written by the people. Even without the protection of the gods, Liyue would flourish as always. This is Keqing's belief. This desire to take fate into
I
her
love
own
Liyue
hands.
so much.
I remember this feeling. Will she be able to bring her vision to life, to protect this land she calls home? In the hands of the Keqing, where is Liyue headed? The road ahead is unclear, but we shall wait and see.
That was an incredible video. Keqing is amazing. I cannot wait to get her. Childe, Foul Legacy.
The Fatui from Snezhnaya are known to make waves wherever they go in Teyvat, and Tartaglia is a driving force within them. Of the 11 Harbingers, 10 concern themselves with clandestine operations. Tartaglia is the sole exception. Rather than lure his enemies into a trap, he prefers to face them head-on in one-on-one combat.
I don't have him yet.
The wind is picking up. There's conflict in the air.
His reputation precedes him. Childe is known far and wide as a fearsome warrior, well-versed in a variety of fighting forms. He can switch stances at will.
That's
he has 2 distinct
cool.
modes of attack at his disposal. When Tartaglia is in your party, all characters' normal attacks gain 1 level, dealing increased damage as a result.
What?
Tartaglia is weakest
That
with
is
a bow,
epic.
so he chooses to use one precisely to overcome this weakness. His normal attack can combo up to 6 consecutive shots. Charging the attack executes a more precise shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, hydro energy accumulates on the arrowhead. A fully charged arrow will deal hydro damage to enemies on impact, and also apply the Riptide status to them.
Riptide status.
When an enemy is affected by Riptide, further hits from Tartaglia's fully charged arrows deal multiple bouts of area of effect hydro damage.
What?
Also, when Tartaglia defeats an enemy affected by Riptide, it causes a Hydro Burst, which applies the Riptide status to nearby enemies. Unlocking the talent Never Ending extends the duration of Riptide. Faced with a strong
Raging
foe,
Tide.
Tartaglia will reveal his true might. When he casts his elemental skill, he summons weaponry fashioned from pure hydro, dealing hydro damage to surrounding enemies in the process, and also switches to his melee stance. In this stance, his normal attack now combos up to 6 consecutive hydro slashes. Charging the attack consumes stamina and releases a 2-slash flurry, dealing hydro damage. In melee stance, when Tartaglia strikes an enemy affected by Riptide, he deals area of effect hydro damage.
That's cool.
Tartaglia exits melee stance when his elemental skill is cast again, or after a certain time has elapsed. He then returns to his ranged stance, and his elemental skill enters cooldown. The longer Tartaglia spends in melee stance, the longer the cooldown time. After unlocking the talent Sword of Torrents, when in melee stance, if Tartaglia deals a critical hit, the Riptide status is applied to the enemy. Depending on Tartaglia's stance, his elemental burst will unleash one of 2 different attacks.
Riptide!
Obliteration.
In ranged stance, Tartaglia swiftly fires a hydro-imbued magic arrow ahead of him, which deals area of effect hydro damage, and also applies the Riptide status to enemies. Afterwards, Tartaglia regains some of his spent energy.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
In melee stance, Tartaglia performs a slashing attack with a wide area of effect, dealing substantial hydro damage to all surrounding enemies. And if the elemental burst hits an enemy affected by Riptide, the Riptide effect will be consumed in a hydro explosion, which deals area of effect hydro damage. Tartaglia is a formidable warrior who lives for the heat of battle. He chooses his moments to attack and retreat, and is tactical when selecting his mode of attack. This is what makes him so powerful.
Wow.
Faced with a single opponent, start by firing at them from a distance to apply the Riptide status.
Okay.
Then, enter melee stance and go in for the kill. Use fast and frequent attacks to trigger Riptide effects and deal immense damage.
Dang.
Against groups of enemies, build up energy in advance, and unleash an elemental burst in ranged stance to apply the Riptide status to the group.
Wow.
Then enter melee stance and attack the enemies affected by Riptide.
Wow.
Hacking away at their health, while also restoring Tartaglia's energy.
That is
Wait for an opportune moment to unleash another elemental burst and take them all out in one go. bringing the battle to a clear-cut conclusion.
That was
Few know
epic.
where Tartaglia acquired his fighting skills before becoming a Harbinger. Nor do many know where his lust for combat originates. There is a dangerous secret to the martial legacy he inherits, but it is one that even he himself does not fully understand. Since becoming a Fatui Harbinger, fighting for the Tsaritsa is his new motivation as a warrior. Childe is the Tsaritsa's weapon of war, and he stands for the might of Snezhnaya. An icy storm is starting to blow towards the other nations. Brace yourselves. Tevat is about to get cold.
Wow. The fact that he has two different stances is pretty cool. That is very useful. It's kind of like having two characters in the party. Zhongli, Dominance of Earth.
When it comes to Liyue's sacred traditions, the divinity is in the details. Even the most fastidious of academics don't claim to know them all. And yet, the mysterious funeral consultant, Zhongli, seems to know them like the back of his hand. The ancient rite of parting is a most unique tradition. Many details have been lost over time, but Zhongli is still able to perform the rite to perfection. Though he looks young, Zhongli knows each ancient tradition inside out, but his own past is shrouded in mystery.
Every journey has its final day.
Whew.
Don't rush.
His voice.
Zhongli excels at manipulating Geo, able to create and absorb Geo matter, and provide sturdy shields for his allies. This, paired with his exceptional ability in combat, makes him a reliable member of your party. Zhongli seems to know everything about everything, even a simple chunk of white iron ore.
Arcanum of Crystal?
He is able to pick out the best ore and use it to maximum effectiveness.
Wow.
When forging polearms, Zhongli recovers a set percentage of the ores used.
What? That's so cool.
Zhongli's normal attack can combo up to 6 strikes, dealing physical damage to
Whoa.
enemies. Hold the attack button to consume a set amount of stamina and lunge forward,
What?
casting down stone spears across Zhongli's
That
path,
is so cool.
dealing significant physical damage to enemies. Tap Zhongli's elemental skill to summon the Geo energy from within the ground,
Dominus
and form a
Lepidus.
stone steel, dealing area of effect Geo damage to enemies. While the stone steel remains, it will periodically resonate with nearby Geo constructs, dealing continuous Geo damage to surrounding enemies.
What?
You
I
can
have
take
Ningguang.
advantage of this in battle. Draw enemies affected by other elements towards the stone steel, to both deal Geo damage and cause crystallized reactions.
So they all gravitate towards Zhongli's
Use the
pole.
elemental shield created by Crystallize to help your party survive. Stone steels can
Whoa.
also be used to block enemy attacks, or climbed to traverse difficult terrain.
Very useful.
Holding Zhongli's elemental skill causes Geo energy around him to explode, creating a Jade shield and dealing area of effect Geo damage.
What?
The Jade shield absorbs damage. The amount absorbed scales with Zhongli's max HP, and is higher against enemies' Geo attacks.
That is so cool.
If Zhongli is surrounded by targets affected by Geo, it will drain a large amount of Geo energy from up to 2 of them. This effect does not deal damage, but can effectively break down enemies' Geo armor
What?
and nearby ore deposits.
I need Zhongli.
After unlocking the talent Resonant Waves, when the Jade Shield takes damage, it will fortify your character, allowing their shield to absorb more damage.
Wow.
This is order.
Planet
Zhongli
Befall?
can bring a huge meteor crashing down, dealing massive Geo damage
is
and
so
applying
cool.
petrification to enemies caught near the impact site. Petrified enemies become immobilized. After unlocking the talent Dominance of Earth, Planet Befall deals additional damage to enemies, which scales with Zhongli's max HP. Zhongli maintains his composure, even as he metes out punishment in battle. His exceptional ability to provide support and deal damage makes him quite prepared for any scenario. As the fight begins, First, use Zhongli's elemental skill to summon a stone steel and draw enemies near it, creating the ideal environment for dealing damage. Next, create a jade shield to absorb incoming damage. Then, alternate normal and charged attacks, stringing together attacks to deal enormous damage. When energy is full, unleash an elemental burst and coordinate your party's attacks to wipe out the enemy. While Liyue Harbor grows restless on the eve of disaster, as the host of the Rite of Parting, Zhongli still calmly goes about his work. The world around him may be descending into chaos, yet he remains unperturbed, sipping his tea and watching a good show. Quite the fascinating character. As Liyue faces the turbulence of change, does he believe it is none of his business? Or is he also a player in this game, acting behind the scenes? It may be some time before the answers finally emerge. But no matter, for time is not something I lack.
Wow. What an incredible video. And this just makes it that much more painful because I do not have Zhongli. Albedo. Kreideprinz? Probably butchered that.
The city of pastorals, Mondstadt, is as free as the wind. Even an outsider like Albedo can become chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius. But on the other hand, his mastery of alchemy means that no one ever would have taken much persuading. Mondstadt was never a nation known for its alchemy, but since Albedo's arrival, the Knights' achievements in the field sit only behind those of Sumeru's top scholars.
Wow.
Knights and academics. Not two words that one would expect to hear in the same sentence.
Princeps Cretaceous?
Instead of leading the charge in combat, the calm and collected Albedo is better suited to providing support with reliable geodamage.
Ah, okay, support
Still,
character.
his skill set allows him to deal powerful attacks, meaning he more than holds his own on the battlefield. Creation is the basis of alchemy. Albedo's knowledge allows him to find ways to improve crafting recipes and make better use of materials.
What?
When crafting weapon ascension materials, he has a chance of doubling the crafting output.
That is awesome!
Albedo's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes with his sword.
Weiss.
Holding the attack button consumes a certain amount of stamina and performs 2 swift forward slashes. Tap his elemental skill to create a solar isotoma using alchemy, dealing area of effect geodamage. A field is created around the solar isotoma. Periodically, when an enemy within the field takes damage, a transient blossom is generated at the enemy's location.
That's pretty cool.
The transient blossom scales off Albedo's defense, dealing AoE geodamage to surrounding enemies. A transient blossom can only be generated once every 2 seconds. Additionally, making contact with the solar isotoma causes geoenergy to accumulate, forming a crystallized platform that lifts the character up to a certain height. Only one platform can exist at a time. Strategic use of the crystallized platform lets you employ plunging attacks in battle, and helps you deal with enemies up above.
I didn't think about that.
When adventuring, hold Albedo's elemental skill to choose the solar isotoma's position, and use the crystallized platform to get past environmental obstacles more quickly.
Very useful.
After unlocking the talent Calcite Might, transient blossoms deal extra damage against enemies with low health.
Okay.
Crystallized geoenergy bursts forth at Albedo's command, dealing AoE geodamage in front of Albedo. If Albedo's solar isotoma is still present on the battlefield, 7 fatal blossoms are generated in the solar isotoma field, which bloom aggressively, dealing AoE geodamage.
That's so cool!
After unlocking the talent Homuncular Nature, Albedo's elemental burst increases nearby party members' elemental mastery for a period of time.
What?
Albedo's skill set is a rare and invaluable asset in combat. Creative use of the solar isotoma greatly diversifies the battle, paving the party's way to certain victory. When the battle begins, create a solar isotoma with Albedo's elemental skill.
Okay.
As he and fellow party members attack enemies inside the solar isotoma field, transient blossoms appear and deal damage to enemies, while generating crystalline shields through elemental reactions. Solar isotoma also enables party members to unleash plunging attacks.
That's a big deal.
When energy is full, have Albedo unleash an elemental burst, giving the whole party a performance boost with increased elemental mastery.
Wow. I think he changes the definition of support.
No one can dispute Albedo's talent, but the source of the knowledge he possesses, it once brought about the destruction of a glorious nation.
What?
All that most people know of him is his title, Kreideprinz, and that he gained his position in the Knights on recommendation from Alice the Adventurer. Beyond this, the young man is a stranger to them, a complete mystery, and the essence of his knowledge is equally unknown.
What?
But I know it well. It hails from Khanria, the art of Chemia. Soil and chalk, the universe and earth, pure dust and the birth of human life. There is no mistaking it. I am content to watch most crises play out from the sidelines, but if Albedo were ever to make a single wrong move, I could not let myself ignore it.
What? There is a lot of lore that I am missing out on. The context is lacking. Is Albedo a bad guy? Or is Dainsleif a bad guy? Ganyu, Ambling amidst Karst peaks?
Given Liyue's present prosperity, it's only natural that the city's operational support should match its scale. For millennia, from the birth of the Liyue Keqing to its current roster of 7, they've all relied on the Yuehai Pavilion's secretary, the half-Qilin illuminated beast Ganyu, who assists the mortals in handling the most crucial matters. Although I detest deities, and have no liking for the Adepti who sign contracts with the Geo-Archon, a person like Ganyu is still deserving of my respect.
My job is to honor my contract with Rex Lapis by looking out for the interests of
what a beautiful
all living
sphere.
things in Liyue.
It is said that when a Qilin is brought to fight, the sun will lose its light. Ganyu is a force to be reckoned with, an archer with an exceptional aptitude for aimed shots. Her mastery over cryo lends itself well to high-damage burst attacks, while her skills are of great help to her and her allies during combat. Through centuries of training, Ganyu's archery has reached the acme of perfection. She excels at not only using bows, but also making them. Though she no longer needs to fight on the front lines, she still knows bow and arrow like the back of her hand. While forging bow-type weapons, Ganyu recovers a set percentage of the ores used.
That is so awesome!
Her normal attack can combo up to 6 consecutive shots,
archery,
dealing physical damage to enemies. Charging the attack executes a more precise shot that deals increased damage. Based on its charge time, the shot generates different effects.
Really?
Charge level 1 fires off an icy arrow that deals cryo damage.
There's different levels?
Charge level 2 fires off a frostflake arrow that deals cryo damage and blooms after hitting its target, dealing AoE cryo damage.
That is so useful!
Frostflake arrow's power is best used against distant groups of enemies to maximize its effect. After unlocking the talent Undivided Heart, within a set period of time after shooting a Frostflake arrow, the next Frostflake arrow and its bloom will receive a crit rate bonus.
What?
Tap Ganyu's elemental skill to dash backward, leaving an Ice Lotus in her place that deals cryo damage.
That is so cool.
And continuously taunts surrounding enemies, attracting them to attack it.
No pun intended.
When destroyed, or once its duration ends, it blooms profusely, dealing AoE cryo damage. Ice Lotus's endurance scales based on Ganyu's max HP.
Really?
Dexterous use of Ice Lotus can effectively redirect enemy fire, creating a safe environment for Ganyu to dish out damage.
Blaze over!
Celestial Shower. Wow.
Ganyu coalesces atmospheric frost to summon a sacred cryo pearl. While it's active, the sacred cryo pearl will continuously rain down
That's supposed to be the
shards of ice
planet?
upon enemies within a set area, dealing cryo damage. Celestial Shower deals damage while serving as a reliable source of cryo that allows Ganyu's allies
Yo,
to
Ganyu
trigger
is
corresponding
overpowered.
elemental reactions and further increase their
And I'm
damage
here for
output.
it. I wish I had her.
Unlocking the talent Harmony Between Heaven and Earth with Ganyu in your party, all active party members within Celestial Shower's AoE gain a cryo damage bonus.
Wow.
As an archer, Ganyu knows to keep her enemies at a safe distance and avoid close quarters combat. A constant barrage of frostflake arrows is what makes her strengths truly shine, leading her to victory. Ganyu can use her elemental skill to get out of harm's way and taunt her opponents, allowing her to then fire frostflake arrows unbothered, dealing damage to groups of enemies from afar. When her energy is full, Ganyu can unleash her elemental burst to further increase her ability to deal damage. When facing more formidable foes together with her allies, Ganyu's ability to taunt and infuse enemies with cryo
She is
an effective form of support for the whole party that allows for defeating enemies in one fell swoop.
Unbelievable.
The Liyue Keqing has changed over generations. Centuries have passed in the blink of an eye. Ganyu's accompanied Liyue through many a storm, but Liyue Harbor itself, can this city really become a safe harbor for an Adeptus in the world of mortals? When the Geo-Archon Morax was alive, an Adeptus like Ganyu could find a sense of belonging in the human city. But at present, when the rite of parting has already marked his end, the loneliness of an inhuman living in the human world, will it take Ganyu over completely?
Poor Ganyu. Ganyu is an incredible character. Xiao, Conqueror of Demons.
Many fell in the Archon War, but though their life force faded, their power and malice survived as remnants, posing a continued threat to the world. In Liyue, the task of ending this threat, or rather,
He is so much fun to use.
falls
I
to
don't
Xiao.
have him, but I got to use him in the test
To
demo.
most in Liyue, Xiao is a name seldom heard, and as the few who have seen him can attest, he appears only when grave danger is nigh. Coming across this Adeptus, should one count their blessings or their curses?
Conquering demons is what I do.
Lattice Nemesis?
Hailed as the Conqueror of Demons, Xiao's abilities are unparalleled among the Adepti. As such, he vanquishes demons without breaking a sweat. Xiao is agile. His movement skills allow him to dart around the battlefield.
Unreal.
And when he dons the mask of the Yaksha, his abilities are enhanced even further.
Wow.
As he purges evil and protects Liyue. After years of honing his abilities,
Transcension,
Xiao has developed an
gravity to
Adeptus
fire.
art that affords him strength at high altitudes. When Xiao is in the party, the active character consumes less stamina while climbing.
Wow.
Xiao's normal attack can combo up to 6 strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Holding the attack button causes Xiao to consume stamina and perform an upward thrust, dealing physical damage and lifting enemies into the air.
That was clean.
While airborne, press attack to perform a plunging attack, striking enemies on the way down and dealing AoE damage upon landing.
That's
Xiao
awesome.
will not lose HP from a plunging attack, no matter how high he starts.
What?
Use Xiao's elemental skill to lunge forward,
Lemon
dealing
static
animo
wind
damage to
cycling?
enemies in his path. Make adept use of this skill to dart effortlessly around the battlefield, dealing damage while tactically adjusting your position.
Wow.
Also, lemniscatic wind cycling can be used while airborne,
What?
making it easy for Xiao to navigate challenging terrain, aiding with exploration.
I didn't know that.
Lemniscatic wind cycling starts with 2 charges available. After unlocking the talent Dissolution Eon Heaven Fall, if Xiao uses multiple charges in quick succession, damage dealt increases with each one.
What?
Evil conquering!
Bane of all evil.
When Xiao unleashes an elemental burst, he dons the Yaksha's mask that once struck fear into gods and demons alike. His attacks now deal animo damage, which cannot be overridden by another elemental infusion.
Really?
And Xiao's attack AoE and damage are both increased. In addition, Xiao's jumping ability is greatly enhanced, allowing him to assail the enemy with plunging attacks.
This is so cool.
The Yaksha's mask brings enormous power, but also great suffering. During Xiao's elemental burst, he will continually lose HP.
Oh no!
This effect stops if he leaves the field. After unlocking the talent Conqueror of Evil, Tamer of Demons, while Bane of all evil is active, Xiao's damage gradually increases. When Xiao goes into battle, danger follows in his wake. To avoid harming others, he acts quickly, completing the task at hand as efficiently as possible. As the fight begins, Xiao uses his elemental skill to move rapidly around the battlefield, changing strategic positions, dealing damage as he goes, and building up energy.
Wow.
When his energy is full, he unleashes his elemental burst and harnesses the power of the Yaksha's mask to incapacitate the enemy with plunging attacks
awesome.
and finish off every last one. For millennia, tales of the Yakshas have been told in Liyue. But over time, these defenders of the masses have all but disappeared. Only Xiao still honors his contract with the Geo Archon by performing the duties assigned to him, though the cost of this duty is perpetual solitude.
That's so sad.
I know that Adepti suffer heartache just as I do, but I cannot know Xiao's future. Will Xiao be ravaged by the unending war he wages and be plunged into despair? Or will he meet someone who understands his sacrifice and can shine a ray of light into his dark world?
Poor Xiao. That is a 5-star character if I ever saw one. I can't wait to get him someday. He is so much fun. Hu Tao, fragrance in Thaw. I don't have Hu Tao.
The people of Liyue value tradition, and their traditions are embodied in all manner of rites. Of these, the rites that mark life's end are of utmost importance. Liyue's funeral rites are complex, and only Wangsheng Funeral Parlor can conduct them to the satisfaction of all. Wangsheng has stood for 77 generations and has gained still greater fame in recent years.
Wow.
Thanks to their eccentric young director, Hu Tao.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
What?
Hu Tao manipulates pyro with ease and can sacrifice her HP to increase her damage output, cleansing the world of impurities with an unrelenting flame.
Dang, she fights like Xiao.
When Hu Tao cooks a dish perfectly, she has a chance to obtain a suspicious dish of the same kind.
What?
Hu Tao's normal attack
Secret Spear
can
of
combo up to
Wangsheng?
6 strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Hu Tao's charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to lunge forward, dealing physical damage to enemies in her path. Hu Tao also has a unique effect when sprinting, allowing her to briefly disappear and pass through certain small foes.
How? That's awesome.
Hu Tao consumes part of her HP to cast her elemental skill, knocking nearby enemies back and entering the Paramita Papilio state. This converts her attack damage to pyro damage, which cannot be overridden by another elemental infusion. Her resistance to interruption is also increased, and she receives an attack increase based on her max HP when entering this state. Paramita Papilio ends after a set duration, or when Hu Tao leaves the field. After unlocking the talent Flutterby, ending Paramita Papilio increases the crit rate of all of Hu Tao's party members other than herself for a set duration. Moreover, while Paramita Papilio is in effect, Hu Tao's charged attacks apply the Blood Blossom effect to enemies it hits.
What?
Enemies affected by Blood Blossom will
Kinda
take
like
pyro
Mona.
damage at set intervals.
Oh, that's cool.
This effect automatically expires after a while. Only one Blood Blossom can exist on any one target at a time, and only
Okay,
Hu
so
Tao
only
can
one
refresh
target.
its duration. Wang Sheng has a long heritage. It's said that their directors passed down a secret technique to traverse between life and death. Unafraid in the face of death, they instead unleash yet greater power. Once the talent Sanguine Rouge is unlocked, Hu Tao gains a pyro damage bonus when her HP is low.
Elemental Burst, Spirit Soother.
Hu Tao commands a blazing spirit to deal pyro damage in a large AoE. When her elemental burst hits enemies, Hu Tao regenerates a certain percentage of her max HP. A
That's pretty
maximum
useful.
of 5 enemies can affect this percentage. Additionally, using this skill when Hu Tao's HP is low deals greater damage and regenerates more HP.
Interesting.
Hu Tao's unique fighting style often imperils her. As such, she must coordinate with her teammates and choose the right moment to use her skills and manage her HP.
I think that would be the biggest
Hu
challenge.
Tao often begins by using her elemental skill to enter the Paramita Papilio state. Then she alternates between normal and charged attacks to deal pyro damage, applying Blood Blossoms onto enemies. She then leaves the field, using the crit rate increase from Flutterby to increase her teammates' damage output. When Hu Tao's HP is low, she can choose a group of enemies upon which to unleash her elemental burst, dealing pyro damage and regenerating her HP.
That's cool.
Wang Sheng Funeral Parlor conducts rites of utmost solemnity, and its staff are used to speaking little, making Hu Tao's liveliness seem an ill fit. Her elders once criticized her mischief-making, but having seen her immaculate conduct of the parlor's affairs, they could do naught but admit their error. Life and death are but two halves of an endless cycle. Life leads unto death, and death unto new life. Why then should death be taboo? Hu Tao has had the wisdom to see this, though some of her elders have yet to do so.
Interesting. She seems like a gambler. Like if you can effectively manage her HP, then she can really be a force of nature. But if you're careless like me, you may find yourself constantly reviving her. So tell me, if you have Hu Tao, let me know what your experience is with her, especially amongst the other Pyro characters. Rosaria, Purger of the Shadows.
Mondstadt's Church of Favonius has a very unique sister, Rosaria.
She looks like a
Despite being
vampire.
a priestess, she has never been witnessed offering prayers to the gods.
I do have her, though.
Swift of foot and aloof in speech, she becomes active in the darkness of Mondstadt's night.
Okay.
She belongs to a clandestine side of Mondstadt, brandishing sharp blades under the moonlight to strike down intruding shadows. In exchange for the people's freedom and peace, the non-believer is tasked with purging the filth that no light will touch. City blessed by the Animo Archon.
Constellation Spinia Corona.
Pray, not for the gods nor the betterment of others, but for yourself.
Rosaria has powerful one-on-one combat capabilities, and as a wielder of a cryovision, her elemental burst can provide continuous cryo damage, assisting the party with damage output and
That's pretty
field
cool.
control. When Rosaria is
Reminds
in
me
the
of
party,
QiQi.
she increases the movement speed of party members during nighttime.
What?
This effect cannot be applied in domains, trounce domains, or the spiral abyss.
That's pretty cool.
Rosaria's normal attack performs up to 5 consecutive strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Holding the attack button allows Rosaria to consume a certain amount of stamina to lunge forwards, dealing physical damage to enemies in her path. Tapping Rosaria's elemental skill swiftly positions her behind
Ravaging
her opponent.
Confession.
She then pierces and slashes
Thought I
the
said
enemy
raging.
with her polearm, dealing cryo damage.
Well, that was cool.
Ravaging Confession
Whoa.
can be used to quickly approach an enemy, identify an advantageous position,
I did not
and
know
launch
that.
your assault. It can also be used to dodge enemy attacks, allowing you to turn the tide of battle. It is important to note that Rosaria cannot use this ability to move behind larger enemies. After unlocking the talent Regina Probation, whenever Rosaria strikes an enemy from behind with Ravaging Confession, her crit rate will increase for a short period of time.
Oh, wow. So you want to sneak up on enemies. Rites of Termination.
For her elemental burst, Rosaria swings her polearm around her, striking all nearby foes. An icy lance of coalesced frost then strikes the ground, dealing cryo damage.
That's pretty cool.
While the ice lance is present, it will intermittently emit a freezing chill, dealing cryo damage to nearby enemies. Strategically utilizing the ice lance through elemental reactions allows party members to control or inflict even greater damage.
Wow, okay.
After unlocking the talent Shadow Samaritan, when Rosaria uses Rites of Termination,
So imagine
all party
using
members
that
except
with
for Rosaria
Mona's taunting
receive a temporary
ability.
increase to their crit rate based
So
on
not only are they
Rosaria's own
distracted,
crit
but
rate.
they'll stay within that area of effect.
Rosaria, throwing herself into battle, turns
I'm pretending like I know what I'm talking
daytime
about.
mist into the biting blades of winter that plunge into the bones of the guilty.
Whoa.
As the battle begins, coordinate attacks with the other characters in your party.
Okay.
And use elemental skills to trigger elemental
Whoa.
reactions.
That was
At the
cool.
same time, quickly shift behind the enemy and follow up with normal attacks.
And then you'll get increased crit,
When
right?
Rosaria's energy is full, use her elemental burst to inflict continuous cryo damage, then leave the field. Use the crit rate increase from the talent Shadow Samaritan to assist the other party members in swiftly defeating foes. Mondstadt's nights are peaceful and tranquil, but in the quiet of the dark, there are those who glimpse a flash of cold steel. This is the dour sister who metes out punishment to protect this place of peace and the sisters who are purity incarnate. Unperturbed with dirtying her hands, she has become a blood-soaked executioner. And having witnessed the cruelty of this world, she can no longer close her eyes and extol the blessings of the gods. Rosaria, the most unique sister in Mondstadt's Church of Favonius, never needed redemption from the gods, for she grasped it with her own hands.
Wow. I have her. I still didn't quite see enough for me to get excited about her, if I'm being completely honest. You know, maybe she'd be really good on a cryo team. QiQi and Shenhe. Yanfei. Blaze of Legal Brilliance. Let's take a look.
Liyue is both the nation of contracts and the beating heart of trade in Tavana.
Lovely way.
Its laws are rigorous and exhaustive, serving as pillars of order in a fluid population.
Okay.
But those able to memorize and abide by all the laws of the land number few indeed. Accordingly, when civil disputes and criminal proceedings arise, the first point of call for many is Liyue Harbor's famed legal advisor, Yanfei.
I remember her introductory quest.
The law, can the people solve
Honestly
life's
kinda
myriad
bored
of
me.
problems?
But I haven't used her yet.
Honored as Liyue's top legal expert, Yanfei knows the law like the back of her hand, as well as how to bend it, balancing legality and humanity. Her expertise routinely resolves the most intractable of disputes. But if confronted by those who act with flagrant disregard for the law, it is Yanfei's command of fire and flame that will place them in jeopardy. As Liyue's most sought-after legal advisor,
Encyclopedic
Yanfei provides
expertise.
legal support across the whole of Liyue, which has allowed her to explore many of its hidden corners. Having mastered the legal codices, she is well versed in the various local specialties traded by the waterfront. When Yanfei is in the party, the location of resources unique to Liyue appear on the minimap, making it easier to gather certain items.
What?
Yanfei's normal attack casts a
Seal of
fireball
approval?
and can be comboed to deal up to 3 rounds of pyro damage. Hitting
3
an enemy
rounds.
with a normal attack grants Yanfei a single scarlet seal, She can possess a maximum of 3 Scarlet Seals at a time.
Whoa.
Gaining a new Scarlet Seal resets the duration of existing seals. Each Scarlet Seal decreases Yanfei's stamina consumption, and they will disappear when she leaves the field. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina and releases a
is that an
charged
anvil?
attack, dealing AoE pyro damage in the area in front of her. Any Scarlet Seals held by Yanfei are consumed when a charged attack is released.
It got bigger.
And the AoE and damage of this attack are increased based on the number of Scarlet Seals consumed. After unlocking the talent Proviso, when Yanfei consumes Scarlet Seals with a charged attack, each Scarlet Seal will increase Yanfei's pyro damage bonus for a set period.
Really? Okay.
If she uses a charged attack again during this period, it will end the effect.
So charged attacks get rid of those seals.
Yanfei's sharp eyes and keen wits
Blazing eye.
singling out opportunists and lawbreakers, whilst the adeptal power that resides within her helps when it comes to serving out justice. After unlocking the talent Blazing Eye, when Yanfei's charged attacks deal crit hits, she will deal an additional bout of AoE pyro damage. Tap Yanfei's elemental skill to summon blistering flames that deal AoE pyro damage. Hitting an enemy with her elemental skill grants Yanfei the maximum number of Scarlet Seals.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Which she can use to unleash a follow-up charged attack, keeping the ball firmly in her court.
Inadmissible evidence!
Done deal.
Unleashing Yanfei's elemental burst triggers a spray of intense flames that rush at nearby enemies, dealing AoE pyro damage, and granting her the maximum number of Scarlet Seals, as well as applying Brilliance to her. Brilliance grants Yanfei a Scarlet Seal at fixed intervals. It also increases the damage dealt by her charged attacks. Adept use of Brilliance allows Yanfei to increase her Scarlet Seal accumulation rate and string together charged attacks, dealing greater damage to her enemies. Yanfei's flaming seals are a powerful legal instrument, and her terms of use ensure that they bolster her position in any form of dispute. By first accumulating Scarlet Seals, then following with an enhanced charged attack, Yanfei can rule decisively on any case before her. During battle, Yanfei can alternate between normal attacks and her elemental skill to deal pyro damage to enemies, and gain Scarlet Seals. With Scarlet Seals in her possession, Yanfei can release powerful charged attacks to put the enemy on the back foot. When Yanfei's energy is full, unleash her elemental bursts to further increase her damage output. At this stage, Yanfei needs only to release regular charged attacks to rout her enemies once and for all. Yanfei was born during Liyue's peacetime. Though part illuminated beast, she never signed a contract with the Geo-Archon. Unconstrained by Adepti responsibility, she keeps herself busy in the city, experiencing all manner of worldly affairs, comprehending all levels of human emotion. In her hands, the legal codices are a contract, a tool, a framework of reason, but never a cage. She longs for a free-spirited life well within the confines of the law, but each detail of the cumbersome legal codices is also dear to her heart.
For her,
Perhaps
cage would be jail.
A balance can be struck between them.
Wow, okay. So, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to offend any Yanfei fans out there. I'm sure she's really good, but that video just didn't quite do it for me. Like, I didn't feel like, okay, I really need to level her up. I have some people in the community that have Yanfei and they swear by her, so I believe them. It's just, again, being completely transparent, it just didn't really sell me on Yanfei. But I do have her at level 60, and you know, I'm definitely gonna give her a try, especially maybe on a pyro team. So if you use Yanfei, please share your experience with her so you can possibly change my mind. Eula, Surging Frost, someone else that I don't have.
Ever since the first night of Favonius rid herself of her chains, the winds of freedom have carried the fight against oppression into every corner of Mondstadt.
She looks really cool, though.
Yet today, among the ranks of the knights sworn to champion freedom, there walks a descendant of the former tyrannical aristocracy. Eula, the progeny of an infamous lineage with vengeance always on her lips, is the captain of the Knights of Favonius Reconnaissance Company. The Spindrift Knight, supremely skilled with her blade. Her controversial heritage leaves many wondering why the Knights would accept her. Perhaps because the songs of freedom woven into the Mondstadt winds first asked, why not?
Ready for reconnaissance.
Okay.
Naturally, Eula earned her captaincy with her superior capabilities, masterfully combining Favonia's blade work with cryomagic.
Man, imagine her and
Tip of
Shenhe
her blade, which
on the
she
same
wields
team.
with the cadence of a dancer. Waltzing gracefully into battle, she then strikes like a crashing wave.
Now that is a cool
Eula derives
animation.
no additional status in Mondstadt from her
Aristocratic
once noble
introspection.
lineage, but finds herself the victim of a strict and outmoded education. She dismisses what she was taught as pointless pretension, yet is unable to escape its influence entirely, often subjecting herself to meticulous introspection. When Eula crafts talent level-up materials, she has a chance to double the output, boosting the party's adventure readiness.
Another one that does that.
Eula's
Awesome.
normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes
Favonia's
that deal
blade
physical
work.
damage to enemies.
Edel.
Holding the attack steadily consumes stamina, while Eula unleashes a rapid string of
Kinda
slashes,
like Beto
also dealing physical damage.
and Diluc.
When her charged attack ends, she unleashes a powerful strike that launches smaller enemies within her range. Tap Eula's elemental skill Ice-Tide Vortex to perform a rapid slash that deals cryo damage. When the slash hits an enemy, Eula gains 1 stack of Grimheart. The effect has a maximum of 2 stacks. Grimheart increases Eula's resistance to interruption in her defense.
Oh, that's pretty
creating optimal
cool.
conditions for her to dish out damage. Holding Ice-Tide Vortex causes Eula to consume all stacks of Grimheart and perform a spinning frontal slash that
That's
deals
pretty
AoE
cool.
cryo damage.
I like that.
If this attack consumes Grimheart stacks, it will decrease the physical and cryo resistance of surrounding enemies.
Really?
Stack
Okay.
of Grimheart consumed will convert to an Ice Whirl brand, dealing cryo damage to nearby enemies.
Flood of frost.
Glacial illumination. Wow.
Eula's elemental burst unleashes a mighty slash
That
of
is
her
so
sword,
cool.
dealing cryo damage to surrounding enemies and forming a Lightfall sword that follows her around.
Oh, that kind of reminds
While
me
the
of
Lightfall sword is
Dia's
present, Eula's
ability.
resistance to interruption is increased further. Additionally, when enemies are damaged by Eula's normal attack, elemental skill, or elemental burst, the Lightfall sword's energy is charged. When its duration ends, the Lightfall sword will descend and explode violently, dealing physical damage to surrounding enemies. The damage dealt increases with the Lightfall sword's charge stack.
Whoa.
When Eula leaves the field, the Lightfall sword will instantly explode.
Okay.
After unlocking the talent Roiling Rhyme, when Eula holds Ice-Tide Vortex, if 2 stacks of Grimheart are consumed together, a shattered Lightfall sword is created and explodes immediately, dealing half the base physical
That's
damage of the
cool.
Lightfall sword.
I feel like I never see anyone
Years of
use her.
Reconnaissance Company
Why is that?
campaigns have honed Eula's instinct
Wellspring
for launching
of
surprise
Warlust.
offensives. When she strikes, waves of frost and rays of light surge forth like ocean spray. After unlocking the talent Wellspring of Warlust, casting Eula's Elemental Burst immediately grants 1 stack of Grimheart and resets the cooldown of her elemental skill.
See, that is awesome.
The Spindrift Knight's battleground is the shadows far beyond Mondstadt's city walls. Eula's strength is in hunting down her enemy with courage and calculation, striking with her frosty Favonius blade work. In combat, Eula often starts the offensive with her normal attack, interspersing her strikes with the tapping effect of her elemental skill to keep up the pursuit and accrue Grimheart stacks. Next, holding her elemental skill at an opportune moment will deal damage to her enemy, while also
I like
reducing
her
their
play
physical
style.
and cryo resistance by consuming the Grimheart
She's very,
stacks.
I don't know, elegant
When Eula's
when
energy
she's
is
attacking.
full, unleashing her
Like, it looks
elemental
like a
burst
dance.
puts further pressure on the enemy,
But
and
she happens to be
creates
wielding a
Lightfall
weapon.
sword.
That's pretty cool.
Now is the time for a rapid offensive. To charge the Lightfall sword and finally take down the enemy when it explodes. There are those with hatred in their hearts that are able to do what Eula has done. Take the lust for vengeance bequeathed to them by fate and channel it into a force for self-advancement. For Eula, this has set her down a path of peace and inner strength. Still, there are others for whom the passage of time does nothing to quell the poison spreading through their souls. Only the future will reveal the path they take, but inevitably, it will be a different one.
I definitely want to learn more about Eula. I feel like she's a character that just has a backstory that could be really cool, and I hope I'm not wrong about it. So if you have Eula, let me know what your experience is with her. Kazuha, free spirit. Can't wait to get him someday.
No one is sure when they first noticed it, but once in a while, from the deck of the Alcor, flagship of the heavily armed Crux fleet, the soft sound of a flute can be heard. Following the ocean breeze to wherever it may lead, trace the sound back to its source, and you will see a young samurai of Inazuma calmly sitting in a crow's nest, playing a leaf flute while taking in the sights and sounds of the natural world. But ask the other sailors about his story, and you'll find they know little more than you. All they can tell you is he is a trainee sailor from Inazuma. His name is Kaedehara Kazuha.
Come driving rain
Wow.
or winds that
The
churn,
Acer
I shall return by blade
Palmatum
alone,
constellation.
armed, if barefoot, to my home.
Many look at Kaedehara Kazuha and see but a young face. What they miss is a swift and deadly samurai wanderer who is not to be taken lightly. Kaedehara Kazuha has the ability to manipulate animo and provides an elemental damage bonus for members of his party. Also, with his elemental skill,
I've always called him the Canadian Traveler.
Use of special plunging attacks that keep enemies grouped together, providing great support to his party.
See, that is so cool.
Like a leaf on the breeze, he is light
Exploration
as a
talent.
feather and swift as a blade. When Kaedehara Kazuha is in your party, he reduces sprinting stamina consumption for your party members, making
What?
exploration faster.
That is so cool.
Kazuha's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes that deal physical damage to enemies. Hold the attack button to consume a set amount of stamina, and perform 2 swift slashes
Whoa.
to his front, dealing high physical damage. While Kazuha is airborne, pressing the attack button causes him to perform a plunging attack, damaging opponents along the path and dealing AoE damage upon impact. Tap his elemental skill, Chihayabaru, to unleash a secret blade technique, pulling enemies and objects toward him,
What?
launching enemies within his range, and dealing animo damage.
That is so cool.
Kazuha uses the gust of wind generated in this moment to soar up into the air. For a
That is
short period
awesome.
after using Chihayabaru, while Kazuha remains airborne, he can unleash a powerful plunging attack, Midare Ranzan. The damage dealt by this plunging attack is converted to animo damage. When Kazuha lands, he uses another secret blade technique to create a wind tunnel that pulls in nearby enemies and objects.
Wow.
With this effect, Kazuha
Whoa.
can concentrate enemies in one place, allowing other party members to attack more efficiently. Chihayabaru is a skill that can
What?
be used while airborne, giving
That
Kazuha
is so
great
useful.
agility when out exploring.
I'm
When
glad I at least have the
Chihayabaru is
Wanderer.
held instead of tapped,
Otherwise, I'd really be
Kazuha
missing out
deals increased
between
animo
him and
damage
Xiao.
over a wider area. After unlocking the talent Somon Swordsmanship, Kazuha's elemental skill can absorb Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro when cast. If a
So
Midare
cool.
Ranzan plunging attack is performed before Chihayabaru's effects expire, it deals additional elemental damage of the absorbed element.
What?
Only one elemental absorption can occur per Chihayabaru.
Clouds hide. The birds call.
Whoa. This is one of the
Kaedehara
coolest
Kazuha's
elemental bursts I've
is
seen.
the pinnacle achievement of his self-taught blade work. He strikes with the force of the first winds of autumn, dealing AoE animo damage.
The first
This
winds
attack
of autumn.
produces a field called Autumn Whirlwind.
Autumn
The field
Whirlwind.
periodically deals animo damage to enemies within it.
What?
If Autumn Whirlwind comes into contact with Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro, it will absorb that element and deal additional elemental damage.
That is so useful.
This elemental absorption may only occur once in its duration. Kazuha can use the Autumn Whirlwind field to easily affect multiple enemies with an element, creating ideal opportunities for his allies to attack. The wind blows to all within its vast reach,
the poetics
and knows
of
the
Fubutsu.
coming fall from the first withered leaf. For a set duration after Kazuha triggers a swirl reaction, all party members receive a damage bonus for the corresponding element.
What?
The bonus scales off of Kazuha's elemental mastery.
Interesting.
If multiple elemental damage bonuses are gained in this manner, they are applied concurrently.
I like how they use Rosaria.
Has roamed far and wide and is acutely sensitive to changes in the natural environment. When the way ahead is rocky, his mastery of Animo allows him to swiftly turn the tide of the battle, guiding the whole party to victory. In combat, he coordinates closely with his teammates to apply elements to enemies. Then, he uses his elemental skill to gain control over the opponents, following up here and there with powerful plunging attacks to keep them where he wants them, while also activating Poetics of Fubutsu, which provides elemental damage bonuses, enhancing the whole party's attack capabilities. When energy is full, Kaedehara Kazuha unleashes his elemental burst, generating an autumn whirlwind
Ganyu.
field. The field creates the perfect
Ganyu's
conditions
abilities
for
are
elemental
absolutely
reactions,
insane.
turning your party into a force to be reckoned with. Kaedehara Kazuha is no aimless wanderer. He has a deep sense of purpose. The young samurai left his homeland behind not to part with the past, but in the search for a new hope. As he navigates his path, he charts a course through the myriad of storms that come his way. His exposure to the elements keeps him in touch with nature and connects him with other people who cross his path. Those who choose to defy the gods are destined for hardship, but even a maple leaf blowing in the breeze, if it falls into the right company, can learn to sail the storm winds of the sea to shores beyond the horizon.
That was awesome. And Kazuha is one of those characters that I would love to have. Just imagine Kazuha and Xiao on the same team. That's just not fair. And the Wanderer and maybe Sucrose, like just pure Animo. Kamisato Ayaka, Snow Dance Heron.
In Inazuma City, the Shirasagi Himegimi is a name known to all.
I can't say that name.
Those fortunate enough to meet Kamisato Ayaka in person describe her as the princess of the Kamisato clan. Graceful and dignified as a snow crane, but kind and gentle like a dove.
Oh.
She brings joy and hope to everyone she meets. The other half of perfection is, of course, martial prowess. So when Kamisato Ayaka draws her blade and assumes a fighting stance, her opponent should beware.
Aww. Like how she smiles.
Kamisato Ayaka, present.
A master of the Inazuman Kamisato art of Tachijutsu, Kamisato Ayaka has honed her blade work to the pinnacle of proficiency. She combines swift and agile strikes with the power of cryo to fight back against those of malicious intent.
You can tell how much they love Ayaka.
As the daughter of the Yashiro Commission's
Fruits of
Kamisato clan,
Shinsa.
Ayaka is versed in a variety of art forms. Her expertise in the art of the sword includes knowledge of advanced weaponry. When Ayaka crafts weapon ascension materials, she has a certain chance to receive double the product.
That is awesome.
Ayaka's normal attack can combo up to 5
Kabuki.
strikes that deal physical damage to enemies. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina to perform the EI technique, unleashing a series of blade winds that deal physical damage to enemies.
That's really cool.
When Ayaka sprints, she cloaks herself in frozen fog,
What?
consuming stamina to move as a rapid torrent.
I didn't know she could do that.
While in her Senho state, Ayaka can travel swiftly over water.
I used her
When she
once
leaves Senho state and reappears,
during the Inazuma quest,
she
but I
applies the
forgot that she could do
cryo element to
that.
nearby enemies. Also, she will receive a cryo infusion for a short duration.
I want
The
her.
cryo infusion converts Kamisato Ayaka's attack damage to cryo damage.
That is so
After unlocking
useful.
the talent Kanten Senmyo Blessing, if the cryo energy released when exiting Kamisato Art Senho comes into contact with an enemy, Ayaka will regain some stamina.
Does it protect her? That's what I want to know.
She will gain a temporary cryo damage bonus.
Like if she's in the ground,
use of these skills allows Kamisato
does it protect her from
Ayaka to move
attacks?
freely around the battlefield, putting her in the strongest possible position. A flick of the wrist with the poise of a dancer, and Frost goes flying. Tapping Ayaka's elemental skill
that is so awesome!
Launching adjacent enemies and dealing AoE cryo damage. After unlocking the talent Amatsumi Kunitsumi Sanctification for a short duration after casting Kamisato Art Hyoka, Kamisato Ayaka's normal and charged attacks deal increased damage.
Wow.
Kamisato Art!
Yo! That is... Oh my gosh, I just love it.
Summons the
Look at that animation!
Poise, releasing a Frostflake Seki no To that travels forward. The Frostflake Seki no To is a
I'm getting goosebumps, like her abilities are just top tier.
Dealing cryo damage.
Last time I felt like this was with Ganyu.
Dealing a further bout of
and I also really want Shenhe.
damage.
I guess that means I really want cryo characters.
Even in the heat of battle, Kamisato Ayaka is the picture of elegance. Her own bladework philosophy adds finesse to Kamisato Art's Tachijutsu, with the choreography of a crane in the snow.
So you want a classy team. Eula, Ayaka,
Ayaka enters
Shenhe,
her Senbo state, then swiftly draws near to her enemies.
I don't know who the fourth one should be.
The versatile range of cryo abilities at her disposal creates opportunities to coordinate with her teammates. She gains control over her enemies, then alternates between normal and charged attacks to take them down one by one. When energy is full, Kamisato Ayaka unleashes her elemental burst to deal further damage and clean up the field.
Wow, yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. I would absolutely use Ayaka if I had her.
When Inazuma locals discuss the Yashiro Commission, they are full of praise for Kamisato Ayaka's cordial manner and sincerity of speech at social gatherings. When the name Shirasagi Himegimi is uttered, it is done so in tribute to her flawless etiquette and impeccable character.
Aww.
But what can anyone know of how Ayaka views herself in her innermost being? As the princess of the Yashiro Commission's Kamisato clan, Ayaka shoulders her family's duty to cherish the aspirations of ordinary people. But she also has dreams of her own that she holds dear. Perhaps the thing that she really needs is a companion on her journey.
Aww.
With whom to share a pot of tea and to play a game of Go.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And with whom to stand shoulder to shoulder when it comes time to draw her blade.
That was amazing. Her video definitely hit home for me. Absolutely one of my favorites. If you have Ayaka, what is your experience with her? Whispers of the Flames.
If you ever make it to Inazuma and ask the locals what to see while you're there, nearly everyone you talk to will emphatically recommend a fireworks display. Like shooting stars in reverse, they fly up into the night, then burst into color, illuminating the sky and sea and the faces of those watching below.
She's so much fun to play.
This dazzling spectacle is all the work of one woman, Inazuma's most skilled fireworks expert.
I have ADHD, and I feel like this is the character in Genshin that has ADHD. So I definitely connect.
Business a shot.
In Yoimiya's capable hands, her spectacular fireworks are not just the grand finale of a festival. They also make highly potent weapons for protecting her friends and fighting her foes. And no one has a flair for fighting with fireworks quite like her.
Yeah, she is flashy.
Yoimiya's handiwork is exquisite, and she dabbles in many other crafts besides firework making, always adding her unique touch to all her work. When Yoimiya crafts decorations, ornaments, and landscape furnishings, a portion of the materials used will be refunded.
That I did know because I've been building my teapot.
Her normal attack can combo up to 5 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage.
She might be my favorite archer right now.
Holding the attack button
separate from Ganyu, I guess.
Aimed shot,
but I don't have Ganyu, so she's my favorite one that I actually have.
Based on the charge time, the aimed shot generates different effects. Charge level 1 fires off a flaming arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, depending on the exact charging time, The aimed shot generates up to 3 kindling arrows when she releases it. Kindling arrows home in on nearby enemies, dealing
I actually didn't know that it homed in. That's pretty cool.
Tap Yoimiya's elemental skill and she waves a sparkler, causing a ring of saltpeter to surround her and sending her into the Niwabi Ensho state. During this time, arrows fired by Yoimiya's normal attack will be blazing arrows, increasing their damage and converting the attacks to pyro damage. However, during Niwabi Ensho, Yoimiya's normal attack, Firework Flare-Up, will not generate kindling arrows at charge level 2.
What?
After unlocking the talent Tricks of the Troublemaker, during Yoimiya's elemental skill duration, when her normal attack hits an enemy, she gains a stackable pyro damage bonus, which lasts for 3 seconds.
Wow. That guy was very difficult to fight.
Here come the fireworks!
That is so much fun to use.
Yoimiya leaps into the air, together with her original creation, Ryukin Saxifrage, firing forth blazing rockets bursting with surprises that deal AoE pyro damage, and mark one of the hit enemies with Aurous Blaze. All attacks by any party member other than Yoimiya that hit an enemy marked by Aurous Blaze will trigger explosions, dealing AoE pyro damage.
I don't think I ever realized that.
If the enemy affected by Aurous Blaze is defeated before it expires, the effect will pass on to another nearby enemy who will inherit the remaining duration.
Keqing's video was
Aurous
epic.
Blaze explosions
So was
are
Xiao's.
subject to a short cooldown. After unlocking the talent Summer Night's Dawn, for a short duration after casting Yoimiya's elemental burst, nearby party members other than Yoimiya herself gain an attack bonus.
Oh, so that's what's happening.
This bonus is based on the number of tricks.
I don't think I ever paid attention to the arrows around the character that indicated higher attack or increased attack.
Armed with a pyro vision, Yoimiya has more than one way of playing with fire. This power takes her skills with the bow to another level, turning even her arrows into fireworks that send sparks flying all over the battlefield. In battle, Yoimiya begins by using her elemental skill to enter the Niwabi Ensho state. Then she engages the enemy
what I've normally
with
been
enhanced
doing.
normal attacks, using Tricks of the Troublemaker to stack up a pyro damage bonus. When Niwabi Ensho ends, if her energy is full, she unleashes her elemental burst to further pressure the enemy, then leaves the field, supporting the rest of her team with an attack bonus and pyro damage.
Oh, that's huge!
Watching
How
the enemy disappear in a dazzling display
I like when they
of
use
light
characters
and smoke.
from the latest trailers
As the
at the
explosions in
time.
the sky fade away, breathless spectators find their friends and leave. But Yoimiya is already busy preparing for the next display. It is a time-honored routine, unchanging night after night. And everyone in Inazuma looks forward to the splendid sight of her latest creations. After a brief moment, the dazzling flashes fade and the crowds are gone. After hundreds of years, this sight is nothing new to me. But who's to say that brief moments of splendor can't become everlasting memories? The god who pursues eternity
Sayu
has yet to realize that not all that endures is constant. Time can keep fireworks in people's minds long after they've faded. Just as, once in a while, it can send stars fixed high above, plummeting down to the ground.
Yoimiya, another amazing character. Like I said, she kind of killed Amber for me. Sorry, Amber fans. I just want to be honest. I absolutely love Yoimiya. Sayu, whirling Huinhuil. Sorry, I love Family Guy.
Ninjas are often portrayed moving under the veil of night, stealthily conducting their mission in the shadows. As such, people tend to let their imaginations regarding ninjas run wild, filching objects in a flash,
she's so
vanishing
adorable.
without a trace, and
I
laying
have her like
poisonous traps.
C3, C4,
Such
and I have
skills are
not used
necessary
her.
to be worthy of the ninja title.
Hopefully
But in
this
the
will help
eyes
me.
of Ninja Sayu, no matter how profound the art of ninjutsu may be, it is to be used but for a single purpose: slacking off. To this ninja who never passes on an
Seriously?
opportunity to be lazy, the stirring of the leaves is not the
Between
opportune
her
diversion to
and
strike
Rosaria
her
not wanting to work
Rather,
overtime,
it's a favorable
they
time
probably
to
shouldn't
slip
hang
away
out.
for a nice nap.
Nothing would ever get accomplished.
Shumatsuban at your disposal. Phew. But if you don't need me right now, I'm gonna grab some sleep.
I feel
Sayu
that.
is the Shumatsuban's resident ninja and the last successor of the Yuhu art. She uses the power of Animo to swiftly move across the battlefield.
Kinda
And
reminds
wields
me
a
of Sonic.
claymore much heavier than herself to protect her companions. As a master slacker, Sayu's most adept ninjutsu technique is the art of holding her breath. When Sayu is in the party, your characters can approach crystal flies, lizards, and other certain animals without startling them.
What? I didn't know that.
Sayu's normal attack can combo up to 4 strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies.
Whoa.
Holding the attack steadily consumes stamina, while Sayu spins her claymore, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies. Once Sayu stops spinning her blade, she unleashes a more powerful strike that launches smaller enemies within her range. Tap Sayu's elemental skill to perform a special ninjutsu
dash.
technique of the Yuhu art, in which Sayu curls up and enters the Fufu windwheel state and rolls forward for a certain distance, smashing into
great.
opponents at high speed, dealing animo damage. When the skill ends, Sayu performs a Fufu whirlwind kick, dealing AoE animo damage. Holding her elemental skill casts Yuhu art Fuin Dash, causing Sayu to roll continuously in the Fufu windwheel state, increasing Sayu's resistance
This makes me
to
think of Majora's
interruption
Mask
while within that
when Link
state.
transforms into
During
the
this
Goron.
time, Sayu can control the direction of her roll and can cast the skill again to end her windwheel state early. Upon ending it, she unleashes a stronger version of the Fufu whirlwind kick, dealing a single instance of AoE animo damage. The longer Sayu remains in her windwheel state, the longer the skill's cooldown will become.
What?
After holding her elemental
guess
skill
that
and
makes
entering
sense.
the windwheel state. If Sayu comes into contact with Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro, elemental absorption will occur, causing her to absorb that element and deal additional elemental damage
Okay,
of that type.
that's pretty cool. I did
Elemental
not know
absorption
that.
may only occur once per use of this skill. With adept use of Fufu windwheel state,
Fufu.
Sayu can swiftly roll across the battlefield to trigger swirl reactions in tandem with other party members. In the open world, Sayu can make use of her Fufu windwheel to quickly cover distances, aiding with exploration.
Ninjutsu!
Unleash her elemental burst to deal animo damage to nearby opponents, as well as heal all nearby party members. The amount of HP restored is based on Sayu's attack. Additionally, Sayu performs another ninjutsu technique of the Yuhu art, summoning Sayu's trusty helper, Muji Muji Daruma. At specific intervals, Muji Muji Daruma will take one of several actions based on the situation around it. If the HP of nearby characters is relatively high, it will attack a nearby opponent, dealing animo damage.
What? That is so cool.
If there are nearby characters with HP below a certain percentage, it will heal the character with the lowest HP percentage left.
That is cool how dynamic it is.
The amount of HP restored is based on Sayu's attack. If there are no opponents nearby, then it will focus on healing characters, even if the characters already have relatively high percentages of HP. After unlocking the talent No Work Today, when Muji Muji Daruma heals a character, it will also heal a certain percentage of HP for other nearby characters on the battlefield.
What?
And when it attacks opponents, it will have an increased AoE.
I need to use her just because she is an
Perhaps in
animo
Sayu's
healer.
heart, being neither eye-catching nor of extraordinary strength, she feels that her teammates are better suited for tackling the tasks at hand. In the meanwhile, Sayu can ensure they stay fit for combat. When Sayu triggers a swirl reaction on the battlefield, she will regenerate HP for your characters in the party and all nearby allied characters. Additionally, the amount of healing will also benefit from Sayu's elemental mastery. This effect can occur only once per set time period.
Wow.
Though it may seem that Sleepy Sayu is always slacking off, she is still quite loyal to her commitments. Or to put it another way, inescapable duties. She rolls nimbly across the battlefield, providing reliable support to her teammates. In combat, Sayu relies on her Fufu Windwheel to move swiftly, quickly closing the distance on her enemies and crashing into them to trigger swirl reactions, while simultaneously providing healing for her team. When energy is full, Sayu can unleash her elemental burst to summon Muji Muji Daruma.
Whoa.
Whether it's to heal her teammates or to increase damage
Yo,
against her
I didn't even think about that. That makes Xiao like invincible.
To the situation and protect Sayu's precious companions.
That is so cool.
Striving for the dreams of your youthhood is an admirable thing indeed. Only by improving yourself can you face the vicissitudes of life. And when it comes to improving yourself, whether it's sharpening your combat skills or simply trying to grow taller, to the young, anything worth striving for is a truly valuable endeavor. Now that I think about it, I too was probably once that way. Naive, persistent, and untiring. I'm only joking, of course. I've long forgotten the happenings of hundreds of years ago.
Wow. Wow. That was a good video. I'm not gonna lie. I think that video actually got me interested in building Sayu. I know this one's going to be incredible. Raiden Shogun, Tranquil Thunder.
In the eyes of Inazumans, the Raiden Shogun is not only an archon, but also a symbol. She is their superior leader who embodies eternal thunder and radiance. Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Ogosho, a 1,000-year-old protector of Inazuma. Little do they know,
1,000 years old.
The current ruler of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun, residing high up in Tenshukaku, is no longer the same Archon who emerged victorious from the Archon War.
The campaign begins.
Imperatrix
The Raiden Shogun is a
Brosa?
martial artist in pursuit of perfection, with a sole goal of achieving eternity. No matter who stands in her way to eternal euthymia, they have no chance against the divine punishment that shines down with her bidding. It was the Raiden Shogun who originated the Inazuman art of sword and polearm, as well as a variety of blade forging techniques. When ascending swords and polearms, the amount of mora spent by the Raiden Shogun will be decreased.
That has definitely helped.
The Raiden Shogun's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes with her polearm, dealing physical damage. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina.
She's the first character separate from the Traveler that I got to level 80.
Dealing physical damage.
I quickly became obsessed.
Despite claiming to be detached from the mortal world, perhaps the Raiden Shogun still remembers her role as an Archon. She accrues the aspirations of all living creatures for her chakra desiderata. When party members other than her use their elemental bursts, the Raiden Shogun will build up resolve stacks for chakra desiderata based on the energy cost of the
Resolve
bursts
stacks,
used.
so that's what that is.
Use up all the resolve accrued to empower her next elemental burst. The resolve accrued by chakra desiderata will dissipate once the Shogun is out of combat for a set time. The exalted Archon devoted
Wishes
to eternity.
unnumbered.
What caused her to stop in her tracks and listen to the wishes of her people? After unlocking the talent Wishes Unnumbered, the elemental orbs and particles collected by nearby party members will grant additional resolve for chakra desiderata once per set time period.
That is awesome.
Upon tapping her elemental skill,
Baleful
the Raiden
Omen.
Shogun unveils a shard of her euthymia, dealing electro damage to nearby opponents.
That move is
granting
always so
nearby
cool.
Party members the Eye of Stormy Judgment. When characters carrying it attack and deal damage to opponents, the Eye of Stormy Judgment will unleash a coordinated attack, dealing AoE electro damage.
See, that is awesome.
The characters who gained the Eye of Stormy Judgment will have their elemental burst damage increased,
Whoa.
based on the energy cost of the elemental bursts unleashed. Thanks to the Eye of Stormy Judgment, the Raiden Shogun can aid her teammates without being on the battlefield,
Dang.
boosting their offensive capabilities.
Now you shall perish!
Muso Shinsetsu.
Gathering truths unnumbered and the resolve of wishes
That move
uncounted.
is absolutely devastating.
The Raiden Shogun unleashes the Muso no Hitokachi, dealing AoE electro damage, using Muso Ishin in combat for a certain duration afterward.
It looks like it's cutting
The
through the
damage dealt by
dimension.
Muso no Hitotachi and Muso Ishin's attacks is based on the number of Chakra Desiderata's resolve stacks consumed when this skill is used.
Oh!
While using Muso Ishin in combat, the Shogun's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will be regarded as elemental burst damage, and will be infused with electro damage which cannot be overridden. When such attacks hit opponents, she will regenerate energy for all nearby party members. While in this state, the Raiden Shogun's resistance to interruption is increased, and she is immune to electrocharge damage.
That's pretty cool.
After unlocking the talent
Keqing!
if the Shogun's energy recharge surpasses a certain value,
What a cool combination.
the surplus energy recharge grants her a percentage-based electro damage bonus, and more energy restoration while in Muso Ishin. The
Wow.
Raiden Shogun can accelerate the elemental burst rotation of her party while making the elemental bursts of her teammates more powerful. Such a seasoned leader like her remains fearless in the face of any encounter. In combat, the Raiden Shogun can use the Eye of Stormy Judgment to help teammates in difficult fights. When her
Oh
teammates
man,
unleash
that's
elemental
clean. And I
bursts
actually
or
have all
collect
those.
elemental orbs or particles,
Spoke too soon.
the Shogun gains more resolve for Chakra
I
Desiderata.
don't have Chang'e. I got all hyped because I'm like, I can build this team.
No Hitotachi to deal lethal damage to your enemies.
Oh
and
man.
enter Muso Ishin to clean up the battlefield while regenerating energy for the whole party. To enable a round of elemental bursts that will strike foes down as fast as
Oh
lightning.
man, that was so clean.
Neighboring the Dark Sea, Inazuma has witnessed many a war. For the pursuit of eternity and the prosperity of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun stuck stubbornly to her path. But what let some bloom made others wither. There is no gain without the pain of loss. When facing their fears, Archons and mortals are all the same. Yet Archons are born arrogant. By attempting to grasp the heavenly principles, she brought a disaster upon mortals. Perhaps some may say that I'm overstating what happened, but I'm just speaking from experience after all.
You're sounding a little biased right now, Dainsleaf. Regardless, Raiden, I feel, is the best character in the game. What is your experience if you have her? Aloy, Mystical Glow, Frost.
If memory serves me right, the last time an Outlander visited Teyvat was centuries ago. Imagine my surprise when I discovered yet another guest during my most recent
I don't know why I'm
travels.
watching this because I'm salty, but I can never get her.
An outcast of the Nora tribe. Oh my, I cannot wait to learn more about her and her abilities. Let's not dilly-dally and begin our research.
Aloy here.
Nora
I don't know
Fortis.
this world, but my arrows are sharp and my bow's ready.
Based on my observations, Aloy is highly proficient with a bow and arrow. She can limit her prey's mobility with the power of cryo, aiding companions in setting up ambushes. Rejected by her tribe since birth, Aloy gained her hunting prowess under the watchful eye of an experienced hunter. Like any successful adventurer,
Easy does it.
hunters never rush into danger. One must tactfully hide and wait to strike. When Aloy is in the party, animals that produce foul, raw meat, or chilled meat will not be startled when approached.
Wow, that is so helpful.
Aloy's normal attack deals physical damage and can combo up to 4 consecutive shots.
Wow, she
For
shoots
a
pretty
more
fast.
precise aimed shot with increased damage, hold the attack button. Aiming will also accumulate frost on the arrowhead, which will deal cryo damage once fully charged. Tap Aloy's elemental skill to throw a freeze bomb in the targeted direction that explodes on impact, dealing cryo damage. When it detonates, the
That's
bomb
pretty
will
cool.
split into chill water bomblets that explode on contact with opponents or after a short delay, dealing cryo damage. Such an ingenious blasting design. When a freeze bomb or chill water bomblet hits an opponent, the opponent's attack is reduced, and Aloy receives a coil stack, which increases her normal attack damage. When she has 4 stacks, the coil effect is removed.
The coil effect?
And Aloy gains Rushing Ice for a set time period, which additionally increases her normal attack damage and converts her normal attack damage into cryo damage.
That's pretty cool.
While under the effect of Rushing Ice, Aloy cannot receive new coil stacks. Coil effects will be cleared once Aloy leaves the field for a set time. After unlocking the talent Combat Override, for a certain duration after gaining the coil effect, Aloy increases the attack of all party members. This effect cannot stack.
The hunt is on!
Whoa, Prophecies of Dawn?
Aloy throws a power cell filled with cryo in the targeted direction, then detonates it with an arrow, dealing AoE cryo damage. An explosive infused with elemental energy. Remarkable. If utilized in the right time and place, its effectiveness will be indisputable. A good hunter can deliver a decisive blow or hold their own during a long battle. After unlocking the talent Strong Strike, when Aloy is in the Rushing Ice state conferred by Frozen Wilds, her cryo damage bonus gradually increases. Aloy is a skilled hunter who moves with great precision, like a cat in pursuit of its prey. It'll be difficult to escape her attacks once she locks onto her target. Any foe can be conquered with the joint forces of her and her companions. In combat, Aloy often opens up with her freeze bomb and accumulates coil stacks while her teammates launch their attacks. Once an opponent is hit by a freeze bomb or chill water bomblet, the party's attack will be increased thanks to the Combat Override talent.
That's pretty cool.
When Aloy reaches 4 coil stacks, she enters the Rushing Ice state. This makes her arrows even more lethal as they'll pierce enemies with biting frost. Combine this with the talent Strong Strike to constantly increase Aloy's cryo damage during Rushing Ice. When her energy is full, Aloy unleashes her elemental burst that wipes out opponents in the target area.
Wow.
I hope you found my research as informative as I did. As a sorceress, I love making new discoveries, examining all kinds of otherworldly things, and using that knowledge to create something new. Maybe Aloy and I are more alike than it may seem. Though she plays so many roles in her homeworld, Aloy begins her journey into Vat with a clean slate. She'll get to know new places, meet new companions, and reconsider what her homeland means to her. With her survival skills, adventuring into Vat should be a breeze.
I wonder if she has any quests.
If only she'd let me tinker with her bombs a little.
I also want to know why Aloy was the only special character. Like, did this kind of flop for them? Or do they just not want to pay like a royalty or something for other properties, IP properties? I don't know. For those of you that have Aloy, what is your experience with her? And is she somebody that, you know, if you could have gotten, you should have gotten? Or are you better off getting someone like Ganyu, Kujo Sada, Thunderstrike, Feather? I've gotten her, I think, 3 times.
The Tengu of Inazuma dwell in the mountain forests, rarely appearing in human society. To live among humans as Kujo Sara does, not to mention serve as their army general, is almost unheard of. One wonders if, in her eyes, the profound seclusion of the densely wooded mountains and the eternity pined for by the Raiden Shogun bear any similarity to each other.
I will lead us to victory.
Flabellum Constellation.
As general of the Tenryo Commission, Kujo Sara is a fearless warrior and a formidable leader. As one of Tengu blood, she can summon the mighty power of Tengu Jurai to rouse her troops, as she leads them into the heat of battle. The Tengu are known for their agility, and Kujo Sara knows Inazuma exceptionally well, as her role requires her to move around frequently and rapidly. When Kujo Sara is dispatched on an expedition in Inazuma, she completes the task in a reduced time.
That I've definitely been taking advantage of.
Can combo up to 5 consecutive shots,
okay,
dealing physical damage.
I haven't really used her.
Holding the attack button executes a more precise shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, crackling lightning accumulates on the arrowhead. An arrow fully charged with the storm's might will deal electro damage to enemies on impact. When Kujo-Sara casts her elemental skill, she retreats rapidly with the speed of a Tengu, then summons the protection of the Crow Feather in the form of Crow Feather Cover. When Kujo-Sara fires a fully charged aimed shot, Crow Feather Cover is consumed, and a Crow Feather is left where the arrow strikes.
What?
After a short duration, the Crow Feather triggers Tengu Jurai Ambush, which deals electro damage to enemies in its AoE.
What?
And grants the active character within its AoE an attack bonus.
That is so
based
cool!
on Kujo-Sara's base attack.
Yo!
Skilled use of this technique allows Kujo-Sara to rapidly evade
now I
enemy
see
attacks,
what the fundamental difference is between her and Fischl.
Counterattack from an advantageous position. After unlocking the talent Immovable Will, after gaining Crow Feather Cover by casting her elemental skill, Kujo-Sara's aimed shots reach full charge more quickly. Kujo-Sara is an intelligent and capable general. Troop morale is all the stronger just for knowing she is in command. After unlocking the talent Decorum, when Tengu Jurai Ambush hits an enemy, all party members restore some energy, the amount of which is based on Kujo-Sara's energy recharge.
What?
This effect can be triggered once per set time period.
Glory to the Shogun!
Koko Sendo. Wow.
Kujo-Sara casts down Tengu Jurai
That is so cool.
Dealing AoE electro damage. Afterwards, Tengu Jurai Titan Breaker spreads out into 4 consecutive bouts of Tengu Jurai Storm Cluster.
Okay, I need to start using Kujo. I've been sleeping on her.
And Storm Cluster can provide the active character within their AoE with the same attack bonus as given by Tengu Jurai Ambush.
What?
The attack bonus provided by various kinds of Tengu Jurai cannot be stacked. The effect and duration is determined by the last Tengu Jurai to take effect.
Wow.
Kujo-Sara is a seasoned war veteran and a leader greatly admired by her subordinates. She uses the secret techniques of the Tengu to bolster her forces and empower them to win victory after victory. In battle, Kujo-Sara must make deft use of her elemental skill to adjust her strategic position and use charged shots to trigger Tengu Jurai Ambush, dealing damage to the enemy while providing attack bonuses to teammates, and restoring energy for the whole party. When energy is full, Kujo-Sara unleashes her elemental burst to assault the enemy, and once again provide a Tengu
That was
Jurai
such a tough transition.
Paving the way for her forces to swoop in and crush the enemy's defenses. As a Tengu raised by humans, Kujo-Sara heeds the call of humanity, forsaking her own kind, to fight for the mortal world in battle. Perhaps those who achieve such outstanding feats are too satisfied with their own brilliance to realize that their God has raised them in a prison. Sometimes I cannot decide whether the greater tragedy is to have lost all one's own ambition or to have adopted the wishes of a God as one's own.
Wow. That was a fantastic trailer that has definitely changed my perspective when it comes to Kujo, and I'm going to work on building her. This one I'm incredibly excited about. It is Sangonomiya Kokomi, Secret Tides of the Heart.
In the western regions of Inazuma lies Watatsumi Island, home to a culture and natural landscape unique in the entire archipelago. According to legend, Orobaxi was Watatsumi Island's guardian deity. Even after being slain, this god's will to protect the island flowed on in the Sangonomiya clan.
She is such an incredible character.
The current heir to this bloodline is known as the Divine Priestess.
And her island is beautiful. The music is just absolutely heartwarming. Dracana?
Her role is to serve as the island's leader, as well as commander of its armed forces. Behind her delicate appearance lies the mind of a brilliant tactician. She is adept in harnessing the power of Hydro to aid her forces in battle. As their commander, She bravely leads her troops into the fray, sweeping away enemies like sand in the tide. Kokomi spent her childhood
Princess
on
of
Watatsumi Island.
Watatsumi.
Playing among darting fish and rolling waves, she feels at home in the water. When Sanganomiya Kokomi is in your party, she reduces swimming stamina consumption for your own party members, making exploration faster. Kokomi's normal attack performs up to 3 consecutive strikes that take the form of swimming fish, dealing hydro damage. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina and deals AoE hydro damage after a short casting time.
This much I know.
Tap Kokomi's elemental skill to summon a Bake created from water that can heal her allies. This ability applies the wet status to Kokomi. The Bake Kurage periodically deals hydro damage to surrounding enemies, while also healing nearby active characters. The healing amount scales with Kokomi's max HP.
That I didn't know. I didn't know it scaled with her HP.
Covenants of the Deep!
Kokomi summons the might of Watatsumi, dealing hydro damage to surrounding enemies, and dons her watery ceremonial garment.
So cool.
While enrobed in the ceremonial garment, Kokomi's normal attack, charged attack, and Bake Kurage damage are increased.
Dang, what a big difference.
And she regenerates HP for all nearby party members when her normal and charged attacks.
That is incredibly useful and has saved me so many times.
Damage increase and the healing amount both scale with her max HP.
Oh, that boss is so difficult for me.
Additionally, Kokomi's ceremonial garment increases her resistance to interruption and allows her to walk on the water's surface. After unlocking the talent Tamanoya's casting,
that much I knew, of course, about the walking on water, but not about the
refreshes the duration of her Bake Kurage if already on the battlefield. In the pure glow of her water-woven garment, Kokomi draws power from the traditional song of the Divine Priestess. After unlocking the talent Song of Pearls, when enrobed by the ceremonial garment, Kokomi's max HP base damage dealt by her normal and charged attacks is further increased by an amount that scales with her own healing bonus. Kokomi plans meticulously for every battle she faces. Her thorough attention to detail ensures that her forces will emerge victorious. Sanganomiya Kokomi sacrifices crit rate to increase her healing bonus. Matched with her talent Song of Pearls, she offers stability in any conflict.
So useful.
In the chaos of battle, victory and defeat can hinge on a single moment. Versed in the art of war, Kokomi knows to stay calm and composed as she develops her winning strategy. The survival of her forces being a key part of her ability to seize the moment of victory. In battle, Kokomi uses the Bake Kurage summoned by her elemental skill to recover HP for her teammates, and set up perfect conditions for hydro-elemental reactions, assisting her allies on the offensive. When needed, she personally joins the fray to unleash her elemental burst, strengthening her abilities with the ceremonial garment.
Dang!
Then, with the aid of her teammates and her Bake Kurage, she attacks like a tidal wave, overwhelming the enemy and securing victory. Long ago, a god defeated the enemies from the deep and raised the people of Watatsumi from the desolate seabed. Later, another god vanquished their beloved Watatsumi Omikami, leaving the deathly Tataragami in its wake. If you were to liken human history to a great battle, the actions of gods would seem as difficult to predict as the weather, a capricious variable. Faced with such turbulent storms, who knows how long this girl who carries a divine will can protect the people of this island.
Aww, poor Kokomi. She is vital. I tried to have her in my party as much as possible. Absolutely incredible. What is your experience with her if you have Kokomi? Toma, Crimson Armor of Loyalty. I don't have Toma yet. He looks just like Childe, which blows my mind.
Strict regulations govern everything in Inazuma. Outlanders looking for a home away from home face many obstacles here. So how did a Mondstatter called Thoma earn a reputation as a local fixer and secure a job with the Yashiro Commission? Is this a testament to the Kamisato clan's magnanimity, or to Thoma's exceptional abilities?
This music is so weird.
Where we headed this time?
Rubium Scutum.
Thoma is well connected and values his companions both in everyday life and in combat. He fights to defend the ones he holds dear. When crisis comes, Thoma's urge to defend kicks in as he dons his armor and grabs his polearm to help his friends fend off their foes with scorching flames. He is someone that his team can always rely on. Thoma takes to new life skills like a fish to water.
I feel like this music is creating a vibe that
he quickly learned
this is
how
a
to
joke.
partake of the bountiful blessings
Which is kinda
found
weird.
in the nation's waters. After Thoma becomes your travel companion,
I'm not
when
gonna lie,
travelers go
I've
fishing
never
in
fished.
Inazuma, there is a certain chance to
At all.
receive double the catch with Thoma's help.
Ever.
Thoma's normal
Swift Shatter
attack
Spear?
can combo up to 4 strikes, dealing physical damage. Holding the attack button, Thoma consumes a certain amount of stamina to perform a charged attack, lunging forward and dealing physical damage to enemies in his path. Tap
Blazing
Thoma's
Blessing.
elemental skill, and he vaults forward with his polearm to deliver a fling-filled flying kick, dealing AoE pyro damage, while also summoning a defensive blazing barrier. At the moment of
pretty cool.
casting, this skill applies pyro to Thoma. The blazing barrier absorbs damage and is especially effective against pyro damage.
What?
The damage absorption scales off of Thoma's max HP. Also, when a new blazing barrier is obtained,
Klee.
the existing barrier's damage absorption will stack, and the duration is refreshed. The blazing barrier's damage absorption cannot exceed a certain percentage of Thoma's max HP.
I got you covered!
Crimson Oyori.
When Thoma unleashes his elemental burst, he spins his polearm, slicing at his
cool.
foes with roaring flames, dealing AoE pyro damage, and producing a scorching Oyoroi. While scorching Oyoroi is in effect, the active character's normal attacks will trigger fiery collapses, dealing AoE pyro damage,
Wow.
and summoning a blazing barrier. Except for the amount of damage they can absorb, the blazing barriers created in this way are identical to those created by Thoma's elemental skill. After unlocking the talent Flaming Assault, damage dealt by Crimson Oyoroi's fiery collapse is increased by an amount that scales with Thoma's max HP.
Wow.
Thoma's robust defense will not be torn down easily. It gets all the more resilient as the battle heats up. After unlocking the talent Imbricated Armor,
That boss was
when a
so
blazing
difficult for me to
barrier is
fight when
obtained
I
or
was
refreshed,
trying to level up
the active
Raiden.
character's shield strength is increased.
It can handle that attack?
Thoma is a dependable
What?
companion. He ardently believes in defending others. Even in the fiercest of battles, you can trust him to have your back. During battle, Thoma uses Blazing Barrier to protect other party members, allowing them to safely go on the offensive. When he casts his elemental burst, the Scorching Oyoroi provides both attack and defense. Party members under Scorching Oyoroi's protection benefit from increased odds of survival and can also trigger fiery collapses with their normal attacks. The pyro damage support that Thoma provides in this way further enhances the party's attack capabilities.
Wow.
As an outsider in Inazuma, Thoma is often viewed as someone who doesn't belong. To this day, many believe the slander behind his back. But through his own hard work and the Kamisato clan's tolerant attitude, Thoma has carved out a space for
he
himself,
and Ganyu would get
despite
along,
the somewhat hostile environment.
since unfortunately they both feel very
Occasionally,
similarly.
a thought crosses my mind. If one who has turned their back on the gods ever chose to follow them once more, would any such favorable treatment be extended to them? Regrettably,
It's a good question.
no opportunity of this nature exists.
Wow.
Nor would I have the desire to take it. Over centuries of futility, I have at least learned one thing. So long as you have determination, you can always keep going. A defender's will is a precious thing, and hatred can serve to nourish it.
Wow. That was a pretty good video. I didn't really get too excited about Thoma. I can see how useful he could be, especially with that pyro shield. So what is your experience if you have him? Arataki Itto, Supreme Super Strength. Don't have him yet either.
In recent years, the efforts of one young Crimson Oni have earned the loud and proud Arataki gang a certain measure of fame in Inazuma City's Hanamizaka district. Or perhaps that should be infamy. Either way, when it comes to their founder and leader, Arataki,
he looks like he is from an anime, but I just can't quite think of which one.
Arataki numero uno.
Maybe I just keep thinking of Jiraiya. Taurus Iracundus.
If you claim you've never heard of the Arataki gang,
you good, bro?
Don't be surprised if Itto takes it as an intentional provocation. In protest, he'll lift his hefty claymore and show off a few of his signature charged attacks, just so everyone knows who's the baddest Oni in town. Arataki Itto brags that with his Oni strength, even the sturdiest of trees can be felled.
Really?
With Arataki Itto in the party, when your party members attack trees to obtain wood resources,
that is something I completely forget about because it's not Breath of the Wild.
Arataki Itto's normal attack can combo up to 4 strikes.
Whoa, that was cool.
When his second and fourth strikes hit enemies, Itto will gain 1 or 2 stacks of superlative super strength,
superlative super strength,
up to a max of 5 stacks.
Whoa.
For a short time after sprinting or using his elemental skill.
Dang.
Itto can continue his normal attack chain where it left off. When performing a charged attack, if Itto has any superlative super strength stacks, he will unleash Arataki Kesagiri slashes without consuming stamina.
Wow.
Each slash consumes 1 stack of superlative super strength. When the last stack is consumed, Itto delivers a powerful final slash. If no superlative super strength is available, Itto's charged attack consumes stamina to perform a single Saichi Monji slash. After unlocking the talent Arataki Ichiban, when Arataki Itto uses Arataki Kesagiri, he slashes with increased attack speed, and his resistance to interruption is also increased.
That's pretty cool.
These effects will be cleared once he stops performing consecutive slashes. Tap Itto's elemental skill, and he hurls Ushi, the young Akaushi bull and auxiliary member of the Arataki gang.
Yo, look at him!
When Ushi hits enemies, Arataki Itto gains a stack of superlative super strength. Holding the elemental skill button allows Itto to adjust Ushi's throwing angle. Ushi inherits HP based on a percentage of Arataki Itto's max HP.
That's so cool.
And continuously taunts surrounding enemies. When Ushi takes damage, Arataki Itto gains a stack of superlative super strength.
Almost like he's getting angry to see him hurt.
When its HP reaches 0 or its duration ends. And Arataki Itto gains a stack of superlative super strength as it leaves.
Interesting.
Ushi is considered a geo-construct, and Arataki Itto can only deploy 1 Ushi on the field at any one time.
Oni coming through!
When Itto unleashes his elemental burst, he lets out his inner raging Oni King for a time, and wields his Oni King's Kanabo in battle.
Yo, that animation is awesome!
Itto's elemental and physical resistance.
He seems kind of slow, but I would imagine he's a heavy hitter.
And plunging attacks are converted to geo damage that cannot be overridden. Also, Itto's normal attack speed is increased, and his attack is increased based on his defense. During the raging Oni King state, when the first or third strikes of his attack hits an enemy, Itto gains
moving pretty fast.
Superlative super strength. With adept use of this effect, Itto can overwhelm the enemy with more Arataki Kesagiri splashes, and vaunt the might of the Arataki gang. Itto's Crimson Oni bloodline is not only a point of pride, it's his source of strength in battle. After unlocking the talent Bloodline of the Crimson Oni, Arataki Kesagiri damage is increased by an amount that scales with Itto's defense.
What? Okay, so I just got the artifacts, Husk of Opulent Dreams or something like that.
Where a new challenger could
So he
appear at
should
any
get
moment.
those artifacts.
But as a self-professed tough guy, he won't go down without a fight.
That's so
no matter
cool.
who the opponent.
He's a really cool looking character.
He's itching to show off his awesome skills and attain victory with style. During battle, Arataki Ito uses his normal attacks and elemental skill to accumulate stacks of superlative super strength, then batters the enemy with the Arataki Keisagiri charged attack. When his energy is full,
now that is a 5-star
Ito unleashes
character.
his elemental burst to enter the Raging Oni King state, greatly enhancing his abilities. In this state, Ito can quickly stack up that superlative super strength and use Arataki Keisagiri slashes to crush those who dare challenge him. Compared to his peers, Arataki Ito has lived a colorful life and is familiar with the inside of a prison cell, fully qualifying him as the rightful leader of the Arataki gang. Though some may contest his way of handling things, the members of this young Crimson Oni's gang choose to follow him, despite the diet of grilled lavender melon. Well, it's one way of living. And ultimately, surviving on sporadic work and next to no mora is still an easier task than trying to deny your destiny.
Aww. Arataki Ito is the second coolest Xiao character. I think Zhongli still holds it. I can't wait to get him. That would make me want to use Xiao more often. Goro, forward unto victory.
In the vast and mysterious world of Teyvat, there are as many ways of life as there are people. Some heed the call of duty, others the call of freedom. Some follow their beliefs, others their talents. A few trust their instincts and rise to shoulder great responsibility. A prime example being General Goro of Watatsumi Island. Since you never know what the enemy might throw at you, the key to surviving the chaos of battle is being able to adapt.
I can't wait to learn more about him because I didn't really get too excited when I got him, separate from the fact that I didn't have him before, but I haven't used him at all.
Goro has endured countless battles in his time, and this experience has taught him one important lesson. However strong you may be, war is never a one-man job. As a commander, Goro is constantly looking out for his troops, offering his protection and support, right alongside them on the front line. Goro has always
Seeker
loved
of
the great
shinies.
outdoors. His keen sense of smell makes him an expert at tracking down resources. When Goro is in your party, the location of resources unique to Inazuma will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather supplies.
Why hasn't anyone told? Oh my gosh. Oh my, I have spent
Goro's
so much
normal
time
attack
looking for
can come up to 4
resources.
consecutive shots, dealing physical damage.
Cheese and rice. Better late than never, I guess.
With a charged attack, Goro executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, stone crystals accumulate on the arrowhead. A fully charged arrow will deal geo damage. Tap Goro's elemental skill to employ Inuzaka all-round defense.
That's cute.
Dealing AoE geo damage and erecting a general's war banner. Hold the skill to adjust the banner's position.
That's cool. That's very useful.
The general's war banner provides buffs to active party members within its AoE. And the more geo characters in the party, the stronger the buffs.
Oh!
If the party contains one geo character, the buff is Standing Firm, which increases the active character's defense.
On the same team?
If
No.
two geo party members,
Ito,
the buff is
Zhongli,
Impregnable,
and Goro.
increasing both defense
And
resistance
Noel.
to interruption.
Or Ningguang. Oh man!
And if there are 3 geo
I would do
party members,
Ningguang.
the
That
buff
way
is
we have
Crunch,
coverage
which increases defense and resistance to interruption.
between the different
while
types
also
of
providing a geo
weapons, I
damage
guess? Because Ningguang uses elements,
can only
elemental
deploy a single
attacks.
general's war banner at any given time. Also, characters can only benefit from one general's war banner at a time. Any active buffs will be cleared shortly after the character leaves the banner's AoE.
Oh, makes sense though.
Everyone on me!
Oh.
Goro displays his General's Valor, dealing AoE geo damage and creating the General's Glory field to embolden his comrades. General's Glory provides the same buffs as the General's War Banner created by Goro's elemental skill.
Yo,
Various
look at that!
Are provided to the active character in the skill's AoE, based on the number of geo characters in the party.
Wow!
But this field moves with the active character.
Dang!
At regular intervals.
Wait, it moves with the active character? Stop playing! I forgot about Albedo!
And pulling an elemental shard from the
I guess it doesn't matter until I get Albedo, but it's exciting to start thinking about the combinations now that I'm understanding the combat more and more because I'm learning about these characters.
Elemental burst. If there is a General's War Banner on the field, it will be destroyed. Also, while General's Glory is in effect, using Goro's elemental skill will not create a General's War Banner. After unlocking the talent Heedless of the Wind and Weather, all nearby party members receive a temporary defense boost after Goro uses Juga forward to victory.
Goro is the definition of a support character. That's pretty cool.
True calling, someone must first recognize their talent. Goro knows this well. He is eternally grateful and staunchly committed to Watatsumi Island's defense. After unlocking the talent A Favor Repaid, Goro's elemental skill damage, burst damage, and crystal collapse damage are all increased by an amount based on his defense.
Wow. Okay, so he also gets defensive artifacts.
Goro's unique skill set provides excellent support to Geo Party members. Deploying the General's War Banner to establish an optimal formation before launching the offensive is the core of Goro's prowess as a general. When he joins forces with other Geo comrades, his General's War Banner provides a diverse array of buffs, aiding the party both in offense and in defense.
Really?
When his energy is full, unleash Goro's Elemental Burst to establish the General's Glory field, creating the perfect moment to attack and inspiring the whole party to press forward unto victory.
Wow.
Whether they seek it or not, those of exceptional ability and character tend to gain the trust of the masses. For Goro, this trust serves both as a confirmation of his abilities and motivation to hone them continuously. But the cost of being someone that everyone relies on is the burden of responsibility that it brings. Everything from helping the troops with their daily struggles to keeping Watatsumi Island safe and secure ultimately falls on Goro's shoulders. Time and fate treat such notions with contempt, which can make the burden unbearably heavy. If one day
now I'm kind of getting Xiao vibes from him.
Will his instincts
I guess because of his position
alone provide him with enough strength to keep carrying the load he bears?
This video did a great job of helping me appreciate Goro more. The anticipation for Shenhe's has just been so massive for me. When her banner arrives, I will do everything that I can to get her, Shenhe, fluttering of frosty feathers.
Although the paths through the lofty peaks of Jueyun and Karst are arduous, there are always bright-eyed mortals who come seeking the adeptal path. For all their ambition, most mere mortals cannot fathom the way to the Adepti, and return from their fruitless journeys disappointed. Yet those fortunate enough to encounter some hardship may suddenly find themselves being rescued by a divine young lady. Stunned by the elegance of their silver-haired savior, they hastily begin bowing excitedly in reverence and adulation, only to find their Adeptus rescuer remain indifferent and leave without even a second glance.
Shenhe. Krista Dolores.
Though Shenhe is often mistaken for an Adeptus, she is actually a mortal, albeit one who is an accomplished Adepti disciple. Being naturally gifted, and having learned polearm combat and various adeptal arts from her masters, exorcising evil spirits is a mere trifle to her.
Precise comings and
goings. Under
goings.
her master's tutelage, Shenhe trained diligently, producing impressive results. When Shenhe is dispatched on a 20-hour expedition in Liyue, she will obtain increased rewards.
Awesome. That's a big deal.
Shenhe's normal attack can combo up to
Dawnstar
5 strikes
Piercer.
with her polearm, dealing physical damage.
Whoa.
Shenhe's charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to lunge forward, dealing damage to enemies in her path. When she casts Spring Spirit Summoning, Shenhe grants all nearby party members the Icy Quill effect, and deals cryo damage in different ways based on whether the skill is tapped or held.
Really?
When tapped, Shenhe will rush forward with a Talisman Spirit, dealing cryo damage to enemies along her path.
What?
When held, Shenhe commands the Talisman Spirit
Whoa!
to deal AoE cryo damage to surrounding
That
enemies.
is so cool in conjunction or combination with Mona's
by Icy Quill,
ability.
Normal, charged, and
And
plunging
Rosaria.
attacks, elemental
I forgot about
skills,
Rosaria.
and elemental bursts that deal cryo damage to enemies.
Whoa.
Deal increased damage based
Imagine
on Shenhe's
Shenhe
current
and
attack.
Ayaka being on the same
Icy
team?
Quill's effect will be cleared once its duration ends, or after being triggered a certain number of times. When the skill is held rather than tapped, the effect lasts longer. And can be
Ganyu!
triggered more
Oh my
times.
gosh, I keep forgetting about Ganyu.
When a party member with the Icy Quill effect deals an instance of cryo damage to multiple enemies, the effect is triggered multiple times, according to the number of enemies hit. The number
This
of times
is
Icy Quill's
overkill
effect
if
is
I
triggered
ever saw
is
it.
calculated separately for each party member.
Oh,
After
man.
unlocking the talent Spirit Communion Seal, when Shenhe casts Spring Spirit Summoning, she grants additional effects to all nearby party members. Tapping the skill increases their elemental skill and elemental burst damage, while holding the skill increases their normal, charged, and plunging attack damage.
Cryo
Divine
Incarnate!
Maiden's Deliverance.
Shenhe unleashes the power of the Talisman Spirit, allowing it to roam free, dealing AoE cryo damage.
What?
The Talisman Spirit then creates a field, which decreases the cryo and physical resistance of enemies within.
That is
and
so
also deals
cool.
periodic cryo damage to them. After unlocking the talent Deific Embrace, an active character within the AoE of Divine Maiden's Deliverance will gain a cryo damage bonus.
That's just insane. This is
Shenhe
such an
is fated
insane
to bear the curse
combination.
Of calamity. As cautioned by the Adepti, she is careful to avoid harming the innocent. But as for those with malicious intent, she's only too happy to put them in their place by giving them a taste of the Adepti arts. Shenhe's Spring Spirit Summoning is the core of her skill set, offering support to other cryo party members with the Icy Quill effect. In battle, proficient use of her elemental skills tap and hold effects allows Shenhe to shine by enhancing the party's attack capabilities. When energy is full, Shenhe unleashes her elemental burst, decreasing enemies' cryo and physical resistance, and creating the opportune moment to defeat the weakened enemies.
Wow.
Liyue
Wow.
Harbor is known as a bustling melting pot of a city, ready to welcome any and every lonely figure. But if Shenhe truly wishes to rejoin human society, there is much she will have to learn. Even I myself do not relish the solitary life I lead. When others are fortunate enough to meet a companion for their journey, I sincerely wish them the very best. After all, to this day, I hold that people should be authors of their own fate, both the crane ready to make peace with the past, and the beast with a grudge to bear have the freedom to make their journey home.
Wow. That lived up to the anticipation for me. Shenhe is absolutely an incredible character. Please, if you have her, share your experience with me if you enjoy using her and what teams you like to put her on. Yunjin, Showstopper.
The people of Liyue have always been fond of Liyue opera. The reason? Only through these old tales from eons ago can they witness the legendary feats of the Adepti. But ever since the young Yunjin became director of the Yunhan Opera Troupe, not only has she excelled in classical Adepti-style opera, But she has also brought her own original stories to the stage, recounting tales of the common folk.
She has such a beautiful voice.
It is often said that listening to Ms. Yun's new operas is like unwrapping a gift box. Anticipation followed by sheer delight.
Which opera shall we perform today?
Opera Grandis.
Fans of Liyue opera all agree that Yunjin has boundless talent, performing admirably both on the stage and on the battlefield. When defending herself from the enemy, Yunjin deftly adapts the techniques of stage combat, turning defense into offense and putting on a show her enemies won't forget in a hurry. In order to satisfy her appetite, while maintaining a perfect figure and singing voice, Yunjin developed a certain knack for cooking. When Yunjin achieves perfect cooking on dishes with adventure-related effects, she has a certain chance to cook double the amount.
That is awesome!
Yunjin's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes, dealing physical damage. Yunjin's charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to lunge forward.
I realize Liyue has a lot of polearm users.
In her path. Tap her elemental skill, and Yunjin strikes from a cloud-grasping stance, dealing geo damage. When the skill is held, Yunjin adopts the opening flourish stance and charges up, forming a shield. The shield's damage absorption scales off Yunjin's max HP.
Wow.
And has increased effectiveness against all elemental and physical damage. When the skill is released, its duration ends, or when the shield breaks, Yunjin will unleash the charged energy as an attack, dealing geo damage.
Kind of like Beto.
Based on the time spent charging, the attack will unleash at charge level 1 or charge level 2.
See, that's really cool.
After unlocking the talent True to Oneself, using Opening Flourish at the precise moment when Yunjin is attacked will unleash its level 2 charged form. Proficient use of these skills allows Yunjin to effectively fend off enemy attacks and strike back.
Break a leg!
Unleashing Yunjin's elemental burst deals AoE geo damage and grants the Flying Cloud Flag formation to nearby party members. When characters with Flying Cloud Flag formation deal normal attack damage to enemies, they will deal bonus damage based on Yunjin's current defense. The effects of Flying Cloud Flag formation will be cleared after a set duration, or after being triggered a set number of times. When one normal attack hits multiple enemies, the effect is triggered multiple times according to the number of enemies hit.
Wow.
The number of times triggered is counted independently for each member of the party. After unlocking the talent Breaking Conventions, the normal attack damage bonus granted by Flying Cloud Flag formation is further increased. The more elemental types among your party members, the greater the increase. Unlike on the stage, there is no script to rely on in battle. But in Yunjin's mind, unexpected enemies serve as her best rehearsal partners, providing fresh inspiration with their unscripted attacks. In battle, Yunjin must make deft use of her elemental skill. She waits for the moment and counterattacks when the enemy is vulnerable to gain the upper hand. When her energy is full, Yunjin unleashes her elemental burst, granting nearby party members the Flying Cloud Flag formation, increasing her teammates' normal attack damage, and helping them to finish off their enemies. Compared to a lifetime, a single opera performance is short-lived. And against the vastness of history, mortal lives are like walk-on parts in a grand play, drops in a boundless ocean. However spellbinding the performance, the curtain call will come and the audience will leave. Perhaps this is why Yunjin incorporates the details of ordinary lives into her scripts, portraying the trials and tribulations of the common folk, alongside grand tales of gods and adepti, preserving their stories in operatic form to honor the human experience for generations to come. I happen to know a story about the heavenly principles and mortals, about cataclysm and peace, curse and devastation. If I were to share this story with Yunjin, I do wonder how her theatrical interpretation would turn out.
Wow. Wow. When it comes to these support characters, between her and Goro, like say if you have both, does it make sense to have both of them in the party? Because they kind of play the same role, or should you only use one or the other? That's what I want to know. Obviously, Goro's a ranged user, whereas Yunjin is a physical attacker because she's the polearm wielder. So I don't know. Let me know what your experience is with Yunjin, because I've gotten her a couple times, but I haven't really used her. Yae Miko, the mocking of a Tenko.
Yae Miko is a divine kitsune, as the Electro Archon's familiar and Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine. Her dignified presence commands awe and respect.
I don't have her.
But as chief editor of the Yae Publishing House, and a patron and participant of festivities,
she kind of scares me more than Raiden.
Her tone keeps you guessing. This leaves many uncertain of how to deal with the majestic but mystifying Miko. In reality, however, if you want to make Lady Guji smile, you needn't deliver an eloquent speech. You simply need to say these 4 magic words. Something amusing just happened.
Whatever would you do without me?
Divina Volpes.
In Yae Miko's eyes, shooing away pesky intruders is a tedious task that does not require her personal involvement. She can leave this to the kitsune spirits.
What?
Only when her curiosity is aroused will Yae Miko show her fabled fox form and
that
summon lightning
so cool.
plummeting from above. It's said that those lucky enough to witness this spectacle never live to tell of the tale.
I knew it.
With her age and experience,
Terrifying.
Yae Miko is one of the most learned in the land. Even if the spur-of-the-moment stories she enjoys telling make this hard to believe. When Yae Miko crafts character talent materials, there is a chance to obtain 1 extra random item of the same region.
What? Man.
This item has the same rarity as the material consumed.
I'm salty now.
Yae Miko's normal attack
Spirit
performs up to
Fox
3
Sin
consecutive
Eater.
attacks, dealing electro damage. Her charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina and deals AoE electro
what
damage
is that?
after a short casting time.
That's cool.
Tap her elemental skill, and Yae Miko moves swiftly, leaving behind a Seisho Sakura.
What?
While on the field, it periodically strikes one nearby enemy with lightning, dealing electro damage. This skill has 3 charges, and a maximum of 3 Seisho Sakura can exist at one time. If another Seisho Sakura is nearby, its level is increased, meaning its lightning strikes deal more damage. Initially, Seisho Sakura are created at level 1, and the maximum level is 3. By strategically spacing the Seisho Sakura, Yae Miko can quickly create an ideal formation to increase their damage level and put her enemy in a difficult position. When the Guji of the shrine recites a blessing, thunder roars in response. After unlocking the talent Enlightened Blessing, Seisho Sakura damage is increased based on Yae Miko's elemental mastery.
Wow.
I'm always watching.
Tenko Kenshin.
When Yae Miko unleashes her elemental burst, she summons a lightning strike, dealing AoE electro damage. When cast, Yae Miko unseals nearby Seisho Sakura, destroying their outer forms and transforming them into Tenko Thunderbolts, dealing further AoE electro damage. For each Seisho Sakura destroyed in this way, 1 Tenko Thunderbolt strikes down. After unlocking the talent, the Shrine's Sacred Shade, when Yae Miko casts her elemental burst, each Seisho Sakura destroyed resets the cooldown for 1 charge of her elemental skill. Don't let Yae Miko's graceful outward appearance fool you into thinking she is gracious in temperament, for that would be a fatal error. During battle, Yae Miko does not think twice before unleashing Seisho Sakura. She ensnares the enemy in a perilous position, dealing damage and creating opportunities.
What a scary combination. And Kujo?
When energy is full, Yae Miko unleashes her elemental burst, unsealing nearby Seisho Sakura and summoning Tenko Thunderbolts to make sure these tiresome foes disappear for good.
Wow!
In storytelling skill, the writers of the Yae Publishing House are my superior. When I get talking, I tend to speak of true historical events. But under Chief Editor Yae's guidance, works of sheer fantasy thrive, accounting for the vast majority of popular light novels. Maybe in another few centuries, archaeologists will find books filled with pure fiction, mistake them for rare historical records, and draw all kinds of conclusions from them. Perhaps by then, the truth of the past will be consumed as entertaining fiction. Its only purpose, to meet people's need for novelty, save for the sneering of the kitsune. All that will remain is the despairing sighs of the long forgotten.
Wow. Wow. So Yae Miko is incredible, and it was really cool to see the combination with her, Raiden, and Kujo Sada. Let's get into Kamisato Ayato, Reflection of the Moon and Flowers.
Surrounding the epicenter of power is a tangled web of powerful factions, where vested interests and hidden agendas lurk beneath the surface. For someone to not only rise to the top in this environment, but also maintain stability, they must be exceptionally shrewd and highly skilled. Anyone who hopes to meet the man at the top would be wise to first make sure that they know exactly whose side they're on.
What's that? Join you for a walk?
I'm on Yae Miko's side.
Kamisato Ayato is the Yashiro commissioner. As heir to his clan, he has trained for this role all his life, including in the martial arts. His fighting style channels the power of Hydro through the forms of Kamisato art. A strong current hides beneath the tranquil surface, ready to overwhelm his foes like a flash flood. To the clan leader whose every meal is prepared for him by his staff, cooking is not a necessity, but a pastime. When Kamisato Ayato cooks a perfect dish, he has a chance to obtain a suspicious dish of the same kind.
What? That's pretty cool.
Kamisato Ayato's normal attack can combo up to 5 slashes,
Wow.
dealing physical damage.
He's so
His charged
classy.
attack consumes a set amount of stamina to charge forward and perform the EI technique, dealing physical damage. Tap his elemental skill to shift positions and enter the Takemiguri Kanka state. After this shift, a watery illusion forms in Ayato's original position. After forming, the watery illusion will explode if enemies are near or when its duration ends, dealing AoE hydro
OP.
damage. While in the Takemiguri Kanka state,
And I am here
Ayato
for it.
unleashes rapid Shinsuiken attacks, converting his normal attack damage into AoE hydro damage that cannot be overridden.
Wow.
After a Shinsuiken attack hits an enemy, Ayato receives the Namisen effect, which increases Shinsuiken attack damage based on his current max HP. The maximum number of Namisen stacks starts at 4. Stacks can be gained via Shinsuiken attacks once per set time period, and disappear when the Takemiguri Kanka state ends. Also, while in the Takemiguri Kanka state, Ayato's resistance to interruption is increased, but he cannot perform charged or plunging attacks. After unlocking the talent Mineo Matoishi Kiyotaki, Ayato receives 2 Namisen stacks immediately after casting his elemental skill. And when the watery illusion explodes, Ayato gains a Namisen effect equivalent to the maximum number of stacks.
Wow.
Kamisato art. Suiyu!
When Ayato unleashes his elemental burst, he unveils a garden of purity that silences the cacophony
This
within. While this space exists, blue
such
water blades
an
rain down
incredible
continuously,
elemental burst.
attacking enemies within range
Wow.
and dealing hydro damage. The normal attack damage of characters
Eula!
within this space is also increased.
I forgot about Eula.
Ripples on water destroy the immaculate face of the moon in its midst, but it regains its composure the moment after they pass. After unlocking the talent Michiyuku Hagetsu, when Ayato is not on the field, if his elemental energy is below a certain threshold, he continuously regains energy.
What?
Kamisato Ayato keeps a low profile and rarely shows his true talents, but when those lured into a false sense of security seek to move against him, he is only too happy to deal with them himself. The Shinsuiken is Ayato's main means of attack. During battle, Ayato coordinates with his teammates to produce hydro-based elemental reactions and take down groups of enemies with a barrage of
Rosaria?
Shinsuiken strikes to gain the upper hand. When energy is full, Ayato unleashes his elemental burst, unveiling a garden of purity, which increases party members' normal attack damage and sets the stage for further
That is so
elemental reactions
cool.
to flush out any final remnants. Many years ago, the Yashiro Commission faced upheaval for their transgressions. The Kamisato clan survives today because they found favor in the eyes of a god. but they bear an eternal obligation to be guardians of the divine. If you asked the head of the Kamisato clan what he truly holds sacred, I dare say the will of the gods would not be his answer. And so, though Kamisato Ayato appears to handle his affairs with consummate ease, when all is said and done, he is simply an ordinary soul caught between the divine and the mundane. If there comes a day when the instruction of the gods conflicts with that which he has sworn to protect, how then will he preserve his delicately maintained stability?
Wow. He is such a powerful character. Should I feel bad that I don't have him? Okay, first off, I am not ready to see Yelan right after Ayato. Are you serious? This is way too much epicness.
In the business of national security, the public eye poses many restrictions. While trouble brews in the shadows, it helps to bring in special talent. Someone who can move freely between different circles, covering their tracks as they go. But be warned, this kind of collaboration could cost you, so make sure it's worth the price.
Who's our target this time?
I tried so hard to get her.
Yelan is a master of the bow, whose hydrovision takes her abilities to new heights. Stronger and more daring than most, she thrives in dangerous situations, leading her enemies slowly but surely into her trap. For Yelan, staying alert to new intel of all kinds is second nature. Wherever she goes, whatever she does, she always returns with a wealth of resources. When Yelan is dispatched on a 20-hour expedition in Liu, she will obtain increased rewards.
What?
Yelan's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. Holding the attack button executes a more precise shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, flowing water accumulates on the arrowhead. A fully charged arrow deals hydro damage on hit. After leaving combat for a short time, Yelan gains the breakthrough effect.
What is that?
Which greatly decreases the charge time of her next aimed shot.
What?
And fires a breakthrough barb at full charge.
That's pretty cool.
The breakthrough barb deals AoE hydro damage that scales based on Yelan's max HP. When she casts her elemental skill, Yelan moves rapidly using her lifeline, latching onto and marking enemies as she goes. Tapping and holding the skill produce different effects.
Really?
When tapped, Yelan rapidly dashes forward a short distance. While held, Yelan remains in a rapid movement state and gains increased resistance to interruption while in that state.
That was incredible!
During this time, Yelan can control the direction she sprints in and can cast the skill again to exit the rapid movement state. Using this skill, she can quickly approach groups of enemies while easily avoiding some of their attacks.
What?
Furthermore, it helps her explore the surrounding terrain more rapidly. When
this is insane!
Ends, Lifeline will explode and deal hydro damage to marked enemies based on Yelan's max HP. Also, when Lifeline explodes, the number of enemies marked affects her chance to gain the breakthrough effect. The more enemies marked, the higher the chance to gain the effect.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Depth Clarion Dice.
When Yelan unleashes her elemental burst, she deals AoE hydro damage to nearby enemies.
Wow.
And creates an exquisite throw.
I'm getting Persona vibes when I see her.
Exquisite throw follows
she also looks like the nurse from Persona 5 too.
And when they perform a normal attack, or Yelan's lifeline explodes and hits an enemy, Exquisite Throw will join in the attack, dealing hydro damage based on Yelan's max HP. After unlocking the talent Adapt with Ease, the active character's damage dealt gradually increases while Exquisite Throw is present.
What?
If the Elemental Burst is cast again while this effect is active, the effect will be cleared. Before the fun of guessing the enemy's next move begins, Yelan inspects her hand and tallies up her strengths. After unlocking the talent Turn Control, Yelan's max HP is increased, based on the number of elemental types in the party.
What?
The more elemental types, the greater the increase.
That is
Wherever there is
huge.
intrigue, Yelan is in the background, quietly weaving her web. By the time her prey notices, it's already too late. In battle, Yelan likes to open with her breakthrough bar. Before using her elemental skill to approach nearby enemies, she ensnares her targets with Lifeline, then lets it explode and deal damage. After the explosion, if she has the breakthrough effect, Yelan may follow up with another breakthrough bar to inflict further damage. When energy is full, Yelan unleashes her elemental burst to create an exquisite throw, providing hydro damage and a damage boost, so the team can round up the remaining foes.
Wow.
Fate is a cruel and perilous thing. It bodes only ill, lurking in dark places like the chasm.
I'm still going through this
that
quest.
Place is the epitome of human misfortune. People died there, far from their homes. People with hopes and dreams, dutiful to the bitter end. Different motivations resulted in the same tragic conclusion. People ought to fear disaster, unless they can learn to draw strength from their fear. Perhaps Yelan is just such a unique case. Undeterred by fate's cruel design, there is no path she will not go down in the pursuit of secrets. But what if, one day, she descends into a place from which there is no escape? I am curious, by which of her many sides would she see herself be remembered?
Wow. Yelan is incredible. I tried really hard to get her. It was just not in the cards for me or in the die. But I want to know, if you have Yelan, what is your experience with her? How do you build her? Do you like her? Is she one of your main characters? I'm excited because I just got QiQi. I have her at level 50, trying to get her at least to 70. I'm excited to learn how to use her before I even get to. That way we can kind of hit the ground running.
You may be forgiven for wondering how an organization as chaotic as the Arataki Gang has managed to survive as long as it has, despite the near daily conflict they stir up and frequent stints in jail. Somehow, the fallout of their antics is successfully contained time and again. Luckily for them, the Arataki Gang does have one member who actually has their head screwed on.
Oh!
Don't tell me they did it again.
She's part of the same crew.
Shinobu doesn't go looking for trouble, but it always finds its way to her via the company she keeps. This gives her a wealth of experience in cleaning up after others. No matter how tricky things get, Shinobu is always able to help her friends out of a tight spot with the aid of her electrovision, deftly diffusing the situation every time. If there were qualifications for expedition expertise, QiQi Shinobu would likely be certified at the highest level. When QiQi Shinobu is dispatched on a 20-hour expedition in Inazuma, she will obtain increased rewards.
I have definitely been taking advantage of that.
QiQi Shinobu's normal attack can combo up to 4 strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies.
Okay.
Her charged attack consumes a certain amount of stamina to perform 2 swift strikes to the front, dealing physical damage. When she casts her elemental skill, Shinobu consumes some HP to create a ring of sanctification, dealing electro damage to surrounding enemies.
That's cool.
The ring of sanctification follows the active character and periodically deals electro damage to nearby enemies.
That is useful.
Also healing active characters nearby.
And it heals?
The healing amount scales with Shinobu's max HP. HP consumed by her elemental skill will not decrease her
so
HP
I need to
lower
put
than a certain
artifacts
level.
on her that boost electro damage and
After
HP.
unlocking the talent Breaking Free, when QiQi Shinobu's HP is low, she will gain an increased healing bonus.
Really?
Though the Arataki Gang causes her no end of trouble, it's the one place QiQi Shinobu has the freedom to be herself. After unlocking the talent Heart's Repose, the healing effect and damage dealt by Sanctifying Ring will increase.
Look at Eula getting more attention finally.
I'll settle this.
Kyoye Narukami?
When Shinobu unleashes her elemental burst, she stabs her blade into the ground, creating a field that excoriates evil.
Whoa.
This field deals continuous electro damage based
that
on
is so
Shinobu's
cool.
max HP. When she casts her elemental burst, if Shinobu's HP is low, the field will last longer.
Really? That is awesome!
Shinobu is uncertain of the criteria for obtaining a vision, but that doesn't stop her from taking full advantage of its
Wait, she doesn't have a vision?
In combat, Shinobu supports her teammates by using her elemental skill to create a ring of sanctification. Besides healing nearby active characters, the ring also creates ideal conditions for elemental reactions, allowing her teammates to easily gain the upper hand. When energy is full, Shinobu unleashes her elemental burst, creating a cleansing field that deals continuous electro damage to enemies in its AoE, paving the way to a decisive victory.
So imagine having her as the healer.
To most, the world provides boundless possibilities, and people are free to make their own choices as long as they are ready to accept the consequences. Fortunately, QiQi Shinobu is a talented individual, and the troubles stirred up by the Arataki gang are a price worth paying for her freedom.
Aww.
To thank Kujo Sara for an introduction, Shinobu once treated her to drinks at Uyu Restaurant.
Wow.
I doubt that the Tenryou Commission General could have ever imagined a throwaway comment she made over drinks with her friend would end up ensuring the longevity of the Arataki gang, cementing their place as a thorn in her side for years to come.
That is great. Wow, so like my brain is just thinking about the combinations. So imagine having QiQi as your healer and Kujo as the support, and then Raiden and then Yae. Oh my gosh. I recently got Heizo and I'm excited to start using him some more. The challenge is he's Animo, and I have a lot of Animo characters. I have C6 Sucrose. I like the fact that he's a martial artist. Let's see if this video kind of helps me clear up the fog.
Technically speaking, the Tenryou Commission has no formal position called detective. However, formal or not, Doshin Shikanoin is indisputably the Commission's top sleuth.
I can't pronounce that word.
And every co-worker and criminal he has ever met has come to refer to him as that famous detective.
Imagine if he got
Even
into
the
a
most
fight
rigid of rules
with
will
Ito.
bend to accommodate extraordinary talent. And so the young prodigy detective's reputation only continues to grow.
I'm on the case.
A detective who
Heizo
can fight.
prefers to avoid physical combat and prides himself on winning battles with his intellect. However, even he admits that sometimes the martial arts skills that his father made him learn are vital when defending himself in the pursuit of justice.
So hear me out. Heizo is...
Although cracking cases is a
Genshin's
detective's core
airbender.
duty, Heizo believes his true calling lies in preventing
He's our
would-be
avatar.
criminals from ever committing crimes in the first place. When Shikanoin Heizo is in the party, he reduces sprinting stamina consumption for your own party members, making exploration faster.
That is awesome!
Heizo's normal attack performs up to 5 strikes that deal animo damage.
So cool.
His charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to perform a sweeping kick, dealing animo damage. Tap Heizo's elemental skill to wield the swift
Stopper
winds
strike
and launch a powerful strike that deals animo damage. Holding the skill charges energy and allows Heizo to obtain up to 4 stacks of the declension effect, which increases the power of the next elemental skill. When the skill button is released, or the skill finishes charging, Heizo strikes forward, dealing animo damage. When Heizo possesses 4 declension stacks, the conviction effect is produced, further increasing the damage and AoE of the next elemental skill. After unlocking the talent's paradoxical practice, Shikanoin Heizo will gain 1 declension stack when he triggers a swirl reaction on the field. This effect can only be gained once per short period. Strategic use of this effect allows Heizo to quickly gain declension stacks and increase the power of the elemental. Sharp investigative instincts enable Heizo to quickly pinpoint the motive and method behind a crime. His sheer brilliance means that many aspire to one day partner with him on a case. When the talent Penetrative Reasoning is unlocked, after Heizo's elemental skill hits an opponent, the elemental mastery of all other party members is increased for a limited time.
What? That's awesome.
Confess!
When
Wind
Heizo
Mustard
unleashes
Kick.
his elemental burst, he leaps into the air and kicks the
That was so
Fudo-style
cool.
vacuum slugger towards the enemy. The vacuum slugger explodes on hit,
Boom!
creating a wind tunnel that pulls in nearby objects and opponents and deals AoE animo damage. When vacuum slugger hits enemies affected by hydro, pyro, cryo, or electro, it afflicts them with Windbuster Iris. Moments later, Windbuster Iris explodes and dissipates, dealing AoE damage of the corresponding elemental type. Vacuum Slugger can afflict a maximum of 4 enemies with the Windbuster Iris. A single enemy cannot be affected by irises of different elemental types at the same time.
Dang.
Though Shikanoin Heizo always chooses brains over brawn, he is nimble and well-practiced in the martial arts of his clan. This, plus his keen sense of battle judgment, makes him more competent at close-quarters combat than most imagine. In battle, the elemental skill is Heizo's main means of attack. A smart offensive allows him to rack up declension stacks and unleash a more powerful elemental skill.
Wow.
When energy is full, Heizo unleashes his elemental burst and uses the vacuum slugger to deal animo damage. By effectively coordinating with his teammates, Heizo can afflict enemies with the Windbuster Iris, lowering their defenses while assisting his allies.
Wow.
For most detectives, finding the truth is the end goal of every case. Once the file is closed and the criminal brought to justice, the satisfied sleuth sits back and congratulates themselves on a job well done. But even a job well done is not enough for Heizo. Finding the truth is good, but finding a way to dissuade criminals in the first place is even better. If it were anyone else, I would laugh off their delusions of grandeur. Surely no single detective could hope to reduce crime through the sheer weight of their reputation. And yet, in the case of Shikanoin Heizo, I find myself entertaining a faint and uncharacteristic sense of optimism.
Oh,
With
that's
that
good.
said, it is a pity that a detective of his caliber was unavailable to take on the case of the deicide of the God of Contracts.
Huh? Okay, so yeah, I'm excited to continue building Heizo. I got him up to 70. Let me know how you built him, if he's a character that you recommend utilizing. Tignari, Lush Verdure.
Compared to ferocious beasts, it's hard to imagine placid plants ever posing a serious threat to humans.
Sumeru is beautiful.
Deep within the sprawling forest where the vegetation
I haven't gotten to
grows
Sumeru
unchecked,
yet.
there is no telling what dangers may lurk within. So never underestimate the rainforest, for life is a formidable force. If you're hoping to pass through the Avidia forest without incident, you would be wise to heed the stern warnings of the Forest Watcher.
I'll lead the way.
The music.
Tighnari believes that the best thing to do with knowledge is to utilize it effectively in everyday life.
Aww.
Applying his botanical expertise in the use of his dendrovision has helped him to both advance his research and protect the rainforest's ecosystem. To be an effective forest watcher requires a keen, observant pair of eyes. When Tighnari is in your party, the location of resources unique to Sumeru will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather supplies.
Conda Barrier Buster
attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Tighnari executes a more precise, aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Tighnari fires a dendro-infused arrow that deals dendro damage. At charge level 2, Tighnari fires a wreath arrow that deals dendro damage. After hitting its target, several cluster bloom arrows are generated that will auto-target nearby enemies and deal further dendro damage.
Wow.
When the talent Keen Sight is unlocked, after Tighnari fires a wreath arrow, his elemental mastery will be increased for a limited time.
Wow.
Tighnari's elemental skill throws a Vijnana Stormheart ahead of him that deals AoE dendro damage and creates a Vijnana Khanda field, which summons strange illusions to taunt enemies and draw their fire.
That's cool.
Also, Tighnari gains the Vijnana Suffusion effect that decreases the charging time of the next wreath arrow. This effect will dissipate once the duration ends, or after Tighnari has fired a certain number of wreath arrows.
I'll uproot you!
Whoa.
When Tighnari unleashes his elemental burst, he harnesses the power of germination and fires 6 Tanglevine tendrils that automatically target enemies and deal dendro damage. After the Tanglevine tendrils hit their target, a second wave of tendrils is produced that also auto-target enemies and deal dendro damage. After studying the properties of a diverse range of plants, Tighnari gained a wealth of new insight into dendro-infused arrows. After unlocking the talent Scholarly Blade, for every point of elemental mastery Tighnari possesses, his charged attack and elemental burst damage are increased. Damage can only be increased up to a certain limit.
What?
Poorly prepared hikers and fierce monsters are constant troubles in the rainforest. An earnest, informative lecture is sufficient to deal with the former. But in the case of the latter, Tighnari shows no mercy. During battle, Tighnari first uses his elemental skill to create a Vijnana Khanda field to taunt enemies and obtain the Vijnana Suffusion effect.
Wow.
From a safe vantage point, he can now quickly charge and fire wreath arrows to deal dendro damage to enemies. When energy is full, Tighnari unleashes his elemental burst, firing Tanglevine tendrils that pursue enemies. 2 waves of Tanglevines will home in on enemies to root out the problem at the source.
That was epic.
Even as I speak, strange events that I cannot comprehend are unfolding in Sumeru City. Fortunately for Tighnari, though he lacks knowledge of the full situation, his intuition has saved him from becoming entangled in it. In Tighnari's opinion, however profound and esoteric knowledge may be, it does not equal virtue. Elitism and deceit can lead to no good. Ironically, the academia sages who manage knowledge neither comprehend the true meaning of knowledge, nor understand the yearnings of the human heart. Though Tighnari has rejected them several times, still their pleas come time after time to his door. Let's see just where exactly the path of stubbornness and ignorance will lead them in the future.
Okay. I have developed a new respect for Tighnari because I didn't think he was going to be that fun, but that video proved me wrong. So if you have Tighnari, let me know what your experience is with him, how you've built him, what teams you've put him on, and is he worth the pull? Klee, Sunny Greenfields. I have her, but I haven't used her.
The forest rangers of Gandharvaville welcomed a new trainee to their ranks. She's a warm-hearted girl with a radiant smile, always ready to help a forest trekker in need. Like the hardiest plants in the forest, her will to live runs deep, seemingly unbreakable despite the traumas of the past.
Trainee Forest Ranger Klee, reporting.
Mondstadt gave Klee an opportunity to turn things around, and now Sumeru provides her with a place to grow. Here, she will support those around her with her newly acquired power of dendro. Good things come to those who are willing to work toward their dreams. When Klee is in the party, she reduces gliding stamina consumption for your own party
That's helpful.
Making exploration faster. Kale's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Klee executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, dendro energy accumulates on the arrowhead. A fully charged arrow will deal dendro damage. Kale's elemental skill throws a floral ring that deals 1 bout of dendro damage to each target it hits. The floral ring will return after a set time, dealing further dendro damage on the way back. After unlocking the talent Floral Sidewinder, if one of your own party members triggers a Burning, Quicken, Aggravate, Spread, Bloom, Hyperbloom, or Burgeon reaction before the floral ring returns, the floral ring will grant the character the Sprout effect on its return.
What is that?
The Sprout effect deals dendro damage to nearby enemies for a set time based on Kale's attack.
Oh! So she's definitely support.
If the Sprout effect is triggered again before it expires, the initial effect will be removed. Kale's elemental burst brings her trusty assistant, Cullen Anba, into the battle, causing an explosion that deals AoE dendro damage.
That's pretty cool.
And creates a Cullen Anba zone. Cullen Anba bounds around within the zone, dealing further AoE dendro damage. Plant life thrives in the Sumeru forests, like the hope rejuvenated in Kale's life. After unlocking the talent the Languid Wood, when a character in the Cullen Anba zone triggers a burning, quicken, aggravate, spread, bloom, hyperbloom, or burgeon reaction, the zone's duration will be extended. A given Cullen Anba zone's duration may only be extended in this way by up to a limited amount. The time that Kale once spent on the run taught her a wealth of survival and combat skills. Though still a trainee forest ranger, her dendro vision gives her the ability to hold her own in many challenging situations. In battle, Kale focuses on casting her elemental skill, aiming to hit as many enemies as possible and generate the sprout effect within the floral ring. This enables her teammates to deal greater damage through more
She makes me think of Goro.
Reactions. When her energy is full, Kale summons Cullen Anba, whose Cullen Anba zone deals continuous dendro damage to the enemy, and creates a fertile ground for elemental reactions. By coordinating with her teammates, the zone can be extended and exploited long enough to root out every last one.
Really? Community roasts me with puns all the time, so I had to point it out.
Growth means different things to different people. Some simply wish to grow up in peace, while others pursue loftier goals. As for Kale, she believes that overcoming her past is a necessary step on the long journey to the future she pursues. This is wise, for to overcome is to move forward, not to wallow endlessly in the past. Pity that my former travel companion, for all their years of rumination, lacks Kale's clarity on this.
Former travel companion.
Or perhaps some situations are simply too complex to be resolved by good intentions and honest effort alone.
Wow. Okay. I definitely have developed more respect for Kale. I can't ascend her, which I know is a running joke because I said that quite a bit a couple videos ago. It's still the truth. I can't ascend her. I don't know where her materials are. Like, I don't know what enemy I have to go down because I haven't made it to Sumeru. What is your reaction to the trailers? What is your experience with her? Have you built her? Would you say that she is someone that you should have on the team with Tighnari, or one or the other? I guess they fulfill different roles because it seems like Tighnari is more DPS and she kind of seems like sub DPS, I guess. Let me know. Dory, business is booming.
I first met Dory long before she was the infinitely resourceful merchant that you know today, but I could already see that her adorable face was simply brimming with confident determination. Such focus, such passion. Now, what kind of grand sorceress would I be if I didn't offer her just a little assistance? I dare say my instincts
I have Dory, but I haven't really used her.
That little investment turned out to be one of the best I've ever made.
Come on, let's go! There's a fortune to be made!
A keen merchant like Dory wouldn't dream of turning away a perfectly good business deal just because the customer demands the impossible. No. So long as the price is right on your tall order, Lord Sangama Bay will personally make sure that all your worries are zapped away with the aid of her Electrovision. Any deals that pass through Dory's hands seem to magically yield extra returns. When Dory crafts character and weapon enhancement materials, she has a chance to recover some of the materials used, which can be set aside.
I definitely have taken advantage of that.
Dory's normal attack causes her genie to combo up to 3 strikes that deal physical damage to enemies. Hold the attack button.
Did she just
and the
pay that
drains
genie?
Stamina over time to perform a continuous spinning attack on nearby enemies, dealing physical damage. When the spinning stops, the genie unleashes one final extra strong strike that launches smaller enemies within range. Dory's elemental skill
Troubleshooter
shots
cannon
from her spirit warding lamp, dealing electro damage to enemies. To sweeten the deal, when troubleshooter shots hit their target, 2 after-sales service rounds are produced that automatically track down their nearby enemies and deal extra electro damage just for good measure. After unlocking the talent Compound Interest, when the troubleshooter shots or after-sales service rounds from Dory's elemental skill hit enemies, Dory will restore elemental energy to herself based on her energy recharge rate. Each elemental spell valid for 1 energy recharge only. Energy can be redeemed only up to a certain limit. Terms and conditions apply.
Terms and conditions apply. Really?
When Dory unleashes her elemental burst, she summons the genie from her
wasn't
lamp to
gonna
provide her customers
to
with a
pronounce that.
plethora of services. The genie connects to a nearby character, causing them to become affected by electro. The connected character will continuously restore HP based on Dory's max HP and will also steadily regenerate energy.
What?
When the connector between the genie and the character touches enemies, it will deal bouts of electro damage to them at set intervals. Only one genie can exist at one time.
Shame.
An astute merchant like Dory spots business opportunities everywhere she looks. She must always be ready to provide customers with the perfect solution at a moment's notice. After unlocking the talent, an eye for gold. When a character connected to the genie triggers an electrocharged superconduct, overloaded, quicken, aggravate, hyper bloom, or an electro swirl or crystallize reaction, the cooldown of troubleshooter cannon is decreased. This effect can only be triggered once within a set
Sounded
period of
like
time.
if you perform any kind of elemental
Any
reaction.
merchant worth their mora must have keen foresight, and Dory figures out just what her customers need before they've even realized themselves. That's why adventurers heading toward danger always seem to find a certain petite peddler waiting for them, just where the going starts to get tough.
I feel like Dory would hustle me.
Dory fires her troubleshooter shots to deal electro damage to enemies, with the after-sales service rounds following up after the initial delivery. When her energy is full, Dory summons forth the genie within the lamp to provide support to her teammates.
Well, she is support.
Connect to a nearby character, causing them
Makes
to regenerate
sense based
energy
on
and
her
restore
combat.
HP. By moving the character's position, the connection with the genie can be adjusted, dealing electro damage to enemies while offering customers a little extra bang for their buck.
Wow.
I've traveled all over the world, met countless people, and helped plenty of them along the way.
What is this?
But Dory is one of the very few who still keeps in touch. I'm not interested in her paying me back, but I do admire her bold and daring mercantile methods. Doing business is just like adventuring and inventing. You must go big or go home. You mustn't be skittish and easily deterred. So for my purposes, Dory is a superb partner, and I am only too delighted to place the most ingenious of my personal inventions into her capable hands.
I bet.
An old astrologist friend of mine always harps on about the consequences of handing off these kinds of items, but nothing has come of it yet, so we'll continue business as normal.
Okay. In a nutshell, I did develop a little more respect for Dory, but I'm still not really interested in using her. If there's anyone that uses Dory and you found a way to just really flesh out her potential, please share your experience with me, because again, I want to be able to use every character, but that's just the ambitious side of me. I'm excited for this one because I recently got Sino, haven't built him yet. I plan to.
Many in Sumeru make it their life's goal to be a scholar, some for the pursuit of truth and knowledge, but there are also those who have other intentions. After all, if you find a niche research topic and manage to secure academia funding, you're set for life. But if this sounds too good to be true, that's because it usually is. The academia is a millennia-old institution, and those working to ensure its continued longevity have zero tolerance for those trying to exploit it.
Oh.
Who's our next target?
The favor of the gods enables Sino to manipulate the electro element and to summon a divine spirit to aid him in the cause of delivering justice. The General Mahamatra gained his formidable reputation not through empty posturing, but by tracking down wayward scholars and bringing them to justice. And
I like how there's a desert in Sumeru,
end up more bountiful than
which is filled with
Sino gains increased rewards when
greenery.
dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Sumeru.
Like, what a huge contrast. That's cool. I have been
normal
taking
attack
advantage of
can
that.
combo up to 4 strikes with
Invoker
his polearm,
Spear.
dealing physical damage. Using his charged attack, Sino consumes a certain amount of stamina to lunge forward, dealing physical damage to enemies along the way. Cast Sino's elemental skill to perform a high-speed dash, dealing electro damage to enemies in his path.
Through me, justice is served.
Oh man.
Cyno's elemental burst summons a divine spirit to possess him. He morphs into the Pact-sworn Pathclearer, causing damage dealt by his normal, charged, and plunging attacks to be converted to electro damage that cannot be overridden. In this state, Cyno's elemental mastery and resistance to interruption are increased, and he gains immunity to damage dealt by electro-charged reactions.
Oh, wow.
The Pact-sworn
Just like
Pathclearer
Raiden.
state ends after a set duration, or when
So
Cyno
imagine
leaves the field.
Cyno and Raiden on the same team.
When Cyno is in the Pact-sworn Pathclearer state, his elemental skill changes, instead unleashing a mortuary rite, which deals thunderous AoE electro damage and extends
That
the
reminds me
duration
of
of
Razor.
Pact-sworn Pathclearer. Once the General Mahamatra has you in his sights, the best option is to admit your guilt. Otherwise, you will find yourself the target of his relentless pursuit. After unlocking the talent Featherfall Judgment, when Cyno is in the Pact-sworn Pathclearer state, he will intermittently enter the Endseer state. If he casts his elemental skill while in this state, he will activate the Judication effect, increasing the damage of this elemental skill and firing off 3 Duststalker bolts that deal electro damage.
What? That's incredible.
After unlocking the talent Authority over the 9 Bows, damage dealt by Cyno's normal attack and Duststalker bolts while in the Pact-sworn Pathclearer state is increased based on Cyno's elemental mastery.
Wow.
Break the Academia Code at your peril, for as are Cyno's jokes, so too is his judgment. No laughing matter. Cyno starts battle by casting his elemental skill, dealing electro damage to enemies and building up elemental energy. When his energy is full, he unleashes his elemental burst to enter the Pact-sworn Pathclearer state, then deals electro damage to enemies with normal attacks, and his special elemental skill, Mortuary Rite.
Whoa.
By strategically using Mortuary Rite, he not only extends the Pact-sworn Pathclearer state, but also triggers the Judication effect to fire off Duststalker bolts and deliver final judgment upon the guilty. In my travels across Teyvat, I've heard people say that curiosity was mankind's original sin. Perhaps everyone has the impulse to explore the deep secrets of the world, but only scholars can truly fulfill such ambitions. Cyno can relate to some degree. Placing the mysteries of the universe before scholars with a burning desire for knowledge would be like placing a dragon-themed deck from Genius Invocation TCG in front of them. Both are irresistible temptations. Perhaps the Academia established the Matra not principally to punish wayward scholars, but rather to protect them, because the gravest crimes committed in the name of wisdom may be beyond the Matra's ability to punish.
Not gonna lie, that part kind of went right over my head. But it could also be because I'm not in Sumeru. But it seems like Cyno is definitely more complex than I thought initially, because he was kind of giving me Razor vibes, which isn't a bad thing because I love Razor. However, when I got Beto, that was kind of like the Razor killer for me. If you too have Cyno, let me know how your experience has been with him, how you've built him, and what teams you feel he would be very strong on. Candace, Sea of Golden Sand.
In the eyes of many adventurers, merchants, and even mercenaries, Aru Village is the only safe haven in an otherwise treacherous desert. Though far from prosperous, it provides ample food and water to all who come here in need.
Being a Zelda fan,
as well
makes
as a
me
bed
think
for the
of
night.
the Gerudo Desert.
On one condition.
Oh yeah, this makes me think of Breath of the Wild.
Do not disturb the peace.
Which isn't a bad thing.
Stay close.
Constellation Sagitta Scutum.
As the sworn protector of Aru Village, Candace is highly adept with her shield and spear.
I do have her.
With the aid of her hydrovision, she can fend off the strongest of storms and the fiercest of foes.
I really like using her, but I know. I can't descend her, okay?
Life is harsh in the hot and arid desert.
To Dawn's
Strength
first
and
light.
endurance are the key to survival for those who dwell here. When Candace is in the party, the active character benefits from reduced stamina consumption from climbing.
Nice. Does that stack, by the way?
Candace's normal attack can combo up to 4 strikes with her polearm, dealing physical damage. Using her charged attack, Candace consumes a certain amount of stamina to lunge forward, dealing physical damage to enemies along the way.
Interesting that both her
Tap
and
Candace's
Sino
elemental
are
skill to
users.
perform a swift shield strike, dealing hydro damage to enemies in front. Hold her elemental skill, and she raises the shield to block attacks from
Which
nearby
is so
enemies.
cool.
The shield absorbs damage based on her max HP and offers extra protection against hydro damage. The shield can remain until Candace finishes casting her elemental skill. After holding the skill for a fixed duration, Candace will finish charging her attack. Then, when the skill is released, its duration expires or the shield is broken, she performs a forward leaping strike that deals hydro damage. After unlocking the talent Aegis of Crossed Arrows, if Candace is hit while holding her elemental skill, she instantly finishes charging.
We shall prevail!
Whoa,
When
Wagtail's
Candace
tied.
unleashes her elemental burst, she holds her weapon high to summon Divine Assistance, which deals AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and continuously grants the Prayer of the Crimson Crown state to the active character. In this state, when a character's normal attack deals elemental damage to an enemy, the damage dealt is increased. Switching characters unleashes a rippling wave attack, dealing hydro damage to nearby enemies. This can only be triggered a limited number of times during Prayer of the Crimson Crown's duration.
Zhongli is cool.
Characters wielding a sword, claymore, or
No pun
polearm
intended.
gain a hydro infusion while Prayer of the Crimson Crown is in effect. After unlocking the talent Celestial Dome of Sand, when a character under the effect of Prayer of the Crimson Crown deals elemental damage with a normal attack, damage dealt is increased based on Candace's max HP.
What? That's cool. I feel like they really like using Childe.
Candace is a
Makes
kind
sense.
soul who is only too happy to stow her weapon when not needed. But anyone who mistakes her good nature for weakness and fails to respect the customs of Aru village should prepare to face the consequences. When battle commences, Candace comes to the defense of the party, using her elemental skill to block the enemy's attack and perform a counterattack. When energy is full, she casts her elemental burst to deal AoE hydro damage and boost her teammates' normal attacks with the Prayer of the Crimson Crown status, then joins them in removing the unruly visitors from Aru village for good.
That's cool.
There are many rumors about the village guardian with the one golden eye. They say that the sands are her spies, the storm winds are her servants, the blood of King Deshret flows in her veins, and that even the strongest of foes must yield at her command.
She kind of looks like Cleopatra.
People who have lost their guardian deity often display the greatest interest in the gods. But having never seen a god with their own eyes, the far-fetched products of their naive imaginations are poor substitutes for reality. Yet despite being the subject of these fanciful rumors, Candace herself takes a much more sober view of things. A shield is but a tool, a polearm but a weapon, and what matters most is not the divine power a weapon contains, but the determination of the one who wields it.
Wow. I really liked her trailer and cannot wait to use her some more. Nila, Lotus Waves.
To the people of Sumeru, who are accustomed to receiving concrete information from the Akasha, the arts are an abstract and intangible concept. What constitutes good art? Is there a way to quantify its value? These questions leave even the academia's most esteemed scholars at a loss.
Yeah.
But to Nilu,
I would imagine
art is the simplest and purest thing in the world. There is no barrier to entry, and everyone can appreciate its beauty.
To make it clear, she is not like Kokomi.
Where are we dancing?
The only
today?
similarity they have is their element.
Though Nilu's dancing may appear delicate, there is measured strength behind every step. Nilu integrates swordplay with agile footwork as she waltzes
Just like
with
Eula.
the water to the aid of her allies.
Aww.
Dancing requires not only grace, but physical endurance as well. That is why Nilu pays particular attention to her dietary intake.
Does she?
When Nilu achieves perfect cooking on dishes with adventure-related effects, she has a certain chance to double the product.
What? That's
Nilu's
awesome.
normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. When using her charged attack, Nilu consumes a certain amount of stamina to unleash a twirling strike, dealing physical damage. When she uses her elemental skill, Nilu enters the pirouette state, dealing hydro damage to nearby enemies based on her max HP. While in the pirouette state, using Nilu's normal attack or elemental skill triggers her sword dance stance or whirling step stance, respectively.
She's kind of cool.
While damage she deals is converted to hydro damage that cannot be overridden and is treated as elemental skill damage.
I like her.
While the pirouette state is active, Nilu's third stance will end this state and trigger a different effect depending on the stance.
She's complex.
If Nilu's final stance is Sword Dance, she unleashes a luminous illusion that inflicts hydro damage to enemies it hits, while also gaining the Lunar Prayer effect.
If I had Nilu, I would absolutely use her.
Nilu's normal attack is converted to a Sword Dance, and her final hit will unleash a luminous illusion.
That is so cool.
If Nilu's final stance is Whirling Steps, she unleashes a whirling water wheel that deals AoE hydro damage. Also, a tranquility aura is created that follows your active character and applies the wet status to enemies in range.
That is awesome.
Nilu cannot perform charged attacks while the pirouette or lunar prayer status is active. Leaving the battlefield will remove the status.
Okay.
After unlocking the talent Court of Dancing Petals, if the party consists exclusively of Dendro and Hydro characters, including at least one of each, the third stance of Nilu's elemental skill, when executed, will confer the Golden Chalice's bounty effect on all nearby characters for a limited time.
What? That is
epic. When a character under the effects of Golden Chalice's bounty is hit by a Dendro attack, the elemental mastery of all nearby characters is increased for a certain time. Additionally, triggering a Bloom reaction will produce a Bountiful Core instead of a Dendro Core. The Bountiful Core's attack is treated as a post-Bloom Dendro Core attack, but it bursts more quickly and has a larger AoE than the Dendro Core.
That's crazy!
Bountiful Cores cannot trigger Hyper Bloom or Burgeon reactions, and they share the same field limit as Dendro Cores.
That's pretty cool.
Nilu's dancing style is the stuff of dreams,
Dreamy
captivating
dance of
her
eons.
audience's hearts and bolstering their spirits. After unlocking the talent Dreamy Dance of Eons, Bountiful Cores triggered due to Golden Chalice's bounty deal increased damage based on how much of Nilu's max HP exceeds a given value.
Wow.
Bountiful Core damage can only be increased in this manner by up to a certain amount.
This dance is for you!
Wow.
Nilu's elemental burst begins a dance of faraway dreams and melodic springs that causes a lotus of distant waters to bloom, dealing AoE hydro damage based on Nilu's max HP. Enemies hit by the elemental burst will sustain the lingering Eon effect, which deals hydro damage after a short delay.
Oh, wow.
To Nilu, there is little difference between battle and dance, since both can be used to resolve one's troubles. Most of Nilu's combat is centered around her elemental skill. She freely dances between her two stances, with Sword Dance allowing her to continuously inflict hydro damage via Lunar Prayer, and Whirling Steps, setting the stage for follow-up elemental reactions.
What I noticed was that
through the persistent
her attacks didn't flow very well. It almost seemed like she kept having to reset.
With
but
the
it seems
right
like those stances is where
Nilu's
she
third
really
stance
shines.
during the performance of her elemental skill grants the Golden Chalice's bounty effect to her teammates. Triggering the Bloom reaction while this effect is active spawns special Bountiful Cores that deal greater damage to enemies.
That's pretty cool. Funny
when her
how
elemental
Kokomi
energy
makes
is
an
full,
appearance.
Nilu can use her elemental burst to begin a dance of faraway dreams, dealing AoE hydro damage and applying the lingering Eon effect to any enemies hit. The lingering Eon follows up with a further attack after a short delay, ushering in the curtain call of Nilu's spectacular performance. I must stress that I am a warrior and in no way versed in the disciplines of song and dance. If anyone was expecting to hear my philosophical musings on these topics, I'm sorry to disappoint.
Well, I am
But while
disappointed.
I am no connoisseur, even I find myself moved once in a while by the sight of an extraordinary performance. Even for the nation of wisdom, citing the pursuit of rationality as a justification for
Nilo's
refusing to
dancing
acknowledge the comfort
and
that an
Yunjin
audience can
singing
find in the arts
and
is sheer
Jinyon's
arrogance.
rocking.
When groups clash, or human ideals
We're all
conflict
gonna
with
have a
the
good
rules of
time.
the world around them, disputes of this nature most often arise from the inability to tolerate the existence of that which is different from oneself.
You lost me, Dainsleif. Wow. Needless to say, Nilo is pretty awesome. I feel like she would be one of those more complex characters to learn initially, but to be fair, she is from Sumeru, so at that point, if you got her and you're able to level her up, should be safe to assume that you have played enough Genshin to understand the combat system. If you have Nilo, please share your experience with her. How'd you build her? What teams have you seen her really thrive on? What role does she play technically? Is she considered sub DPS or is she just considered support? That I'm still trying to wrap my head around, but I really enjoyed that video. Oh man, we have Nahida. I just hope I get her because Nahida is amazing.
Lesser Lord Kusanali is a god unlike any other. As the god of wisdom, she has profound insight into the nature of all things, yet she has never had the opportunity to learn by doing. One may ask, how can a god possess true wisdom in the absence of lived experience? All answers can be found in dreams, and she welcomes fellow truth seekers to dream along with her.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Over her years of confinement, Lesser Lord Kusanali has grown intensely curious about the world outside. Just through observing from afar, Nahida has learned enough to adapt to any situation. Nahida's normal attack can perform up to 4 strikes that deal dendro damage.
I cannot deal with her.
Her charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to deal AoE dendro damage in front of her after a short casting time. Tap Nahida's elemental skill to cast dendral bombs that deal AoE dendro damage. Of the enemy's hit, a certain number will be marked with the Seed of Skanda.
The Seed of Skanda?
Hold her elemental skill to enter aiming mode and target enemies within a certain range. Nahida benefits from increased resistance to interruption while in this mode. Aiming mode lasts for a limited duration, and only a limited number of enemies can be selected as targets. Release the skill button to deal dendro damage to all selected enemies and mark them with a Seed of Skanda. Enemies marked with a Seed of Skanda and in range of each other will form a connection. When an enemy marked with a Seed of Skanda triggers an elemental reaction or takes damage from dendro cores, Nahida unleashes Tri-Karma Purification, dealing dendro damage to them and all connected enemies based on Nahida's attack and elemental mastery. Tri-Karma Purification can only be triggered once per set interval.
That's cool.
After unlocking the talent Awakening Elucidated,
I thought she was going to be Paimon's replacement. That's what I wanted to say earlier.
Will be increased based on the amount of Nahida's elemental mastery that exceeds a given value.
Okay, so you got to build her elemental mastery.
Crit rate and damage can only be increased in this manner up to a certain amount. Nahida is always watching, listening,
on all things
learning
meditated.
about the world around her. Nahida's elemental skill allows her to interact with certain harvestable items when they are in range. In some scenarios, it may also have other uses.
What? That is so cool!
The Temple of Wisdom!
Illusory Heart.
When Nahida unleashes her elemental burst, she materializes the Court of Dreams and brings forth the Shrine of Maya. The shrine provides different effects depending on the elemental types of characters in the party, as follows.
What an incredible elemental burst.
If the party contains a pyro character, the damage dealt by Tri-Karma Purification will be increased when Nahida is within the Shrine of Maya's AoE.
No way!
If the party contains an electro character, the interval between each Tri-Karma Purification is decreased when
The fact
Nahida
that
is
the
within
effects
the
are
Shrine
different
of
based on the
Maya's AoE.
elements is insane. That is so cool.
If the party contains a Hydro character, the Shrine of Maya's duration will be extended.
What?
When the Shrine of Maya is created, if the party contains at least 2 characters of the aforementioned elemental types, their corresponding effects will receive a further boost. So long as the active party member remains
so
within the
if you have
the
Nahida,
effects described above
she
can be
absolutely
triggered
needs
even
to
if
be on your
Nahida is
team.
not on the field.
Yo, that is so cool.
Nahida freely shares her knowledge with anyone who asks, but how much of it they can comprehend depends on their own aptitude. After unlocking the talent Compassion Illuminated, when Nahida casts her Elemental Burst, the elemental mastery of the active character within the Shrine of Maya will be increased based on the elemental mastery of whichever party members is highest.
Whoa.
Elemental mastery can only be increased up to a certain amount in this manner. The God of Wisdom excels both at posing questions and answering them. Combat is no different. The enemy is the conundrum, and her strategy is the solution. In battle, Nahida first targets a group of enemies with her elemental skill, using seeds of Skanda to connect them to each other.
That's not fair.
Next, she coordinates with her teammates to trigger
Toma.
elemental reactions, repeatedly unleashing
Surprised they put Toma in there,
purifications
but I'm
as
seeing
her main mode of attack.
the potential.
She and her team branch out across the battlefield,
Hey,
taking out the
Nilo.
weeds as they go. When energy
Kakumi.
is full, Nahida unleashes her Elemental Burst, creating the Shrine of Maya to increase all active characters' elemental mastery and provide additional effects depending on
This
the
is
elemental
insane.
composition of her
I
party.
feel like the combat system's
Faced with Nahida's
evolving.
increased dendro damage and the strengthened
Not just
team
by
around her,
adding elements,
all who
but
enter the Temple of Wisdom seeking
all the
conflict
different ways
will
that
soon be reunited with their
the
home
buffs can
turf.
occur. I like this.
Humans often
Venti.
place gods on a pedestal, awestruck by their unfathomable power. Very few ever come to the realization that gods are not the rulers of Teyvat, but merely another form of living being in this world. A god who lacks strength may have little to no advantage, even over mere mortals. Even I have no spiteful words to say about a god such as this. I will leave her be. Perhaps the god of Dendro will continue to propagate herself for as long as Irminsul continues to exist.
Wait, Nahida is the god of
As for
Dendro?
the significance of Irminsul to the whole of Teyvat, I will leave that for those who are not under this world's control.
That's what I thought, but I
discover
didn't
for
know
themselves.
for sure. No way. Wow, wow, wow. Nahida is not just wanted because of how cute she is. She is legitimately an incredible character to have. I understand now. I am crossing my fingers and I am praying to the Archon gods that I get Nahida because she is amazing. Her elemental burst can be used in so many different ways. And I'm so excited. The amount of knowledge that I have gained from watching this playlist and learning about the combat system has me feeling like I am just going to dominate because I have been struggling for over 6 months of playing this game. If you have Nahida, let me know what your experience has been and how you have utilized her talents. So this one is very special to me. For anyone that may not have seen my other videos, Layla is the name of my wife, who is obsessed with astrology. So when Genshin released a character named Layla, who is also into astrology, you can imagine my reaction. Don't make fun of me. Can't send her right now. Gotta get her materials. She's stuck at 50. I can't wait to learn how to best use her. So then when the time comes, she will be a focal piece on my team.
Dreaming may be an entirely new concept to the majority in Sumeru, but one person's already managed to become famous for it. Recently, the strange tales of the sleepwalking eccentric have been circulating in the academia.
The sleepwalking
Rarely used telescopes
eccentric?
quietly moving during the night. Entire theses finished between dusk and dawn, and a girl seen in the city one minute spotted all the way over at Caravan Rebot the next.
What?
The only one who can't muster the strength to investigate it is Layla herself. Chronic sleep deprivation has taken its toll on her energy levels.
Chronic sleep deprivation.
Can't sleep?
I want to make sure that I tell Layla to sleep
Layla's
more.
research primarily focuses on theoretical astrology. After receiving her cryovision, she formed a star-crusted veil with ice and frost,
Whoa.
providing a space for her companions to study, rest, and even fight undisturbed.
That is so cool.
Sometimes, while deep asleep, a friend that Layla never knew she had will secretly come to her aid.
What?
When Layla crafts character talent materials, she has a chance to receive double the product, boosting the party's adventure readiness.
I have absolutely taken advantage of this.
Layla's normal attack can combo up to 3
Sword of the
strikes,
Radiant
dealing
Path.
physical damage to enemies. Using her charged attack, Layla consumes a certain amount of stamina and performs 2 swift slashes to her front, dealing physical damage. Casting
Knights
Layla's
of Formal
elemental skill
Focus.
creates a Curtain of Slumber and also deals AoE cryo damage. The Curtain of Slumber absorbs damage based on Layla's max HP and absorbs cryo damage even more effectively.
What?
Layla also becomes affected by cryo for a short time when the Curtain of Slumber is created.
So she really just goes to sleep.
At regular intervals while the Curtain of Slumber is active, a Night Star is generated, which adheres to the curtain. Additionally, 2 Night Stars are generated when a character protected by the curtain casts their elemental skill.
Whoa.
Night Stars can only be generated in this manner once per set time period, and a maximum of 4 Night Stars may exist at one time.
This is because she's a
After 4
4-star
Night
character.
Stars have been accumulated, if there are enemies in range, the Night Stars convert to Shooting Stars that automatically home in on enemies, dealing cryo damage on hit.
Oh, that's
no
cool.
new Night Stars can be generated.
So
until
imagine her
all
on the
shooting
team with
stars have fired.
Tainari, who also
when the
has
Curtain
homing
of Slumber
abilities.
expires or is destroyed, any Night Stars present disappear along with it. If
What?
they have already converted into Shooting Stars and started firing, they will remain until all of them have finished firing.
That is insane.
After unlocking the talent like Nascent Light, while the Curtain of Slumber is present, gaining a Night Star triggers the Deep Sleep effect. Deep Sleep increases the shield strength of the character under the curtain's protection.
Wow.
It can be stacked up to 4 times and is cleared when the Curtain of Slumber expires.
Man, so she becomes like the ultimate shield.
Any disturbance is too much after a night of poor quality sleep. The
I
only
agree.
solution is to get rid of them completely. After unlocking the talent
Sweet Slumber Undisturbed.
the shooting stars fired by Layla's elemental skill deal increased damage based on Layla's max HP.
What?
Stars, shine
So
for me.
artifacts that will boost cryo and her HP.
Layla's elemental burst unleashes a soporific celestial dream sphere that continuously fires starlight slugs at enemies within range, dealing cryo damage. When a starlight slug hits an enemy, a Night Star is also generated on nearby Curtains of Slumber. Each Curtain of Slumber can gain only 1 Night Star in this manner per set time period. Layla knows the pain of sleep deprivation all too keenly and naturally wouldn't wish it on any of her companions.
Same.
In battle, Layla uses her elemental skill to create a protective Curtain of Slumber for her teammates and starts accumulating Night Stars. A full quota of Night Stars will convert into Shooting Stars that target nearby enemies and deal cryo damage, supporting the battle effort. When energy is full, Layla unleashes her elemental burst to create a celestial dream sphere.
I realize how
which
biased this
continuously
sounds.
fires starlight slugs at
There is a bit
enemies
of
in
bias,
range
but
to
still.
deal cryo damage, while also increasing the production of Night Stars, helping her teammates to comfortably slide their way to victory.
Wow.
Many people have 2 sides to their personality, but it's not often that the contrast between them is as stark as Layla's. She spends her waking hours crushed by stress over her schoolwork, yet when sleepwalking, her mind is sharp
My
and
Layla
lucid. She
is an
casts
art
aside
teacher
her
for a
unproductive
private
feelings
school.
of self-doubt.
The amount of coincidences are insane right now.
She should count her blessings. Finding a goal in life is difficult enough as it is, and having any chance at all to pursue it undisturbed is nigh on impossible. Enjoy life while things are still uncomplicated. Go and do the things you want to do, because once you reach a certain age, things can never go back to being as simple as they once were.
Wow. Constellation Lucinia. So I understand that anything I say regarding this video is going to come off as bias. It is what it is. All right. But seriously, I love that video and I didn't realize how epic she really is. Please share your experiences with her. How did you build her? What teams did you make around her? What role does she technically fill? Absolutely incredible video. Oh man, this is the Wanderer. Any way the wind blows.
There once was a palace, and in that palace was a puppet, sound asleep.
Pinocchio?
You know, I could just pretend that I don't remember what happened after that, and then make up some boring story and get this over with. But boring clearly isn't my style, nor is it the Wanderer's way of doing things. You
is this
could say
Farzan?
the story is simple and straightforward, or horrendously complex, and both would be right. It all depends on the storyteller.
Are you sure it has to be me? Fine.
Peregrinus.
Let's get this over with.
If you happen to run into this wanderer, don't let his menacing expression make you nervous. He's really not all that hard to get along with. You just need to keep your distance, that's all. Don't provoke him, and he won't kick up a storm.
Okay.
Simple, isn't it? He doesn't like to talk about it much, but the wanderer has quite a lot of experience in forging weapons. So when the wanderer ascends bows and catalysts, it doesn't cost him as much mora.
Wow.
The Wanderer's normal attack can combo up to 3 wind blades, dealing anemo damage. His charged attack consumes some stamina and creates a high-pressure wind blast in front of him after a short casting time, dealing AoE anemo damage. The Wanderer's elemental skill harnesses the power of the air all around as he casts off the shackles of gravity, dealing AoE anemo damage and rising into the air as he enters the wind-favored state. In this state, the Wanderer is unable to use plunging attacks, and his normal and charged attacks are converted to Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai, which deal increased damage over a wider AoE. Using Kugo Tofukai will not consume stamina. The Wanderer hovers in midair while in this state, continuously consuming Kugo Ryoku points to remain airborne. When the sprint button is pressed, instead of sprinting, the Wanderer consumes more Kugo Ryoku points to fly through the air
that
more
ability
quickly.
so much.
Holding sprint maintains a faster
It is so
flying speed
helpful.
while consuming points at a faster
Community
rate.
says I keep cheating whenever I use him.
Jump raises
I don't
the
care.
Wanderer higher into the air at the cost of Kugo Ryoku points, and holding jump does so continuously.
Wow.
The wind-favored state
Sumeru's
ends
massive.
when all Kugo Ryoku points are used up. The wind-favored state allows the Wanderer to do battle from midair, as well as explore difficult terrain more easily. Casting his elemental skill again while airborne brings the wind-favored state to an end. After unlocking the talent Jade Claimed Flower, if the Wanderer's elemental skill makes contact with Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro when cast, the wind-favored state provides different buffs depending on the element.
Really?
Hydro increases the Wanderer's Kugo Ryoku point cap. Pyro increases the Wanderer's own attack.
Oh, that explains, because I always have Bennett on my team.
And Electro causes him to regain some elemental energy when Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai
and I
deal
typically have
damage to
Raiden on my
enemies.
team, so this makes
A
sense
limited
now.
quantity of energy can be regained per set time period, and a maximum of 2 buffs can be gained at any one time.
Wow.
The force of wind cannot always be seen, but it can certainly be felt. After unlocking the talent Gales of a Reverie, when Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai hits an enemy, the Wanderer has a chance to gain the Descent effect. The next time the Wanderer uses his alternate sprint to fly at speed, the Descent effect is consumed instead of Kugo Ryoku points, and several wind arrows are fired, each dealing anemo damage.
That is cool. I didn't realize that.
If a Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai does not trigger the Descent effect, the chance of triggering the effect next time is increased.
Whoa.
Know your place.
That ability is so cool.
Casting the Wanderer's elemental burst compresses the surrounding air to form an anemo plenum that blasts all sources of frustration away, dealing multiple bouts of AoE anemo damage. Casting his elemental burst while in the wind-favored state brings this state to an end. Though Wanderer is his name, aimlessness is not his game, and he does not hesitate to take decisive action in pursuit of his goals. The Wanderer's elemental skill is his preferred means of doing battle. Once in the wind-favored state, he attacks from the air using his Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai to deal increased anemo damage with a wider AoE.
By coordinating with his teammates, he can benefit from a range of enhancements, which make him even more powerful in battle.
Oh, Faruzan! I have her.
Energy is full.
I didn't understand her.
Unleashes his elemental burst, dealing several rounds of AoE animo damage in one fell swoop, devastating all obstacles that stand in his way. The world of Teyvat has its own rules. They aren't perfect, though, and in some cases they are as delicate and fragile as the human heart. That's why I've been tasked with the job I have now, a job which gives me certain special privileges. I'm someone who likes having the freedom to live their own life, but I don't mind this job. It gives me the chance to see this world and everything that lives in it from a lot of different perspectives. People can find ways to forget, but they can't undo what they've done, and there's no escaping the past. The Wanderer learned this the hard way. But what about his future? Which way will the wind blow? A lot of people crave the power to predict the future, but I doubt the Wanderer cares for that. With a past like his, he knows the only way is forward, whatever lies ahead, for better or for worse.
Wow. Wow. I think, honestly, he is the most fun character that I have. Not only is his ability to fly just so crucial, he is just strong. I got lucky and got, I think, his best weapon. Can't remember what it's called. Y'all probably know. It's a 5-star book. I don't know. I really like the Wanderer, and I feel incredibly lucky that I have the Wanderer and Raiden. If you have him, what is your experience? How have you built him so I can learn to make sure that I can maximize his power as a DPS character? I have Faruzan. I don't know how to use her. I'm incredibly excited to learn once I'm able to actually ascend her. I know.
In the Academia's early years, researching ancient mechanisms meant deciphering numerous documents. So even though Faruzan is a Haravatat scholar, her mastery of runes led her to become one of the pioneer scholars in the field of ancient mechanics.
So she's kind of like Lisa.
But as the academic
Sumeru.
world progressed over the course of a century, Faruzan's dedication to this field was buried beneath the sands of time, just like her unusual fate.
I'll hang out with you youngsters.
Although she may look young, Faruzan is an experienced Haravatat scholar and mentor with a robust research background. Her control over the power of Animo grants many new potential uses to her ancient trinkets. Researching mechanisms and solving puzzles is a hands-on process, and one which has taken Faruzan all across Sumeru. Faruzan gains increased rewards when dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Sumeru.
What? I need to use her.
Faruzan's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Faruzan executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, mighty winds accumulate on the arrowhead, and a fully charged arrow will deal animo damage. Casting Faruzan's elemental skill deploys a polyhedron device, dealing AoE animo damage and causing her to enter the Manifest Gale state.
The Manifest Gale state.
In this state, Faruzan's next fully charged shot will consume the Manifest Gale and turn into a hurricane arrow.
That is cool.
This arrow deals animo damage based on the damage of her fully charged normal attack, Parthian Shot. The hurricane arrow will apply a pressurized collapse effect to the enemy or character hit. This effect will be removed after a short delay, creating a vortex that deals AoE animo damage and pulls in nearby objects and enemies. If the arrow does not hit any enemy or character, it will create a pressurized collapse effect at its point of impact. The vortex damage is considered elemental skill damage.
Okay.
Truth repeats its course.
The wind's secret
Unleashing
ways.
her elemental burst, Faruzan deploys a dazzling polyhedron that releases a whirlwind pulse and deals AoE animo damage. While the dazzling polyhedron persists, it will continuously move along a triangular path. Whenever it reaches a corner of that triangular path, it unleashes a whirlwind pulse. The Whirlwind Pulse will apply Prayerful Wind's benefit to all nearby party members, granting them an Animo damage bonus.
Whoa.
When the pulse hits an enemy, it will apply Perfidious Wind's Bale to them.
I was going to say, imagine Xiao, Wanderer, Faruzan, Hazo.
After unlocking the talent Impetuous Flow, when Faruzan is in the Manifest Gale state created by her elemental skill, the charging time of her aimed shot is decreased, and she can apply the Perfidious Wind's Bale effect to enemies hit by the vortex created by Pressurized Collapse.
Wow.
As a veteran of academia, Faruzan never hesitates to impart her wisdom to the future generations. After unlocking the talent Lost Wisdom of the Seven Caverns, when characters affected by Prayerful Wind's benefit deal Animo damage to enemies with a normal, charged, or plunging attack, or an elemental skill or burst, they gain the Hurricane Guard effect, increasing the damage dealt by a certain percentage of Faruzan's base attack.
Wow.
Hurricane Guard can be triggered only once within a set duration, and the effect is cleared after Animo damage is dealt. Faruzan is unfazed by the fact that her field of research is now considered outdated. On the contrary, it has inspired new grit and determination. Faruzan starts battle by casting her elemental skill and quickly firing a hurricane arrow to deal Animo damage to the enemy. The arrow's pressurized collapse effect then pulls in nearby enemies, providing support to her teammates.
That's pretty cool.
Faruzan unleashes her elemental burst to deploy a dazzling polyhedron.
Wow.
This device moves over the battlefield, creating whirlwind pulses and decreasing enemies' Animo resistance, which effectively increases the team's Animo damage. Make the most of Faruzan's carefully researched dazzling polyhedron.
You know what's pretty crazy is I got both of them at the same time.
Time is a relative concept and is perceived differently by different people. 100 years is the longest life most people could imagine. Small wonder that they are fascinated by the idea of someone disappearing for this long, only to return looking not a day older than when they left. To Faruzan, those 100 years were physically exhausting and mentally taxing, yet she balks at the idea of seeking sympathy or being the topic of other people's conversations, only convincing the academia's new enrollees to address her as Madam.
So she is very mysterious.
But if you ask me, age isn't much of a qualification. After all, time never really stops flowing. And although ancient wisdom should be respected, how long would it really take to erase it all?
Wow. Very interesting. So once I'm actually in Sumeru, I can build her and she can be an Animo support character, especially for the Wanderer. Alhaitham, profound reasoning.
Scribe Alhaitham can be the easiest person in the academia to communicate with, or the most frustrating. He ignores the irrelevant and filters out the fluff, focusing solely on the logical steps and appropriate process for the task ahead. For his more pragmatic colleagues, this makes him a joy to work with, though not everyone shares their enthusiasm.
I would imagine.
Let's get down to business.
Ultravolence.
Most scholars would jump at the opportunity to use a vision to further their research, and I thought Alhaitham would be no exception. Yet to my surprise, he prefers to use his elemental powers not for research, but to deal with other issues that arise in life. Thinking a step ahead of everyone else is bound to reap benefits. When Alhaitham crafts weapon ascension materials, he has a chance to receive double the product, boosting the party's adventure readiness.
Man. So jealous.
Alhaitham's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes with his sword, dealing physical damage.
Wow.
Using his charged attack, Alhaitham consumes a certain amount of stamina and performs 2 swift slashes to his front, dealing physical damage. Tap Alhaitham's elemental skill to rush forward, dealing dendro damage to nearby enemies when the rush ends, as well as creating a chisel-like mirror.
Okay.
Holding the skill enters aiming mode to adjust the direction of the attack. When the skill is cast, Alhaitham generates 1 chisel-like mirror, plus like 1 additional mirror if he possessed no mirrors at the time of casting. Up to 3 chisel-like mirrors can exist at one time.
What?
While he possesses chisel light mirrors, Alhaitham's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will be converted to dendro damage that cannot be overridden.
Wow.
When one of these attacks hits an enemy, the Chisel Light Mirrors unleash a projection attack that deals AoE dendro damage based on the number of mirrors on the field. Chisel Light Mirrors will disappear in turn over time, and will all disappear when Alhaitham leaves the field. After unlocking the talent For Causal Correction, when Alhaitham's charged and plunging attacks hit enemies, they will generate one Chisel Light Mirror. This effect can only occur once in a specified period.
That is insane.
A process of elimination.
Particular field, fetters of phenomena.
Alhaitham's Elemental Burst creates a particular binding field that deals multiple instances of AoE dendro damage. If any Chisel Light Mirrors exist when this ability is used, they are all consumed to increase the number of damage instances dealt.
Wow.
Shortly after this ability has finished, if no mirrors were consumed, then Alhaitham will generate 3 new mirrors. For every mirror that was consumed by this skill, Alhaitham will generate 1 less new mirror accordingly.
That is so cool!
When surrounded by mirrors, it takes a perceptive eye to distinguish reality from reflection.
I can't believe I couldn't get him.
After unlocking the talent Mysteries Laid Bare,
between
each
him
point
and
of elemental
Nahida?
mastery that Alhaitham possesses increases the damage dealt by his projection attacks and elemental burst. Damage can only be increased in this way up to a certain limit.
Unreal.
To Alhaitham, remaining rational under pressure is the key to solving difficult problems. Luckily for him, this is an ability that few of his foes possess. Alhaitham's combat strategy is centered around the efficient use of his Chisel Light Mirrors. His elemental skill allows him to quickly traverse the battlefield, while dealing dendro damage to enemies and generating Chisel Light Mirrors.
Wow.
Then Alhaitham can use these mirrors and their projection attacks to easily gain
Alhaitham and Raiden on the same team.
When energy is full, Alhaitham unleashes his Elemental Burst, creating the particular binding field and dealing several bouts of AoE dendro damage. If he possesses no Chisel Light mirrors at this time, some are generated after he has used his burst, allowing him to follow up with more attacks. If he already has mirrors when he casts his burst, then he is able to deal more dendro damage and swiftly seize victory.
Great. This is only causing me pain.
A comfortable life looks much the same for everyone, but the people who lead those lives may be nothing alike at all. A sharp mind and a good attitude have benefited Alhaitham immensely in his pursuit of the good life. It is not my place to judge how other people live. If anything, the more I say, the more jealous I would sound. The truth is, I have nothing against a laid-back lifestyle. It reminds me of a simpler time. But unfortunately, not all creatures are capable of being rational and logical in everything they do. Alhaitham's approach only works in the context of his relatively simple existence, and that is completely fine by him.
Wow. Alhaitham is incredible. If you have him, I'm salty, I'm jealous of you. Don't talk to me, and in all seriousness, I'm happy for you. Good for you. Maybe one day. Yao Yao, Sweet Clouds of Osmanthus. I'm so excited.
Yao Yao is the youngest of Streetward Rambler's disciples. Liyue's Adepti are a strange group. You'll never see most of them setting foot anywhere near the city, and yet the instant they find a human whom they take a liking to, they'll come flocking in, teaching Adeptus arts one day, and lavishing them with gifts the next.
Aww.
One of these favored few is Yao Yao, a young and enthusiastic disciple who is thriving under their care.
She's so adorable.
I'll take good care of everyone.
Aww.
Yao Yao's young age posed no obstacle to her making contact with the Adepti. In fact, they were thoroughly won over by the young child's inquisitive nature. One Adeptus in particular was especially delighted when she saw how Yao Yao used an Adeptus contraption, Yuegui, in conjunction with the power of her dendrovision.
Oh, wow.
Even though the sound of bells follows Yao Yao wherever she goes, the wildlife is never disturbed by her presence.
Aww.
When Yao Yao is in the party, your characters will not startle crystal flies, lizards, and certain other animals when approaching.
Oh, just like Sayu.
Yao Yao's normal attack can combo up to 4 strikes with her polearm, dealing physical damage.
Oh. Don't fall over.
Using her charged attack, Xiao consumes a certain amount of stamina to lunge forward, dealing physical damage to enemies along the way. Tapping her elemental skill summons the Adeptus contraption Yuegui throwing mode to assist Xiao in combat. Hold the skill to enter aiming mode and control Xiao's throwing direction. Yuegui throwing mode throws out white jade radishes that will explode upon hitting characters or enemies, dealing dendro damage to enemies within a certain AoE, and healing characters within that same AoE based on Xiao's max HP. If a radish does not hit either an enemy or a character, it will remain where it landed and explode on contact with a character or enemy, or after its duration expires. Yuegui throwing mode will select the target for the white jade radish depending on the surrounding combat situation. If nearby characters have relatively high HP, it will target an enemy. If there are any nearby characters whose HP has dropped below a certain percentage, it will target the character with the lowest HP percentage. And if no enemies are nearby, it will target a character even if their HP is relatively high. A maximum of 2 instances of Yuegui throwing mode can exist at any one time. After unlocking the talent In Others' Shoes, when a white jade radish explodes, active characters within its AoE will regain HP at set intervals based on Xiao's max HP. This effect lasts for a limited duration.
So we need to boost Xiao's HP. Okay.
Get him, Yuegui!
Oh.
Per the instructions of a certain Adeptus, Xiao casts her elemental burst in emergencies to unleash Yuegui's full potential, dealing dendro damage to nearby enemies and entering the Adeptal Legacy state.
Wow.
In this state, the white jade radish's healing and damage effects are modified to their elemental burst variants.
That is so epic.
Exploding radishes now heal all nearby party members.
What?
And the dendro damage that they deal is treated as elemental burst damage.
Really?
Xiao's movement speed and dendro resistance are increased while in the Adeptal Legacy state. Also, Xiao will summon Yuegui jumping mode at intervals until the maximum of 3 instances has been reached. Jumping mode Yuegui behaves in the same way as the throwing mode Yuegui produced by Xiao's elemental skill.
This is insane.
The Adeptal Legacy state will end when Xiao leaves the field, and all instances of Yuegui jumping mode will be
I cannot deal with how cute she is.
In the eyes of a child, stars shining in the night may seem like little white fruits scattered across the sky. After unlocking the talent Star Scatter, when Xiao is running, sprinting, or jumping in the Adeptal Legacy state, she will constantly throw white jade radishes at nearby enemies.
They had to. They had to include Klee in there.
Can be produced in this way within a set duration.
Who is cuter, Klee or Xiao?
May not be a miracle cure, but they are always a healthy option.
Or Nahida.
Well, I'm no expert, but Xiao will assure you that this is the case. In battle, Yuegui is Xiao's trusty helper, providing flexible support to the team depending on the situation. Xiao's elemental skill summons Yuegui throwing mode to heal her teammates or assist them on the offensive as necessary. When energy is full, Xiao unleashes Yuegui's full potential.
Yo, they are spoiling us.
And entering the Adeptal Legacy
Such cool
state.
Combinations.
In this state, Xiao summons Yuegui jumping
This is insane.
mode, generating more white jade radishes to help get her
The combat system has evolved so much.
I am a self-confessed pessimist and refuse to believe that all children have hearts of gold. But Xiao certainly turned out well. Pure, innocent, and compassionate, she never fails to extend a helping hand to anyone in need.
Aww.
Fortunately for her, helping those around her is well within her abilities. She hasn't experienced many setbacks in her life so far. And given her positive attitude and the care and support from her Adepti guardians, it is unlikely that any setback could ever pull her down.
Aww.
Humans may have their weaknesses, but that doesn't mean that they are easily broken.
Xiao is just so amazing. And I cannot wait to build her and add her to the team. I want to know if you have her, how have you built her? What is your experience? And if you don't have her, are you going to pull for her as soon as she becomes available again? Passion of the Burning Sands.
Anyone who wanders the world will tell you that there's nothing like a dependable travel companion to make the journey easier and safer. Especially if it's someone like Dia, a mercenary from Sumeru. Though she may see herself as just one among many, she is no ordinary mercenary. Her sharp mind, bravery, and honesty are rare qualities that truly make her a rose among thorns.
Got a job for me?
Vision, Pyro, Constellation,
Montichora? Dia has a wealth of experience under her belt and outstanding combat capabilities. She effortlessly combines swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and the power of her pyrovision in battle, as she skillfully completes an eclectic range of jobs while keeping her client protected. By choosing the right moment to act, risks can be avoided and tasks completed more efficiently.
I haven't been here yet.
Placing Dia in your party increases the movement speed of your own party members between the daytime hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
What?
This talent does not take effect in domains, trounce domains, or the Spiral Abyss. Dia's normal attack uses both her claymore and
Sandstorm
her fists
Assault
to combo up to 4 strikes that deal physical damage to enemies. Using her charged attack, Dia drains stamina over time,
just like Beto.
Continuous rapid slashes, finishing with an especially powerful slash. Dia's elemental skill has different effects depending on the present combat situation. When there is no fiery sanctum field created by Dia herself currently present in combat, her elemental skill will cast Indomitable Flame, dealing AoE pyro damage and creating a fiery sanctum field. If a fiery sanctum field created by Dia is currently present in combat, her elemental skill will unleash Ranging Flame, which performs a leaping attack that deals AoE pyro damage before recreating the fiery sanctum field at her new position.
That looks cool.
A field created in this way will inherit the remaining duration of the previous field.
Oh man!
Flame can be used only once within a single fiery sanctum field's duration. When an enemy within a fiery sanctum field takes damage, the field will unleash a coordinated attack, dealing AoE pyro damage to them based on Dia's attack and max HP. This effect can be triggered once per set time period.
I feel like they're moving really fast.
Active characters within the fiery sanctum field gain increased resistance to interruption. When characters in the field take damage, a portion of that damage will be redirected into Redmane's blood. Dia will then take this damage after a time. When the redirected damage stored by Redmane's blood reaches or exceeds a certain percentage of Dia's max HP, no further damage will be redirected. Only one fiery sanctum, created by Dia herself, can exist at a time. After unlocking the talent Stalwart and True, when her HP falls below a certain amount, Dia recovers a percentage of her max HP. Then continues to recover a portion of max HP at regular intervals for a set duration.
That is so cool!
This effect can be triggered once per set time period.
Why is Xingqiu using that sword? Whoa! See, that looks so cool! How is she weak?
When Dia casts her elemental burst, she unleashes her burning rage, casts her unwieldy blade aside, and enters the blazing lioness state, increasing her resistance to interruption. In this state, Dia automatically unleashes a series of Flame Mane's fists, dealing pyro damage. When the duration ends, she executes an incineration drive, dealing AoE pyro damage.
See, that is so cool.
Damage dealt by Flame Mane's fists and incineration drive is based on Dia's attack and max HP. Also, while in this state, Dia will be unable to use her elemental skill or perform normal, charged, or plunging attacks.
So would you want to use artifacts that boost her attack and HP?
Will be replaced by Roaring Barrage. Using Roaring Barrage shortly after each Flame Mane's fist will increase the attack speed of the next Flame Mane's fist.
Yo, that's so cool!
If a fiery sanctum field created by Dia's own elemental skill exists when she unleashes her elemental burst, Dia will retrieve it, then recreate the field once Blazing Lioness's duration expires. The recreated field will inherit the remaining duration of the retrieved field. After unlocking the talent Unstinting Succorer, For a short period after Dia retrieves a Fiery Sanctum field using Molten Inferno Ranging Flame or Leonine Bite, she will take decreased damage when absorbing damage from Redmane's blood. This effect can be triggered once per set time period. Additionally, for a short period after Dia unleashes Molten Inferno Indomitable Flame, she will grant all party members the Gold Forged Form state.
What?
This state will further increase characters' resistance to interruption when they are within a Fiery Sanctum field.
See, that is so useful.
Can be triggered once per set time period. Although her reputation as the Flame Main has spread far and wide, Dia has never aspired to fame. Rather, her focus is on consistently completing each job entrusted to her and on protecting those around her. Dia's combat strategy is centered around her elemental skill. She starts by using it to create a Fiery Sanctum, which assists teammates in combat by redirecting damage away from them and providing coordinated attacks.
So imagine her on the same team with Bennett.
She uses Ranging Flame to deal another bout of AoE pyro damage to enemies. When energy is full, Dia unleashes her elemental burst and enters the Blazing Lioness
wish
state.
I had Kazuha.
In this state, she uses Roaring Barrage to increase the attack speed of Flame Main's fist, before finishing with an Incineration Drive, overpowering her foes with her Flaming Lioness Claws. Collecting payments and completing commissions is a mercenary's bread and butter, but the commissions undertaken by mercenaries differ from those handled by adventurers. Mercenary commissions are more commercial in nature, and the tasks involved are more varied. Many criminals, heroes, and other larger-than-life figures emerge from this trade as the euphoria of strength and success goes to their heads. But not so with Dia, who knows that delusions of grandeur only make surviving in the treacherous mercenary world all the more difficult.
Wow.
As someone who began life in the desert, Dia has been confronted with issues of belief and forced to make difficult decisions on many occasions. She may wear a stern gaze, but she treats others with fairness and generosity. I would even say that she, of all mercenaries, is a pioneer of living a genuine life, attuned to the realities of the world around her.
Aww. Wow. I've already spent more than 20 wishes trying to get Dia, so free to play. Unfortunately, I haven't got her yet. I think my pity's at 75. I know that Shenhe is around the corner. We have officially finished the entire playlist for the character miscellany videos. I have learned a plethora of information on how to utilize these characters, and I am incredibly excited to completely change my experience for the better playing Genshin. I'm looking forward to being able to utilize these characters in so many different ways, so many different combinations. I got to learn a little bit more about who they are as people. It's gotten me excited for the characters that I don't have, because when the opportunity presents itself, I will be able to get them and utilize them. So there are so many videos that I love. First off, I absolutely loved Klee's video. Klee is just so adorable. She's so helpful. She is so much fun. And when the time comes that I can get her, I absolutely will. I loved Keqing's video. I didn't realize how strong Keqing was, and I feel like Keqing was the Raiden of Leeway. Zhongli was absolutely incredible. His trailer showed just how powerful he really is, and the fact that he can drop meteors, the fact that he can summon these pillars that apply geo buffs, it's just absolutely insane. Ganyu is the Ice Queen. Incredible. I feel like she's the best cryo character in the game, and someone I don't have yet and hope to get, and her story is incredibly sad. Xiao is just perfect. He has an incredible design. His abilities are incredible. He's fast. He's an animo elemental character, and his story is incredibly sad. The only drawback for me is the fact that he loses health, but it makes sense because of who he is. Kazuha is definitely a must-have character because he is just so useful with his exploration abilities, and the fact that his elemental burst allows him to absorb the different elements and cause this constant area of effect damage to people. It's just, he's just someone that is complicated story-wise and incredibly useful. So I cannot wait to get him. Ayaka is super powerful. I just feel like there are too many Ice Queens, and they're just absolutely amazing. I loved Raiden's trailer. I thought Raiden is just, once again, super powerful, and her abilities are a little complicated for me to understand at this time, but it just seems like the more elemental particles you build up, the stronger her elemental burst is going to be, and just the buffs that she attaches to the characters in the team just makes her an absolute must-have character. Kokomi was no different. Kokomi is absolutely amazing. Another must-have character in my opinion. She's just incredibly powerful, like her healing capabilities. She has such high defense. I love Kokomi so much. Arataki Ito was pretty epic. I don't have him yet, but he just seems like he'd be so much fun to use. He's funny. His design is epic. He makes me think of Jiraiya from Naruto. Someone that I need to get. Shenhe. If Ganyu was okay with retiring, Shenhe absolutely needs to be the queen, because there's just something about Shenhe that just makes her so incredible. And her story is so sad, but her abilities are so cool. The fact that she can summon that frozen spirit, I forgot what the term is called, but she is someone that I want to have, and she's going to be available in the near future. So I'm crossing my fingers, praying to the Archon gods that I get her. Yae Miko is absolutely incredible as well. She is someone that absolutely can destroy a team. If you ever put her on her team with Raiden, no one's going to survive. Ayato seems like he is just OP. He is epic. He's so talented. His abilities just make him seem like he's an Archon god. It's just insane. Yelan is super awesome. She just has these amazing abilities. The fact that she can just, it looks like she turns into a water spirit, and I don't know, she's just amazing. I can't wait to get her. I thought Nahida was just amazing, and I completely understand why everyone wants Nahida. Her abilities, especially her elemental burst, elemental reactions based on who's on your team, the fact that she has really great exploration abilities, I don't know. There's just something about Nahida that just makes her amazing. Layla, very biased, but fortunately, she happens to be an incredible character. Her defense is outstanding. I cannot wait to build her so that I can have her on my team and be able to utilize those elemental reactions. And then the Wanderer, he did not fall far from the tree, so to speak, because he and Raiden are just two incredibly powerful characters. So I cannot wait to continue to build him. He's currently at level 70. The fact that he can absorb up to 2 different elements and just do absolute damage, and then his exploration abilities are top tier because he can fly all over the place, and I have been abusing that ability, so just amazing. And then Alhaitham, he can do whatever you want him to do. That's all I'm gonna say. Alhaitham is a must-have. Yao Yao, her abilities, her healing abilities are absolutely outstanding. She is someone that I feel could be very useful on the team, and we got to see all these different combinations, even with Nahida too. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. It's a lengthy one, so thank you so much for tuning into it, and I'll see you all next time.